making her way in the format, shall we say. That is a superb early shot. Unfortunate for her, he timed it well, got plenty of metres on it, elevation-wise. She's found the fielder on the bounce. What we say for Kopak is that she bowled to her field. And it is a pretty long boundary out there, I have to tell you. Out towards the indoor cricket school. Still bowling quite straight, Kopak. McGregor at the other end, happy to let the ball swing outside off. Kopak going for straight and stifling. Alexa Stonehouse, also, shall we say, in the process of making her name. Yet to take the scene by storm, but showing a lot of promise. This is her 12th game, 120 runs, top score of 31 and an average of 12. But on a flat pitch here at Beckenham, and it does have a reputation for being a bit of a batter's paradise. Chastley and Stonehouse both have the opportunity to set up camp and play for a really big innings. The two of them put on 29 for the first wicket against the Sparks on the 7th. Took them into the 8 over, so they're not exactly power players, big hitters at the top. They are conventional opers in the old 50 over style, seeing off the new ball. So 3 overs gone, and the South East Stars are 7 without loss.
Just having to be slightly circumspect against this new ball, which with a few clouds around will do a bit. But as you alluded to, there is plenty to be excited about for them later on. 8 without loss after 3. Chatley just having a look at the field. She's still got those 2 out behind the wicket square either side. Deep third and deep fine leg.
Another little bobble. That's the boss, Dani van Niekerk herself. What a player to have out here at Beckenham. What a treat.
Yeah, her and Maddie Villiers at 4 and 5 is pretty handy.
Both teams with their solitary overseas star. Dani van Niekerk skippering the Sunrisers. And the Stars have Tasmin Brits, also South African. She's not the captain, of course, that's Bryony Smith. It's quite an arm. And Niekerk, well, no bobble there. Almost as if she deliberately fumbled the first one just to give these 2 young batters an opportunity to think, oh no, we might take the old woman on here. She pinged that one back in. Now, I don't think that's where she's intended it. She meant to go square there, but the under edge is completely harmless. And keeps the scoreboard ticking over.
I feel like the word you were looking for is inducement. Inducing one to run. where it may actually in fact be ill-advised. Chatley's played some nice drives there without huge amount of reward. It's now up the non-strikers.
Well, I say hats off to McGregor because she's trying to get the ball to swing. It's not a bowler's paradise here. She's not afraid to give the batters a bit of width outside the off stump. She's got full confidence in her offside.
Sharp.
That's the first boundary of the day. Everyone on the offside is there for the squarer shot than that. Van Niekerk was too wide at mid-off. The straight hit is the first for Stonehouse. An encouraging way for the Stars to conclude their fourth over, and they're 13 without loss.
Yeah, lovely clean blow down the ground, just a touch over pitch, that classic game of new ball bowler versus opening batter, trying to induce a shot like that, but when it's played so beautifully as to be there, no catcher's going to be interested. It's just simply a case of fetching the thing back. Remember, this is one of 4 games today going on in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy.
Oh, that's a nice connection as well. It's the second time that she's really ridden one of those short balls from Kopak. But Chatley again finds long leg. It now seems to have come a bit squarer.
Northern Diamonds facing the Thunder. Northern Diamonds 10 without loss after 4 batting first. Slightly delayed start between the Western Storm and the Central Sparks. And the Southern Vipers 14 without loss in the 5th against Blaze.
Contrasting styles from these two batters so far. Stonehouse on strike, looking to get forward, looking for the ball outside off stump, and looking for the full length, trying to drive. Chatley, the non-striker, more content to hang back in the crease and wait for the short ball. She looks really strong today off the back foot. It's a very early call. It's a very early call of wide. And Kopak has just striven a little bit for accuracy. Umpires Widdup and Richards today. The scorers Lynch and Rodwell. And again, just a touch too straight. That's the kind of ball that Chatley was looking for, but it's Stonehouse who gets the chance to tuck it away once that long leg fielder had come round a bit squarer. There's a lot of open space there. You can see what Kopak is trying to do to bowl straight, looking to bring the LBW into play. But she's just erred a bit too far to leg so far. Now, that's runs again. She's overcompensated, as well she might. A bit too much width. Stonehouse mixing confident drives with deft touches off the back foot on both sides of the wicket. Akira Chatley back on strike, and she really will be hoping that she gets a ball on her hip or just outside from Kopak. A lot of work for Surin Kumar at mid-wicket off the bowling of Kopak.
Yeah, naturally when you've got a bowler predominantly swinging the ball into that right-hander.
I almost wonder, Michael, whether it might be worth bringing that deep third up into the ring and just having a short, fine leg maybe even a deep backward square and a long leg, since Kopac's bowling so straight. See what I mean? She's bowling straight and short. I would just give her that little bit of extra reinforcement, perhaps, at a long leg on the boundary to go with the deep backward square. If she's going to bowl so straight, perhaps that deep third isn't necessary as one of the two out on the line. Just a thought. That's end of a productive 5th over of the Stars innings. 21 without loss.
Yeah, you'd probably slightly rather be the batting side at this point to have negotiated that first 5, built the platform from which to potentially accelerate a bit in the second half of this power play.
Mentioned before that there are these 2 South African stars, but there's England talent about as well. Stars fans will be used throughout the season to seeing Bryony Smith, of course, the skipper, Alice Davidson-Richards. Today the Stars have got Freya Davies back, and that's a talking point. Not them getting her back, of course, Michael, but the Freya Davies not quite making the cut for the England 50 over games in the Ashes series. Disappointing for her.
Yeah, as competitive as ever, though, and certainly not the only one to be disappointed to miss out. What occasions to be missing out on as well. 3 sellouts. Fantastic to see. And England's still very much well in with a shout of taking the Ashes off Australia.
There's that slightly slower one again, outside off. I like her when she does that. I think that shows brains and courage.
Which, when you think they'd lost the 2 previous series 12-4, is quite something. Need 2 wins and a no result would do it. Australia need just the 1 win from their last 3 to retain the urn.
And finally she's got one through. I'm not sure this is going to go all the way. Out towards the cricket school, that is a long, long boundary. In any format of the game, for either sex, that is a long boundary.
Yeah, we often talk about boundary dimensions these days. I wouldn't say there's a particularly short boundary to be gone at here. Any side of the ground, it's got to be a decent hit to get 4 or 6.
That's true. So another tidy over for the Stars, just accumulating still so far. That's the 2 4s, both to Stonehouse. After 6 overs, the Stars are 23 without loss.
No conversation being had between Kopak there. Van Niekerk was involved as well. Just about trying to get this field right. We were alluding to it before. Obviously Dane van Niekerk, well known for being a South African star once upon a time. There's a podcast well worth going back and having a listen to of her chatting very frankly with Alex Hartley and Kate Cross about everything to do with how it ended and all else, and looking to rediscover her love for the game on the Nobles Cricket podcast.
Yes, it was a sad and unexpected end.
Yeah, I think regardless of your perspective on it, I think it would be very difficult to disagree that for Dane van Niekerk to not end up playing in a home World Cup after everything she'd done for South African cricket was a great shame.
Yes, whether you felt the decision was unfair or whether you agreed with it, that's a conclusion that it's easy to come to. It was a pity.
But yeah, well worth listening to. You know, too many sports people criticise for interviews full of cliches. That was absolutely not one of them. Quite the opposite.
Tell us how to find that, Michael.
Just head to, well, I'm pretty sure if you just type in Noble's Cricket Podcast, Dane van Niekerk, it will pop straight up. As Hartley and Cross just chatted through with her about how it all happened, including having to bleep a few words in there too. Such was Van Niekerk's frankness about it all.
Oh, that's really well struck. Stonehouse is not getting value for shots. At some of these off drives and cover drives that she's played to full balls. No, she hasn't quite nailed the placement. She's certainly nailed the timing.
Yeah, Chatley the same with 3 in the previous over. They're not having much luck here.
Plenty of time. Stonehouse, 19 years old. A woman of Kent. Is from Ashford. And, she has looked tremendous on the drive so far. In terms of timing, if not power. The Stars still ticking the scoreboard over very nicely after 7 overs, 23 without loss.
Again, given the accumulation is steady rather than anything more, Sunrise is broadly continuing with the plan, the 2 out, deep third and deep fine leg.
Chatley looking to be positive again, and she's got one away. It's taken her a little time to get her first boundary runs. But that was very nicely done. She's been on the back foot for some time. Starting to get a stride in now to the full ball. And she's gone into double figures, in fact overtaking Stonehouse. And this has been an area that's so far in the season been a little tricky for Chatley. She's made a start, hasn't gone on with it. She needs to keep cool, keep patient, and view these runs as a platform. As, there certainly are runs on offer here today. There's that slightly slower ball again. Run well between the wickets so far, these two. Well, that's a brave shot, isn't it? Almost out of nowhere. Her timing's been so good today. A pickup. Not many times. But McGregor has strayed 2 straight. And that shot was sweetly, sweetly struck. 2 full, 2 leg side. No one out there. And a risk-free, very attractive shot. she's a bit too straight again. Stonehouse content to milk. I hope Chatley comes off today because she's been on the scene a while. 3 weeks away from her 24th birthday. A Surrey woman. She's from Southwark. She's from central London. Plays for the Oval Invincibles. With a few runs in the Flint.
The Flint, is that the... I've not heard this until...
I think I'll go for the Flint. It's catchy. A good stand her in good stead ahead of the 100 in August. So another useful little over.
I know people during the Charlotte Edwards Cup, various teams are talking about sort of bringing Lottie home.
Yeah,
bringing the trophy home.
Rachel?
I don't know.
Rachel. So 33 without loss after 8.
Don't feel like there's a agreed shortening.
In the air. She's judiciously struck it over the top. She knew that if she got it over Surin Kumar at mid-wicket, it was going to race away. Stonehouse just starting to open her shoulders a little bit here. I've been cooing cheerfully about her driving, but the last two really productive shots from Stonehouse have been back foot. She seems to be just as strong. Offside. Oh no, has he put it down? Oh my word. It's a drop at cover point. It went straight in. I think that is Villiers. On the back foot. The ball was short and there to be hit. She didn't ride the bounce, she didn't roll her hands on it. And I'm afraid that is a chance that's gone begging. So Stonehouse dropped on 20. And you can see Kopak would be frustrated by that. She's tried to wing one down a bit quicker. She's pushed it down the leg side once more. Into her 5th over now, so she'll have broken sweat, that's for sure. That's the... Well, I was going to say that's the wicket she's bowled for, but actually that's the wicket she's wanted, but it's not the wicket she's bowled for, because it's one of the only occasions that she's strayed too wide of the off stump. Almost like a bluff. An unexpected offering, wide outside off. Perhaps that's why Stonehouse didn't play it very well. And perhaps that's why Villiers was surprised by it, that it went straight in. Nice easy catch, waist height. Hit the deck. She couldn't believe it any more than anyone else could.
Yeah, you mentioned these two both getting starts. Their records this season in this competition very much reflect that. So Chatley, in 8 games, is just about past 150 runs at an average of 22, strike rate of 63, a top score of 48. I was there when she made that at Old Trafford in the big win against the Thunder, and Stonehouse is averaging just a few runs fewer than her, averaging just a tick or under 20.
Can we have a look at the video there? I wanted to see the replay. I just want to see where we're up to. Well, at the end of the ninth over, 39 without loss. Possibly that's the last we'll see of Kopak for a while. I would give her a breather at that point.
Gone for 21 with one maiden in those 5 overs.
Yeah, she has agreeable figures. She hasn't bowled spectacularly well. She has created the only chance. Now this first change, this is someone I've not yet seen. He's only played the one game, Amasuran Kumar. She took 2 for 44, a right arm fast medium bowler. Similar sort of speed, I think, to Kopak. Possibly just a yard quicker than McGregor. And the first ball on the bounce. That's a no ball. That's unfortunate because she'll have fancied for a moment that she'd created a chance around the corner.
Yeah, only 16 years old, chipped in with a very useful 25 with the bat as well in that 28-run win against the Vipers. And Sunrise's analyst was trying to suggest to me that her first ball today would technically be a hat-trick ball, but I don't think it quite works like that.
It certainly isn't technically a hat-trick ball. You're surprised to hear that from an analyst, aren't you?
Well, he had a big grin on his face as he was saying it.
2 for 44. She wrapped up the Vipers innings on the second. And that being a no ball is now going to be a free hit. The field can move around because Stonehouse got a single from that ball.
Kopak's come up and they've got a deep mid-wicket out. Ring on the offside, can't afford width here.
Oh goodness. There's another bit of a ropey one there. Are we going to get another signal from the umpire? Round the corner for a single. It's just about okay. Tension. That's what we'll put this down to. She's only young. So everyone in her team keen to support her. That's a much better ball. That's good. Her heart will be pounding. She'll be feeling it. She's got bustle. Like a natural action for a leg cutter. Nice busy run up, gathering pace. Comes in quite wide. Doesn't have the straightest run. He comes in very wide, and you think she's almost going to run through the return crease when she bowls, and she just suddenly nips in towards the wicket at the last moment. Full this time. Just important to get her through these first couple of overs while she's feeling nervous. I nearly said rusty there, but she's not going to be feeling rusty at her age. Any appearance of rust will come more from tension. Being guided down to third man isn't the worst thing in the world to be happening to Surin Kumar. So she's bowling in the right area, just a fraction of width. But this is not red ball cricket. You don't have to bowl a tight fourth stump line every ball. But to try and stick to your plan, and the plan clearly for Surin Kumar is try and bowl length outside the off stump. Some tweaking in the field. The slip's come out and gone to short fine leg. Now through the gap this time, and there's a chase on for Dan Newkirk. With a very full ball. And Chatley is now starting to motor as well, just as Stonehouse is. Thought that Suren Kumar had just about got through the over.
48 without loss. That
She's
the power play.
conceded the 4. There's the power play done. 48 of 10 overs and a decent start from Stars.
No more than 4 fielders permitted outside the fielding restrictions.
Yeah, I think the South East Stars have been marginally the happier with that. They've not lost a wicket. They haven't quite really motored along. But the platform and the building blocks have been set by these two. Stonehouse with 27 off 34. Chatley with 15 off 27. Stonehouse hitting 5 of the 6 boundaries so far. A little bit of treatment being needed out there for the Sunrisers. Bit of cramp it looks like in the left leg.
A change of bowling at the Beckenham end, wearing number 26, Maddie Villiers.
Well, if Mara Carr is going to get some treatment for cramp, now's the time to do it, because she's about to have to stand up to the wicket against a very good off-spinner.
Yep, here's Maddie Villiers, second highest wicket taker in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy this season for the Sunrisers. 7 wickets at 27. Economy rate 5.6 is bowled. More overs than anyone for them across the campaign apart from Kopak, beg your pardon.
And I love watching her bowl, Maddie Villiers. If you take Van Niekerk out of the equation, she has the most List A 50 over one-day wickets of the Sunrisers. 64, average of 23. Best of 4 for 36. Well, maybe it's a bit much to say take Van Niekerk out of the equation, because she's taken 234. But Villiers, an England player, not at the moment, admittedly. Charlie Dean's emergence as an off-spinner has pushed her down the pecking order, but she's brainy. She knows how to bowl.
That's a nice start from Villiers, right on the button. She's got a 5-4 leg side field here. Pretty conventional for an off-spinner. A nice pair of dots just to start. Different challenge here for Chatley to negotiate. Chatley's made a lot of promising starts this season in this competition without quite going on. Oh! What a bit of luck there for Chatley. Teasing the slip cordon. And away it runs to bring up the 50, but in somewhat unconvincing fashion.
Partnership for the opening wicket.
Some real fortune about that. Yeah, just in that awkward channel between keeper and slip. Straight at extra cover that time. Yeah, we're very much not in line. So from where Villiers is bowling, we're at a deep cow corner and a good 15 yards behind the boundary. Steps down, fancy footwork. Driven nicely, but on the half volley. Villiers defending her figures with pride. Stopping those bowling figures, getting a dent in it. Nice shot for naught. Short. Cut straight at point. There was a moment where the two batters ended up next to each other, which is never an encouraging sign, but they do get through. Very tidy first over from Villiers at the end of it. 53 without loss after 11.
She's just got such a tidy action. She's compact. It's just a perfect white ball off spinner, really. Nice little flight on it, nice little drift. Looking forward to bowling, well, if we're lucky, 10 overs from Maddie Villiers.
Would probably expect that's what we'll get.
Now, hearts and minds with Amusuran Kumar here. I think that first over was a bit wobbly. But now she has the bonus of being able to bowl outside the power play.
Short wide one, might just feel like she's missed out on that one a little bit there, Chatley.
Carr now standing up, directing the traffic. I'll tell you where those boundary riders are, the 4 of them. Deep third, long leg, deep forward square, deep point.
Oh, that's a beautiful shot through extra cover. Chatley at her very best, driving on the half volley. She knew as well. As soon as it came off the bat, was barely interested in running, just punching gloves with Stonehouse and getting back to it, ready to face again.
Both of these batters now looking very fluent, especially through the offside. It's even just waiting on the ball. It's this pitch is really true, and there's no great pace in it, but there's enough bounce to make sure that the ball comes onto the bat well enough for the hit. If it was slow and spongy, the batters might struggle more for timing. But as it is, it's just a perfect batting pitch, and this platform that I was banging on about 8 overs ago, well, they've built it.
They'll get one more there. We spoke about there being no real short boundaries at all. Well, they're not really pushing the running at the moment, but it may well be that dilemma for, do you want to field it all the way out on the rope, but then risking with it the possibility of twos? It is interesting on that note to see some boundary riders are not on the rope. I won't get one that time. Good aggressive fielding in there from Jodie Grucock. We'll see later on with bat in hand. Again, a bit of rotation from Chatley. And that is the end of another over. 60 without loss from 12. Run rate bang on 5 and over.
Yeah, they've got a nice little rhythm going on now, these two. They are pouncing on the boundary balls when they're there, and they are there from Suran Kumar at the moment. She's presenting scoring opportunities, but they're also playing their little touch shots well. Gliding the ball off the face, tipping it round the corner, little nudges and scampering the singles. They've looked effective from the get-go as an opening partnership. Ooh.
Oh, not quite fielded down there. It was hit hard. And they will eventually come back for the 2, despite Newkirk giving chase.
Not a bad bounce. It just seemed to jump at her ever so slightly, and it's caught her, Kelly Castle, on the hand. I think it hurt her a bit too. Her right hand, her bowling hand. We'll expect to see Kelly Castle at some point. Actually, probably, I'd expect her to be the next change bowler.
Driven straight back to Villiers. Stonehouse, who of course was skipper at the start of this season. Van Niekerk leading the side today. What's been a challenging campaign for the Sunrisers. Hit hard, hit straight, hit beautifully for 4. Chatley at her very best.
She's just started using her feet now. She began her innings by playing confidently on the back foot from the crease, then she started driving well, and now against Villiers she's using the pitch, using the crease, dancing down. It's making good quick decisions to go forward or back. Stars have got a lot of quality on paper, but these two, Stonehouse and Chatley, on that same piece of paper are no more than players of promise. They are not the big guns, they are certainly filling their boots so far this morning.
And they're getting themselves a well-deserved quick drink at the end of the 13th with the score 66 without loss. Another 6 accumulated off that one. Well, you would imagine, given the flatness of the pitch that we've talked about, 250 would be an absolute minimum batting first, and they'd indeed be hunting a lot more.
Oh, okay, we're going to
Now on comes
going for the double spin.
Grace Scrivens, England under-19 star, incredibly talented all-rounder, and no doubt one of the stars of this Sunrisers team.
She is the other off-spinner alongside Maddie Villiers. 21 wickets in the format, best of 4 for 20 and an average just over 30.
Starts off with a dot.
Bowls with proper loop.
Yeah,
compared with Villiers. Villiers pushes it through. She's a one-day spinner.
Likes to give it a bit more, get it up there, above the eye line. Shorter and just pushed away by Stonehouse for 1. Seems like so far across the board it's been not a bad day to bat first. Northern Diamonds 53 without loss in the 13th against the Thunder, in something of a local derby. The Vipers 61 for 1 in the 14th against the Blaze. Rocks back, that's a good length in between from Scrivens. And the Western Storm versus the Central Sparks in Birmingham, still yet to get underway. That's nice again, has Chatley a little bit unsure, just prodding back. Shorter, sounded good off the bat from Chatley, but it's picked out Dane Van Niekerk at deep point. He zings it into the gloves of Carr in a way that makes it look so easy, so effortlessly impressive. Missed by Stonehouse, they're going to scramble a leg by, chance of the bowler's end! I think she just about made it, although we're very much not in line. It's given as a bye and they survive. But that is, apart from the drop catch of course, pretty much as close as we've come to seeing this opening partnership broken. 69 without loss after 14.
I think that was pretty darn close.
Oh yeah.
Actually, had she gathered, it was the throw that was to blame. Had Scrivens been able to get closer to the wicket, they might have been struggling, but as it was, it's not a chance.
So here's Villiers once more.
She's just she's moving her leg side field around. She's got 3 now deep on the leg side. Mid on, deep mid wicket and deep square.
Played nicely with a straight bat. Yeah, can't afford really much width at all outside the off stump with this field. Gives that one a bit more flight. Not going to take one. There's a bit of a look at each other from Stonehouse and Chapley, as if to say maybe we should have gone there. Can't be short mid-wicket that time, whereas Mia McGregor's fielding in just her 3rd game.
He got to bowl very well as an off-spinner. To this field, you're only 2 fielders saving shots forward of square on the leg side are your mid-wicket and yourself. And as we say that, Villiers is just going to bring in forward square leg.
Oh, so she's got a 6-3 here. Really cannot afford any width at all. Goes on the sweep, doesn't really time it. Squirms away.
A 3-6 even.
Yeah, well,
3
6-3 leg side, of course. Yeah. Having said that, that's a no ball.
Free hit.
Free hit time. Shorter, bit of a dart and slapped away through the offside for 4. Just too much width. Chatley there to pounce. Picks up the boundary. Nicely played. This opening partnership keeps building quite ominously for the Sunrisers. More circumspectly played, that one. And de Villiers is 3rd.
Now, one of the problems about being Dani van Niekerk and playing your cricket all around the world, changing formats, changing competitions, changing regulations, yes, it is very difficult to keep on top of what you are and aren't allowed to do. If you're not familiar with the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy, you would have had a bit of a surprise after 10 overs when you heard that the power play was finished. Normally be 15, wouldn't it, in a 50-over game? And then 4 fielders are allowed out. Again, you'd expect in conventional list day, one-day cricket for it to be 5 out.
Scriven starts a new over, straight at point.
But you can't in the Heyhoe Flint Trophy. You can't have more than 5 fielders on the leg side. So the umpires will have known the moment that 6th fielder came across that they were going to have to call a no ball.
So that's gone through Chatley, who again is in a bit of danger at the bowler's end. It's hit her. She hasn't changed her line of running, so isn't in any particular risk of being in trouble for being hit as such. This could be possible had she done so. Is just rubbing her stomach a little bit. I think that's where the ball caught her, giving this a leg by. Stonehouse gets one out to Van Niekerk.
Stonehouse on 34 now. This is her highest score in any format in professional women's cricket. It was 32 in the 50-over format.
Chatley works that for 1. Yeah, neither of these two have hit a 50 in this competition this season either. So that will be one of the next sort of mini milestones, as well as the 100 partnership. And nicely Played by Stonehouse with the spin through mid-on.
Well, Alexa Stonehouse has never made more than 22 in a T20 game. Even when she was playing for England under 19s, and those are not considered full-scale senior professional games. Even then, 25 was her top, so she's in uncharted territory as a professional cricketer.
Over predominantly of singles from Scrivens. 12 is running on with a change of gloves for Chatley. And Niko's just having a quick chat with the umpire about that 6 on the leg side situation. I presume that might well be the chat.
Could well be, yeah. It's a slightly awkward conversation to have when the captain. I mean, it's a bit of a lapse, isn't it? I mean, someone should be saying these are the match conditions. It's not a great look, but as I say, they do switch a lot from format to format, regulation to regulation. Why there can't be a uniform set of List A regulations for men and women, T20 regulations for men and women, I can't really say. I'm sure the players would appreciate it.
It's Villiers really tossing that one up. Chatley just content to have a look at it outside the off stump. Just poked away. Oh, that's a very clever little sweep through deep fine. Good manipulation of the field. It's a big chase coming around for deep square leg. That will be 2 more. 81 without loss. They continue to build nicely. In case you're wondering what that sound was in the background, apple and elderflower with sparkling spring water. Oh, hit hard back at Villiers. I wonder if that was a chance or it was on the half volley. Not quite in line.
I think that might have been. I think that might have been a very difficult one.
Just pushed back. This is going to be more runs. It might well be 4 of them. It will be 4 of them. And this partnership is getting very dangerous indeed for the Sunrisers. Still can't find a breakthrough. At the end of the 17th, run rate remains steady as it's been for a while. It's bang on 5 and over. They are 85 without loss.
Yeah, a solid start is evolving into a powerful one. Yeah, it was a chance to her left. A difficult one, struck hard, but certainly I call that a Maddie Villiers catch. She takes them.
Start the next one from Scrivens, and this will be more runs. 1 of them. That's what I alluded to earlier with the boundary sizes. If you're a boundary rider on the rope, you've really got to attack it hard to stop the prospect of a 2. That was what was needed there to prevent the second, and was nicely done out there. Just in front of us, Jodie Grewcox going through a few stretches. Pulled away out to deep mid-wicket for 1 more for Chatley, who got out against the Thunder for her top score in this competition this season. Was caught by Kate Cross at mid-on, trying to go over the top against Alex Hartley. Had she got all of it, it would have gone for a boundary and brought up her 50. Instead, she went for 48. Nice looking shot from Stonehouse. Chatley now here is into the 40s once more. Stonehouse, as you referred to, Kit, on a high score in women's professional cricket, and she's going to get more here. Good stop coming around, a pretty comfortable trotted 2. Stonehouse has 38, Chatley has 42. Just worked away for another single. That's the end of another over from Scrivens. He's been pretty tidy so far, has only conceded 11 from her 3 bowled. With 18 gone, it's bang on that 5 and over mark, 90 without loss. Got lots of power to come in this middle order, the South East Stars. Remember vividly that partnership from Paige Schofield and Alice Davidson-Richards at Old Trafford in the game against the Thunder, where those two had the ball flying round all parts of Manchester.
A change of bowling.
Bryony
at
Smith
the
as
Beckenham
well
end,
is
wearing number
more
9,
than capable of
Jodie Grucock.
injecting some attacking intent. Now I mentioned that Grucock was warming up, and indeed Grucock is coming on.
Well, the Sunrisers seem convinced of the efficacy of spin.
She only bowled 10 overs in this competition this season. 4 for 45 from those 10.
8 overs, 8 wickets in total in one-day cricket. Those were her best figures, averaging 12. In as much as average, when you're playing your 12th game, means a lot, because obviously she's finding herself. Oh gosh, dragged down to start with. She's got away with that one, or has she?
Oh, it's going to be 2 eventually. It's cut off by the boundary rider coming around. Yeah, she got that 4 for 45 in the win against the Vipers. Had an absolute day out. Got 76 with the bat as well at Chelmsford in a very impressive victory. Continues that curious run of the Sunrisers against the Vipers. Beat them in the T20 earlier on this season as well. Sunrisers analyst was sort of joking to me along the lines of not quite can we play you every week, but something along those lines. Oh, is that a little run out off the bowler? I think she's just about made her ground.
Well, it's not either made her ground or no contact.
By the fielder's reactions, which can be a dangerous thing, it looked to me like Grucock might have got a nick on it, but
Well, she didn't react though, did she?
yeah, true. That's better from Grucock, just settling into her lines and lengths.
Yeah, I think the clue is that Grucock didn't appeal for that.
Well, after that first ball that was at half tracker, has come back very nicely here, starting to settle into a groove. Just prodded back, and end of a classic first spin is over in terms of getting through it nice and quickly. It's gone in a flash. 92 without loss after 19, just 2 off it.
And a typical leg spinner's first over as well, in that it was a mixed bag.
Yes. And one can be certainly forgiven for that.
Oh yeah. No point in being a leg spinner if you're not going to mix it up a bit. Leg spinner is a box of chocolates, you know. It's got to have variety in it. It wouldn't be much fun if every single one in the box was of fudge or something.
Scrivens again. Just be looking to start to build a little bit of pressure off the back of that over from Grucock that went for just 2. Again, good from Grace Scrivens. Rocks back Chatley and just nurdles this out through deep backward square. Good quick release out there from the fielder to ensure no prospect of two. Short length picked up really quickly by Stonehouse. And again, more work needed. They sort of run 1.5. Stonehouse was very enthusiastic about 2. Chatley was more uncertain, and there probably was 2 there in truth.
I think Chatley a little guilty of ball watching on that occasion. Oh, she pushed that one through Scrivens.
Ended up sort of jamming it into her foot a bit.
Scrivens did not appreciate being dispatched over the leg side, and she just pushed that last one through a good deal more.
Nice flight there.
Mm.
Chatley a little circumspect.
20 overs gone, and the Stars are 94 without loss. The Scrivens, after being a bit flighty in her first couple of overs, are just hustling and bustling through her action there.
And only 4 runs from the last couple of overs.
A reconsolidation. Now, Grucock, a second over. Nice to see some leg spin early in the game. Oh, it was half a chance perhaps round the corner, but it's 4 runs. I don't know if that's just burst through the fingers of Suren Kumar. But Stonehouse is on a flyer now. That's her 7th boundary, 46 to her, as in the first over that she bowled. Grucock has begun with a drag down. Better ball, flighted. There's lots of verbal encouragement out there among the Sunrisers fielders. The body language here and there is not quite flat, but a little listless. A good rotation of the strike there. She yorked herself there, Chatley. She's coming down the pitch. Really impressive the way she tries to use her feet.
Yeah, she's played some gorgeous drives today.
One of our microphones is causing you a bit of a windswept feel. I'm sorry about that. There is the 100 partnership. 2 drops, or 2 genuine chances. Villiers, the culprit on both occasions, dropped Stonehouse when she had 20, dropped Chatley when she had 37. The first at cover point and the second off her own bowling. These, I referred to them as accumulators at the start of the innings, Chatley and Stonehouse. Well, 100 without loss of 21 is more than accumulation. They've looked fluent from the start, but increasingly confident. Wind's picking up here. So, drift from Scrivens. That's well judged. Another dance down the pitch, and 4, in fact, all the way. It looked for a moment as though Long On was going to jog round and pick it up. So the battle of who gets to 50 first. Has just seen Chatley edge ahead.
48 at Old Trafford, her highest score in this competition this season.
Full toss over the top. Just the one, if fielded well. So she's one short. So Stonehouse as well is a hit away. I mean, she really has looked organised and tidy in everything that she's done so far, Alexi Stonehouse. Even in her defence, it's positive. Goes for the sweep. They're going to race back for a couple that take her to 49, so they're both on 49 now.
Of course, as we were discussing earlier, for Stonehouse, this would be a particularly big, notable career moment.
Absolutely. She is on the verge. And what a great move by Grace Scrivens. She's brainy here. She's she's taking a little bit of time out of the game. He doesn't like the way the ball looks. And actually she has... no, she's not messing. She has actually...
Oh, the umpire's going to the box of balls.
Managed to provoke a swap of balls. Now this won't be doing Lexi Stonehouse any good at all.
Never mind Kira Chatley. Chatley's on 49
well,
as well.
Chatley has at least, she's been there before, she's been around, you know, she's been on the block a while. At Stonehouse, Alexa Stonehouse's heart will be thumping in this situation.
It's worth mentioning though, in Kira Chatley's last 10 innings across both white ball formats, she hasn't made a score of more than 30.
Yeah, she's struggled.
Made 28 for the Stars against the Sunrisers at Radlett back in May. But two of those innings she was not out, but it's safe to say has not been in a huge amount of form.
She's had some great starts. Great starts, you know, she's done hard work. She's got into the teens, but hasn't clicked, been unlucky, given it away, whatever you want to call it.
Stonehouse, meanwhile, her last 4 scores before today were ducks against the Vipers and Thunder in T20s, and 9 against the Diamonds and 29 against the Sparks.
Right, umpire Simon Widdup has given a different ball to Scrivens. But there it is. She turns the single into a couple, and Lexi Stonehouse, for the first time,
Alexa Stonehouse is 50 from 65 deliveries, including 7 fours.
Under a women's professional contract, has reached a half century at the age of 19. Such a lovely moment, and this has by no means been a streaky innings or an innings of luck. She's played exceptionally well. Big appeal. Bit too much turn on it. I fancy that was going over the top and possibly past leg as well. So Stonehouse was the first one there. 65 balls, you may have heard from the ground announcer. It's a strike rate of 78. 7 fours. And she just now needs to reset. She'll feel this tremendous release of tension. But there's still 28 overs to go. And she's looked good for her runs. And there may be some more. Chatley also on 49. I'm going to get a wide there. But probably worth it for the half stumping chance. You want your leg spinner to bowl a little outside leg at times and try and turn it back, so you won't begrudge a leg spinner the odd wide. Ooh. Chatley is... well, she's had to wait even longer. She was on 49 before Stonehouse was, and has had to watch Stonehouse complete her 50, and she'll be anxious to get hers too. She's only ever made 150 before. Still not quite yet.
Yeah, and remember what I mentioned as well at Old Trafford when facing Alex Hartley on 48. Tried to go over the top against the spinner. Got caught by Kate Cross at mid-on.
That'll be it though. That's it. Her second professional half-century, Kira Chatley. Against the same team that gave her first.
Kira Chatley's 50 off 71 balls, including 6 fours.
I hope you heard, 71 balls, 6 fours, just a little slower than Stonehouse is, but she's not been a slouch at all. She made 61 off the Sunrisers last time, and unfortunately we're not going to see much more from Stonehouse. As soon as Chatley got her half-century with a single, the very next ball Alexa Stonehouse has holed out to mid-on, and well, she wasn't able to keep herself down after she got to her half-century. That's a pity.
Stonehouse was caught by Danae van Niekerk off the bowling of Jodie
What an
Groocock
innings though,
for
a fantastic innings
51.
and a day that Alexa Stonehouse won't forget anytime soon. A maiden 50.
And she's all smiles when she comes off. She's not shaking her head, she's not looking too downcast to be out for 51. In fact, she almost looks a little self-conscious, not trying to meet anyone's eye.
Stars, wearing number 4.
She's batted well and she's making her way back up the pavilion steps now. Danny Gregory is the first to shake her by the hand. Tasmin Britt's the same. We get a big hug from Tasmin Britt, and she's absolutely thrilled. It's all smiles, all's well with the world. So we won't mind. If she doesn't mind too much that she's gone for 51, we won't mind too much either. But the first wicket has fallen. The Stars 111 for 1.
Yeah, Van Niekerk, a very safe pair of hands. 51 off 67 with 7 fours for Stonehouse. And not quite exactly, but what that opening pair in effect have almost sort of done is turn this into a bit of a T20. That kind of thing. I'm very aware that the mathematics on that doesn't quite work, but there is a real license for this middle order to push on now.
Now, Bryony Smith, the captain at 3. Very experienced player. International appearances for England. It's her 64th one-day match. 1,721 runs, a best of 119, an average of 31. An experienced player and a very successful one too. If you're averaging 31 in List A 50 over cricket, you can certainly play.
Yes, part of the England squad for the Commonwealth Games last year.
And that concludes the 23rd over and the over in which the Sunrisers finally managed to get that first wicket chalked off. They've had a couple of half chances. One that Scrivens might have held at slip if she'd been reacting a bit quicker. Half chance perhaps to Surinkuma around the corner, but 2 definite drops. Both the openers put down by Maddie Villiers, but they have now got rid of Stonehouse. 23 overs, 111 for 1.
I mentioned about pushing on, so Bryony Smith has the highest strike rate of any South East Stars batter in this competition this season, of anyone who's faced at least 10 balls, which is not much of a qualification.
Oh, that's a shot of aggression by Chatley. Now, she's
striking at 109.
This is, her situation is a bit different from Alexis Stonehouse's because okay, only her second half-century, but she's been in this area before, she's been around. This really is a chance for her to go on. I can completely understand why Stonehouse might hole out and walk off happily, and you know, good luck to her. I think that's okay, I understand it. But Chatley, no, I think she needs to knuckle down, crack on, get herself up there. Don't you think?
Yeah, I think I broadly agree with that. Relieved to have got over that milestone though for a start.
And no trouble at all. The skipper is off the mark.
But your point about maybe marginally different expectations is certainly not unfair.
Well, it's a stage in your career,
Yes.
isn't it? Chatley has. Now that's very, very high. I think that's going to go all the way. Over the line. Yes, it is. There's the first 6 of the afternoon here at Beckenham. You wanted them to crack on, and Chatley seems to be of like mind, Michael.
I wonder whether maybe the captains had, well, not really a gentle word because she'd been
No, I
batting
don't think so.
magnificently, but sort of come out and said, "Yeah, let's you know,
Push on, as you'll have said.
something like that." Yeah.
But look really fluent on the drive. And once burst through the hands. That's the second time that's happened to Dani van Niekerk at mid-off. Conceding a single. It's been 1 or 2 fumbles. Hasn't been the greatest fielding performance so far from Sunrisers. Looked a little bit rusty, a bit hesitant. Well, yeah, Chatley is now at this point in her career where it's about making big scores and then pushing on. She's better than her many cameos have suggested. That's what the coaching line will be.
Smith already has a half century in this competition this season. I'm mentioned with her very impressive strike rate. She won't hang around. Hit 51 against the Thunder at Blackpool back early in June, and then 3 days later 47 against the Sparks as well. Those have been the 2 big innings with which almost all of her runs across Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy have come in.
Now that could be a hole out. Half chance? No, not even half. Easy as you like. Van Niekerk again in her wide brim hat, races in. Is sparing anyone else having to do it, though for a moment Grace Scrivens thought it was her. And well, that's a little bit unfortunate. She's had to sit warming the bench, getting a bit of pad rash for ages, Bryony Smith, but she tried to go too big too soon.
I remember that, of course, she got a duck at Guildford against the Sparks back 4 days ago, and having got that duck 4 days ago, now today Bryony Smith has to go for just 2 of 5. Simple enough catch for Van Niekerk off Grewcock. We're very low and sort of at a deep mid-wicket, which is why when the ball first went up we weren't entirely sure of whether it was catchable with the trajectory, but in fact it was pretty simple stuff for Van Niekerk. And here comes Tasmin Brits.
Oh, Bryony. A disappointment.
Yes, 1 run in 2 games. Not ideal.
But Tasmin Brits, well, here's a treat. Coming into the sides, replacing Jemima Spence. What a replacement. This is her 98th one-day game. 3,568 runs. Goodness knows how many centuries. I think it's 10. 134 her best, averaging 46 by a distance. Standout batter in the Stars side. I might even almost say at her best. I think she might be slightly better than Van Niekerk, but that's probably controversial to say. Certainly trade punches, wouldn't they?
Yeah, she has 17 in her only innings in this competition this season, which was here at Beckenham against the Diamonds off 25 balls back earlier on this month, 9 days ago. As the umpires pick out a box of balls, worth reminding you of the changed format for Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy this season. Expanded to a double round robin, everybody plays everybody twice. And the Charlotte Edwards Cup was expanded to everyone facing each other once. I know there was a feeling that last season, with some teams not actually playing each other that it wasn't necessarily maybe as fair as it could be.
There's a long and animated discussion. This isn't a box of balls. Van Niekerk and umpire Simon Widdop are having a very long discussion about something. He seemed to have quite a lot to say. I'm not sure what that would have been about. Umpire Fiona Richards was there as well, adding to the presence of officialdom. Some words have been had.
And the result of them seems to be that Maddie Villiers has come up from long on to mid on.
Well, I'm not sure that was what the umpires were talking about.
True.
So Chatley now definitely needs to reset now, not just for herself but also for the team. And Brits, well, wouldn't it be a treat for us all if we saw some of what she can do. Coming down the pitch immediately, just her second ball, whips it away. Oh, what a stop, what a great stop on the line. That's the best bit of fielding we've seen so far. Flo Miller, deep mid-wicket. She might have tweaked her hand a bit on the dive there, but I thought that was gone for all money over the line. Full length dive. She's fleet of foot. Oh, it's a bit of a long hop. And Chatley able to push it away through the offside easily enough. Brits has shown her intent early, hasn't she, Michael?
Yeah, why shouldn't a player of her class look to do so? Stamp her authority. Counter-attack. She has 7 women's T20 international 50s for South Africa, an average a touch under 30 and a strike rate of bang on a runner ball.
She's underachieved internationally a little in this format. That's a big one, but hang on a minute. Oh, it's burst through her hands. She was in the right position. We're just raving about her fielding, but that's a big
Miller.
miss, I'm afraid, from Flo Miller. Not only burst through her hands, but gone for 6, perhaps. She was a step too far forward. You heard the slap of the ball against skin. That is a big let-off. And Brits, well, she's looked to be aggressive, which might suggest that there would be chances again, but it's one of those that could prove costly later on. Grucock nearly had her third. Brits dropped on 1. And that's the third clear chance that the Sunrisers have missed, not to mention any half chances. 25 overs gone, halfway through the innings. Stars are 129 for 2.
So runner ball from here gets them 279. And 7 and over would get them past 300.
Scrivens proved the easier of the spinners to get away. Well, she's just hurrying Brits there. Brits seems very busy. He wants to get going. She's played 2 big shots already off Grucock. She looks to get after Scrivens as well. Good running. The Sunrisers have gone a bit quiet now. I know they've had chances. 3 of the 4 batters dropped. Chatley still there. It's probably a bit late in the late in life to say this, but I don't like that wide that wide regulation. And that's a good ball for the stumping, zips away down leg side. Of course every batter can hit that, but poor old Scrivens. Another extra goes in the book. Scriven's really mixing it up. She pushed that one through as well, but it was a bit shorter.
Yeah, that loss of those 2 quick wickets just maybe forcing them to slow down a touch.
That one just bouncing short of the deep mid wicket.
Temper the aggression maybe.
So, Keira Chatley motors cheerily on. 26 overs gone now. And it's 133 for 2 for the Stars.
Worth whisking you round the grounds. Western Storm versus Central Sparks still yet to start in the Yorkshire versus Lancashire derby, but it's not Yorkshire versus Lancashire quite, of course, but has that rivalry about it. Northern Diamonds versus the Thunder. The Northern Diamonds have lost 4 quick wickets. They're 88 for 4 in the 24th over. And the Southern Vipers are 106 for 2 at the halfway stage against the Blaze. My Boucher top scoring with 40. Screwcock continues.
Just one bounce to McGregor. Beg pardon, that was Maddie Villiers. I know you can't see, but I think these things you want to know where everybody is. Chatley looking to be positive all the time, and Brids is really going for it. Screwcock has been the main threat. He's got 2 wickets so far, and well, Brits is really going for it here, coming down the pitch. Another missed field. That is McGregor at mid wicket. Allows her the single. Shovelled round the corner and Miller is in action again. And that may only be a single to Keira Chatley, but that brings up her highest score in professional women's cricket. Higher of her 2 half-centuries. Anywhere she goes from here is a PB. Don't say it, don't say it. But wouldn't it be nice? They can rally from here and crack on. I would have thought 300 would be on the cards for the South East Stars.
Oh yeah, when you think of Davidson, Richards and Schofield still in the hutch as well, those 2 really can crack on. They're ideal for such a situation, you would say. Of course, we're in block 2 of 3 blocks of fixtures for what is now, with the double round robin, a comparative marathon of the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy in relation to last season. 14 games for all the teams, so everybody's still very much in the hunt at the halfway stage, albeit some better position than others.
Still mixing it up, isn't she? Young Scrivens now coming round the wicket, trying to make things happen. Brits is the interesting one because she's been so keen to go across the line. Around the wicket could be a treacherous angle. You've really got to push it across the right-hander. Who's lying in wait out there on the boundary on the leg side? Long on, deep mid-wicket, deep square. 3 of them. So just milk it. It's intelligent cricket. The other boundary rider is at deep cover. Very, very high, but that's the vacant area. That should fall safe. Deep mid-wicket runs around to field. Villiers, I think. Straight to deep backward square. There's plenty of runs everywhere. It doesn't have to be all 4s and 6s. Pushing it around very, very tidily here. 28 overs gone. 142 for 2.
Yeah, the Stars will be hoping to repeat the result they got when these two met first time around in this competition at Radlett back on the 5th of May. They won by 91 runs on the Duckworth-Lewis method in a game and a day of cricket damaged by the weather. South East Stars got 151 for 9 off 29. Sunrisers were very disappointing with the bat, all out for 64. Cordelia Griffith was the only player to get into double figures. Danny Gregory picking up 4, Phoebe Franklin took 3. Earlier on for the Sunrisers, one ray of positivity came from Oktaba Maksud taking 4, as well, Grucock's got away with that full toss somewhat. That will only be 1.
Yeah, pity to be missing Oktaba Maksud today, because she's gone off with the Scots to play in the Tri-Series that is currently underway in the Netherlands, Scotland and Thailand of all the teams. Miller. Oh, a great effort diving on the boundary. I'm not sure that that was a chance, but she tried her hardest to make it into one. 4 runs, sprinted in from deep mid-wicket, dived full length.
Well, it was the old catch versus save the boundary, wasn't it? And made the decision to try and take the catch, but we actually had a good view of that one, not far off right in front of us. I think it was nigh on impossible on the angle.
Not a chance, though. She did her best to make it into one.
Yeah.
That's the first reverse hit of any sort that we've seen today, attempted. Well, it's a great option. There's a fielder at point on the single, but no one else behind square. Chipped up in the air and caught. And that is Van Niekerk again. Well, the half volley, Chatty could have hit that just about anywhere, but not for the first time. They've just picked out the fielder on the drive. And this is just a little bit of a comeback now for the Sunrisers. Grucock now has all 3 of the wickets. She's got rid of Kira Chatby for 71, her highest professional score in any format.
Kira Chatley was caught by Danae Van Niekerk off the bowling of Jodie Grucock.
Well, remember as well,
Career best, 71.
She was out to her 87th ball. She hit 7 4s and a 6.
fantastic innings from Chatley. That Grucock only had 8 wickets in this format before today, and 4 of those came against the Vipers last week.
Stars, wearing number 24, Alice Davidson.
This could be an absolute treat if she gets in.
So much batting to come. Davidson Richards, this is her 95th game. Also an England player, a Test player. Made 100 on debut.
As the wind whips up, as you can hear.
1,494 runs in this format. Top score of 92, average of 24. And there's much else to come, as you say. Schofield still to come. She scored 100. There's Maddie Blinkhorn-Jones, who may not be familiar to the casual follower of women's cricket. She scored 77 in her last knock. She's certainly got something about her. So they will keep coming, and I suppose, therefore, they will keep going at the bowling, don't you think?
Yeah, I'd imagine so. Davidson Richards naturally quite aggressive and a treat to watch. I saw him make 73 in that big stand with Schofield at Old Trafford. Women's Test Centurion against South Africa, as you mentioned.
That was the end of the over. So we're back to Scrivens against Brits, but now Alice Davison Richards take her guard.
Has 8 T20 appearances for England as well, 4 in the ODI format.
Sorry about all that fluffing on the microphone there. Nice leg side ball off the mark as easy as you like.
One interesting thing with Davidson Richards is how hard she's worked on her batting. Was previously sort of perceived as a seamer who kind of offered a bit of ballast to the batting in very much the lower middle order, has now turned herself into a genuine all-rounder.
Scrivens has hurt her hand here. No more than a bad bruise, I think. Stopping that ball. They are difficult, those. You've got one option really, which is to take it cleanly, and if you don't do that, you're going to get hurt. But easier said than done. She's struggling a bit. It's her left hand at least, so as an off spinner, that's the better of the options. Oh, that was. If that had carried a tiny bit further, I think Van Niekerk, who's now at mid-wicket, would have been in action again there. As it is, it's just got past her and gone out to deep mid-wicket. Brits has been looking so aggressive, you think, well, she could offer a chance at any minute. She's already offered one to Miller at deep mid-wicket. Davidson Richards, on the other hand, seems just content to push the singles while they're on offer.
Well, we're definitely getting to that point now around that 30 over mark of, mentioned it before, the sort of turn it into a T20 game situation.
All those boundary riders, though. Oh, there's been a bit of a fumble out there. I think that might be Zach Gregory again. He has had butterfingers today, has allowed the batters to come back for a second. So Scrivens, I expect she'll bowl through now. She's got one over her for her allocation left. 154 for 3 as we come to the 30 over stage, which prompts you to think that 300 is what the Stars are aiming for.
Yeah, so just over 7 and over to get there. Yeah, apparently there's about 360 or so of you watching now, wherever you are across the world. Thank you very much for your company. Do give us a tweet on @CricketKit for the man to my right, and @ThisIsMcCann for yours truly. This is McCann, MCCANN. Let us know where you're watching from, what you're up to. Flighted up low full toss, just work down to long on. Met on the half volley, and again a repeat result for Grucock, who's certainly not afraid to give it some flight. Blocked back that one from Davidson Richards. Turn around the corner, straight at short fine.
There's a gorgeous look to the scorecard if you're a person of a certain hue.
Right.
Who likes neatness and order.
Right. Oh, okay, I see where you're going now. Well stopped.
The top 3 all caught Van Niekerk bowled Grucock.
Yes. Tends to be a combination you'd most often get with maybe a wicketkeeper or a first slip in the fielding role there. Again, they won't get one there. Nice over this from Grucock.
Point where you start to think, wow, how many of these could we get? 5 in a row. Oh, that's too much. They're never rewarded with that kind of gorgeousness.
End of the over. They are just a tad over 5 in terms of current run rate. 31. They keep going like that, they'll get around 250, but we know, of course, they won't keep going like that unless they were to really lose a clatter of wickets. So they'll be looking far more ambitiously than that. Just to remind you, of course, it all ends on Sunday the 24th of September at the County Ground in Northampton. Second versus third is the playoff coming before that. That's skied up, but into plenty of vacant real estate out there, and for 4. Just starting to press that accelerator button that we were alluding to, the South East Stars. And Scriven's getting the treatment.
It's her last over. I'm not massively enamoured of the right arm round approach.
Swept this time, and that's beaten short fine. This could be 4 more. It's a big chase out there, and it's well fielded, just about kept in play at the expense of a couple more. Good fielding from Kate Kopak. Nice looking authoritative shot off the back foot. So another run to the total. More strike rotation.
The trouble with this line of attack, I know why Scrivens is doing it. It's trying to keep the economy down, but it reduces the variety that the batter can expect by half. So it really is just a question of tapping it away on the leg side and milking. It's very much a defensive ploy.
And there's less margin for error. Steps down the track. Can't quite get that past. Good diving save.
Yeah, Van Niekerk's busy in that mid-wicket, but the dot ball concludes Scrivens' spell.
Grace Scrivens, 10 overs, no maidens, none for 56.
None for 56 off 10.
Which is about par, given the run rate.
Yeah.
Like most of her teammates, the wickets haven't been coming. But she is one of a few who haven't seen a chance go begging. No wickets and no missed chances either. I wonder if that might be the point at which Villiers comes back. Anyway, Grucock to continue.
Yeah, this could be 2. It's a long boundary. It's a big chase round for Flo Miller. They will get back for 2 pretty comfortably. It's good running. It's good fielding as well. But there is a lot of, I think the terminology they often use these days, sort of deep pockets in this ground.
Yep.
Turned away for 1 more. Worth reminding you of how it all sits coming into today. The Sunrisers and the Western Storm were the only 2 teams who hadn't reached the halfway point in their campaigns. Everybody else had played 7 games. Oh, that's a nice looking shot off the back foot with a straight bat through extra cover. 4 runs. Save your legs.
That's the class of Brits. He had so much time. The timing's so perfect, even off the back foot there. It wasn't full-blooded by any means, but it didn't need to be. She's seeing it so well, and she just picked the gap with great precision. And you suddenly look at the board and see 29 and think, where have these come from?
Sign of a good player, of course.
Feels like she was on 7 last time I looked.
Goes on the reverse. was on it very early, a bit too early, just re-rehearsing that shot now.
One of your pockets down there, Michael.
Yeah, good point.
Point's gone to backward point, but if you can get it finer on the offside, there's plenty of room down there.
Oh, absolutely wallops that on the half volley. 4 more, second boundary of the over from Brits. Both through that region, both with very different looking shots, which highlights what a fine player she is. End of the over, 175 for 3.
She's made Grewcock look a bit ordinary in that over, which is one thing that the leg spinner hasn't been throughout this innings. She's been the sole danger. Now, will we have Villiers again, do you think, or will we have a little go back to pace, have Kelly Castle, or one of the openers?
Well, they've got plenty to pick from. I mean, they've used 6 bowlers so far. We haven't seen Castle. I wonder whether they're having a conference about exactly that. It looks to me like they might actually
Go back to Suren Kumar.
Who bowled us, you'd have to say, a slightly unconvincing 2 overs for
Returning
16
at the
earlier
City
on
end,
in the
number
piece.
1, Amu Suren Kumar.
She was really nervous, I think, Michael. That's what it was. They
Only her second game, of course.
But she went for runs. She was bowled a bit all over the place at times. But of course, the batters decided that they had to target her because that's what you would do in this situation. She's the newer one. She's the youngest one. She's most likely to succumb to the pressure. But I say, good on you, Captain Van Niekerk, for calling her back. Certainly a pressure situation.
Only 16 years old, of course.
Spotting to 2 set batters and 2 good batters. Van Niekerk's given her 2 boundary fielders on each side. Now wait a minute.
Yeah, Brits is just trooping off
Brits is leaving the pitch with the umpire for a reason that is not immediately clear.
She was looking very good for her 33 off 29.
She's waiting for it now. She hasn't gone all the way off, so I don't think it's an injury. Helmet's come off, gloves have come off.
What?
She's waving, I think, is it for a new lid?
I want a change of gloves or a change of helmet,
Something's
it
been
appears.
brought up, but she doesn't seem to be injured.
Worth reminding you while we wait for that, how it all sits. So coming into today, the South East starts 4th with 15 points from 7 games. They're 4 points above the Sunrisers, who have 11 points from 6. You've got to get in the top 3 after the 14 league games to progress further in the competition. Players just taking this chance to
Are
get
you
a
done?
drink on board.
Are you done with your league table? Because we can tell you what it is that's happened here. Umpires are busy and fussy people about the details. Umpire Simon Widdop, I think, has noticed that Tasmin Brits wasn't wearing a stem guard to protect her neck on the back of her helmet, and it has now been run out by the substitute fielder. Well, the 12th woman, the batting side, and it's been attached. So, okay, fair enough. Them's the regulations, although it begs the question, well, she's been there for, how long's she been there? 29 deliveries, and it's taken them a bit of a while to notice that she's not wearing one. So if it's, you're going to be super picky about it, you'll be forgiven for saying, well, if it's so important, maybe you check that as soon as she comes out. But anyway, she hasn't come to any harm. No bouncers have actually been bowled since the first over.
Of course, it does always look simple from our vantage point.
Umpiring,
playing,
wait a minute. That doesn't
doing it all.
That doesn't fit into your "it always looks simple" thing. If one of the umpires' things is check the batter as wearing a stem guard, then check as soon as they come
I know
out.
what you mean. I know.
Anyway, all is well. I'm sure the Sunrisers will be grateful of the unscheduled drinks break. And Suren Kumar to resume. And well, I hope I'm not being too biased in saying I hope she gets it right this time.
That's in a nice area. It's a little nerve settler for her.
Her first 2 overs went for. Not a disaster.
So we had another dot there.
She gave width before. She's got a nice bit of nice lick to her speed. There's a reason why Carr stands up though, which I think is that Surun Kumar is not very tall of stature, so not very bouncy.
And this is not quite gone in one of those deep pockets, so will only be one. Just coming back to that table, worth reminding you as well, 4 points for a win. Bonus point if the winning team's run rate is 1.25 or greater times that of the opposition as well. It's a nice looking shot with a straight bat. And one from Brits.
Yeah, we won't know. We'll be able to give you at the start of the second innings a sense of how that point will be earned by either side, but it's moot in the first.
If the South East Stars can win today and other results go in their favour, they can jump into that top three. It's a game well played. A lot of work, as you kind of expect with this type of bowling for long off out there. Hit hard on the half volley, down the ground, well over the head of long off. 6. Beautiful shot, beautiful timing, and beautiful to watch from Tasmin Brits.
She's been hit on length there, Surun Kumar. She was floating them up outside off stump and just being picked off for singles, which was probably all right, but she missed her length on that occasion. Too full, and Brits is the sort to regard a half volley as what may as well be a long hop. She knows how strong she is, and she knows how to clear that fielder. Goodness, she's raced to 40. 34 overs gone. The Stars are 184 for 3. Only 2 overs left of Grucock as well.
If they go 8 and over from here, they're getting 312, which still wouldn't be the biggest competition score they've put up in this competition this season. They got more than that against the Thunder at Old Trafford in a very convincing win. Turned away for 1 out to Miller in front of us.
She's the sort you want out on the mid-wicket boundary as a bowler. Is Flo Miller. Fast, strong, built like a athletic machine. Lovely good arm. Wasted in the ring, I should think.
Grucock hunting more wickets. My goodness, they could do with it just to stem the momentum that's steadily building for the Stars. Steps down, meets it on the full toss. Didn't quite get it fully cleanly because it didn't go for 6, but hit it nice and straight, so it still went for 4. There was just a moment where there was a sense that coming round long on might be interested, but instead it's another boundary.
It's all about placement, isn't it? And credit too to Davison Richards, 10 off 16. She's playing her part very well, which is get the strike to Brits.
Yeah, why do anything else when Brits is going like this?
And of course, if Brits then gets out, Davison Richards is, well, she's in. She is seeing. And the role, that mantle can pass to her.
Just has to rock back, was shaping to come down there, Brits. That was clever from Grucock.
Yeah.
Sort of darted it into the pitch, and Brits in turn reacted well. That dance of game of bluff between spinner and batter. Does come down this time, whips it away straight to Miller, who drops it in the deep. Oh, that could be a really costly drop for the Sunrisers. It's a second drop of the innings for Miller as well, and it gives a life to Brits. Of all the players you don't want to be doing that to, it is the South African end of the 35th.
Same combination. Miller dropped a very similar catch off Brits. Bowling of Grucock again. Brits had one then, and she's done exactly the same thing on 44. Neither of them difficult. And that is a bit of a forlorn moment. It's the fourth obvious catching chance that Sunrisers have put down.
Surin Kumar to continue. Davidson Richards here, one would imagine once more will just be thinking about giving Brits the strike while she's in this free-flowing scoring mood. Goodness me, she's absolutely raced onto 46 off 35. Tries to get clever, Davidson Richards, and is bowled. He's trying to sweep it, knowing that there was only short, fine leg, a sort of paddle, thinking that if she could get it past that fielder, it was 4. And instead she has to perish for 10 off 17, having very much played second violin in the partnership alongside Brits for this 4th wicket. Is out now. 191 for 4. And with Surin Kumar, the 16-year-old, has her first wicket of the game.
Utterly bizarre position that she got herself into. I suppose tapping singles in conventional ways can become boring after a while. And she ended up playing that with her entire body outside the line of off stump. And all Surin Kumar did was bowl a tidy little off-cutter on middle and off. And it went behind Davidson Richards' legs. So, an ignominious end for the batter. But Surin Kumar has come back for a second spell. Van Niekerk entrusted her, and she's got a wicket, showing that trust was not misplaced. So 191 for 4. Sunrisers chipping away here, but here comes the hitter that you were looking forward to seeing, Michael, Paige Schofield.
Yeah, certainly. If her and Brits get going, this could be fun to watch.
Yeah, this is, I mean, and this is the partnership that Sunrisers really do need to break, and soon.
So she has the second highest strike rate of anyone in the South East Stars in this competition this season, going at 104 per 100 balls. And what's more, it's not like she's not in the runs either in terms of averaging plenty too. 297 balls faced, 310 runs scored. She's been out just 4 times. She's averaging a very healthy 77.5. Only Sophia Dunkley, who's of course on Ashes duty, can better that for the Stars this season. She'll have to wait to get off the mark though.
So 73rd game in this format, 1,143 runs with a best of 134 and an average of 24.84.
That's 2 tons in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy this season.
Hitting the ball as well as that.
Yeah, exactly.
Straight to the fielder at extra.
Fielded by Cordelia Griffith. She's the second highest run scorer in the entire competition behind Lauren Winfield Hill of the Diamonds. She will now get off the mark. Just turning that one away. With her playing so well, you can almost make an argument that she's a touch low in the order at 6. But it does mean that you can unleash her in a situation like this.
Yeah, a finisher.
It's been hard, nice looking shot from Brits. Albeit, I think when you've got 2 tons in a competition for the season, you become a bit more than just that. And you're the second highest run scorer in the entire comp. End of the 36th over, 192 for 4. Got 100 against the Australian women's team for England Day at Leicester as well last month, when England Day were piling up those runs. So from here they've got to be looking at well in excess of 300, you'd think.
Yep, that'll be the plan. And this is a key moment. It's the last over from Grucock. 3 for 47 so far. She bowled really well.
Conceded one there. Understandably, Schofield just thinking to have a look, and also, as we mentioned, David Richards doing for a while until that shot that kind of came out of nowhere, just giving the strike to Brits, who's one blow away from a 50. And that could be it if it gets to the third boundary. Might all just be hauled in. It will. He's too short of the milestone now.
Are you going to start totting up all the Brits' half centuries and going to tell us how many that she scored? That would take a while, wouldn't it?
She's going to get one closer here. That's 7 in women's T20 internationals, never mind domestic levels. And she has, you would have to say, just in the way she's played today, has looked in some ways a class above. She has had some fortune though, must be factored in. Nice second shot from Schofield for naught. Definitely had her share of luck. Ken won't get anything for that.
That's straight short mid-on. There's been quite a good position. McGregor in there. It's just out of your line of sight, just to the right of Brits.
Jodie Grucock, 10 overs, no maidens, 3 for 51.
Oh, very neatly done from Grucock. 3 for 51 off 10. And from a Sunrisers point of view, one slightly shudders to think of where they might have been without picking up those 3 wickets.
Yep.
37 gone. 196 for 4.
Now, unless Maddie Villiers got hurt when she missed the caught and bowled chance off Kira Chatley in the first spell that she bowled, I'll bring her back for a couple now. But Suran Kumar to continue on the northern end of the ground.
Still haven't seen any of Castle as well.
Does that surprise us?
Yes, it does. I'll tell you why. That's short. Cut away straight to extra cover and a little sort of look to the heavens in frustration from Brits. Not quite getting to a milestone. She bowled the 3rd most overs of anyone for the Sunrise in the competition so far this season before today. Short to slow one, hit hard by Brits, out to long off. Lovely controlled shot by Brits. And that brings up her 50 off 41 balls. A lovely knock. Played at good pace and tempo. And the signs are very ominous for the Sunrisers with a player of Tasman Brits' experience in there and going for what might be to come.
Her 27th 50, or 27th time she's passed 50 in one-day cricket at the professional level.
Tons?
10 of her 27 50s have been converted to centuries. How about that? You wouldn't bet against it being 11 in about an hour from now.
Schofield just dropping a bat on that one. Yeah, she hasn't got a huge amount of time to convert it, but then a player of her class doesn't necessarily need
The funny
a
thing
huge
is,
amount of time.
her ODI records are very modest.
Yeah, we were
12
discussing
games.
this
It's
earlier on.
strange, isn't it? that
Average
she's
just under 30. Strike
Well,
rate of bang on around a ball in women's
that-
T20.
yeah, but her ODI
Oh,
records,
sorry.
yeah,
Big bell.
in this format.
Yes.
229 runs in 12 innings, best of 48, average of 19, strike rate of 54. I mean, that's indifferent at international level. So the step up in the longer white ball format has proven difficult for Brits, but she's phenomenal at domestic level.
This will be more runs. It's gone into one of those deep pockets. Now, pretty easily get back for 2.
Southeast Stars 200 in the 38th
200
over.
comes up in the 38th over in very good time. And I think we really are at the point now where we're going to see that accelerator pedal firmly pressed. Brits having passed 50. You know what Schofield can do. I mean, what a luxury to bring in a player who's hit 200s in this competition this season, and she trots out at number 6.
It is Villiers. I think that's right, and I'm starting to think that we might have missed something here and that Kelly Castle might be unable to bowl.
Might have picked up a little knock or a niggle.
Returning at the Beckenham end, wearing number 26, Maddie Villiers.
Villiers back from the Beckenham end. 22 off 4 in her first spell.
An opportunity to redeem herself after a couple of misses in the field. Dropped Stonehouse at 20, where she went on to get 51. She dropped Chatley on 37. She went on to get 71.
Correction.
Oh.
Change of bowling at the Beckenham number 81.
Villiers had set her run out.
She was, yeah, she was going to bowl.
She'd put her cap down for a marker. And Donovan Nikirk has actually said,
I'm doing it.
Captain's privilege, I fancy it.
Well, I suppose you can't moan when it's the skipper. Oh!
Not the best start. Flashed away out to extra cover, and she's quite fortunate to have bowled that ball to Brits and had it only go for 1. The odds on that would have been low.
That was the sort of delivery that suggested that Van Niekerk also did not know she was going to be bowling until very recently.
It might be a spur of the moment move. Oh, she's given that some flight.
Hello.
That's whacked away out to Miller, who's taken it. 3rd time lucky for Flo Miller. She's dropped a couple in the deep today, but she's held on to that one. It is the end of the ever so dangerous Paige Schofield, who's already hit a couple of tons in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy this season and is the 2nd highest run scorer in the competition. But today, she has to go off the bowling of Van Niekerk. The experiment works. She departs for just 4, 201 for 5.
Well, a funny old world, isn't it, cricket? Because that's the hardest of the 3 chances that Miller has had. She held it really well, and that's critical.
Incoming batter for Southeast Stars, number 25, Maddie Blinkhorn-Jones.
Now, before we talk about the new batter, that's what I call, if I am in the guise of Maddie Villiers, an MBW. That is my blinking wicket.
Are you sure that's the expression with it?
I was going to bowl. You bowl a long hop to get the star batter off strike with a single. Then you bowl a full toss and it goes down Miller's throat at deep mid wicket. Well, I was perfectly capable of bowling the long hop and the full toss myself. Thank you very much, Captain. So if I were Maddie Villiers, I'd be calling that an MBW. Anyway, it is now. We're excited by Maddie Blinkhorn-Jones because it's only her 4th game. She scored 87 runs, but 77 of them in 1 knock. And it was an innings that suggested she really has got something about her.
Yeah, against the Sparks at Guildford. Facing Van Niekerk now. Again, gives up plenty of flight. It's a low full toss. It's straight back at her. Well, in the nicest possible way. And Dane Van Niekerk is the kind of blunt cricketer who would say this about herself. She's bowled 1 long hop and 2 full tosses here, and she's gone for 1 run and got a wicket. Cricket's a funny game. It's a better ball from Van Niekerk, driven straight back at her.
Maddie Villiers summoning all her powers of self-control and clapping and cheering her captain louder than anyone at mid-off. You'd be itching to get the ball, especially with a new batter on.
Again, good from Van Niekerk. We mentioned that knock from Blincourt-Jones. It was a heck of a knock, chasing 247 to win against the Sparks. She came in with them in a real spot of bother at 150 for 6. So that's the end of a very successful experimental over. Van Niekerk, her first in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy this season, picks up a wicket and goes for just a run. Blincourt-Jones stepping out at 150 for 6 with wickets tumbling. Made 77 off 80 balls. She was out though, the second last player to be out. And in the end they did lose that game by 22 runs, but it was really Blincourt-Jones's excellent batting in combination with the tail that got them so close in the contest. Start of the 40th. Only get one. They thought of a second into that deep pocket, decided against it. They've got plenty of bowling flexibility here between Kopak, McGregor, Suren Kumar and Villiers. They've got to find 11 overs, as well as Van Niekerk as well, 2. Hope that these wickets can just help pull it back.
Well, yeah, one more, and then they are through to the genuine lower order.
Of course, Brits is key to that endeavour. Oh, it's been sent back, and that will surely be a run out. Yes, it is. The throw wasn't quite exactly where the keeper would have wanted it, and it was good sharp glove work in the end to make sure the run out was completed from Carr, and was nervously trying to get the single. Blincourt-Jones was sent back by Brits. It was near enough straight at cover from our position and never really looked like making it back, even with the throw being a touch wayward. Another one bites the dust, 202 for 6, and Blincourt-Jones is run out for a duck.
Well, Brits wasn't looking at Maddie Blincourt-Jones. She was watching the ball, seeing it go to the fielder. Blincourt-Jones presumably called yes, but she certainly set off straight away. And Brits, having watched the ball go to the fielder, turned her back on her partner. There wasn't eye contact at any point, no hand gestures. I'm not sure Brits even said no. I think Blincourt-Jones has just sort of run herself out there, and there wasn't a moment when Brits thought that they might be looking at the single there. And I don't think, I mean, well, there might just have been a single, very, very possibly, but Blincourt-Jones has done herself in there. And that is the crucial breakthrough. Now, the lower order has got some useful bits and bobs. McDonald Gage, you can hit a bit, and Moore is, you know, just about there. But Gregory and Davies, you'd fancy managing to keep on top of them. I suppose it will be McDonald Gay next, is it?
Moore's out.
Moore has come out, okay.
Just has a look at one first and can have a look at it in the comfort of knowing it's also a wide. So ever more pressure really turns on to Brits here to lead the endeavour right to the end now. Straight to backward point. Fielding done by Grucock. Killian Moore out there. Moore, he's barely had a bat in this competition this season, but he's very much needed here. Straight to extra cover. Has 6 runs from 2 innings so far coming into today.
100 career runs, this is her 9th game. Best is 39 and her average 16. So that's quite number 8-ish, isn't it?
Again, can only hit it straight at extra cover. Fielding done once more by Cordelia Griffith. And all of a sudden, at 203 for 6, it does feel like a long time ago that they put on 111 for the first wicket.
Sunrisers have chipped away at the order. They've taken regular wickets. They've got a chance now to wrap this up.
Again, another cut and paste really. Straight extra cover, end of the 40th. A nice tight over, well bowled by Suren Kumar. 203 for 6, and well, we spent a lot of time talking about 300 plus, and given the game situation, understandably so, but circumstances have now changed, and it is up to Brits with 8 and below for company to see what she can muster. I think for a lot of this innings, if you offered the South East Stars, say 260, even 270, maybe even 280, they would be the first to say, no deal. There's a certain box-based game show would say, but...
And the Sunrisers would have taken 203 for 6.
Oh.
So Van Niekerk to continue. That's well done. That's over the top, 6 runs. As it always just hit, yeah, it's hit on the top of the rope. It was very, very close. Mid-wicket was up. Not a great ball, again from Van Niekerk, which is... I wouldn't say she's been successful with this form of bowling so much as lucky so far. Maybe it is the time for Villiers.
Good to have an opportunity to practice my ground fielding, which needs a lot of work.
South African to South African. Brits gets the first round in this over.
Oh.
Very, very short. Oh dear, that's a poor ball. Van Niekerk looking as though she hasn't bowled for some time.
Yeah, she hasn't bowled that much, tended to bowl that much for the Sunrisers.
Well, I mean in general. I mean even off the field. Brits comes down the pitch. That's going to go all the way as well. No hope there for Grucock out on the boundary. The minute that she strode out to meet it on the half volley, you knew she was going to nail it, and nail it she has. He's flexing her muscle now. She'll be galvanised by the unfortunate run out of Blinkhorn Jones. Too short again on the back foot. There is a deep extra cover though. So just the single.
I mean, for those who might be relatively new to women's cricket, worth reminding, you are watching someone with more than 200 international wickets for South Africa in Dane van Niekerk, but
that does seem a long time ago when that happened. Okay, but she's got the new batter on strike now. Quick single, nicely done. Good throw from Suren Kumar.
138 of those in this format, 65 in T20Is and 1 in Test match as well.
Okay, we're on again here. What's Brits got for her this time? He's dragged it down once more, but the deep extra cover is into play again.
It does feel strange to think she's still only just crossed 30. She's of course been around for so long. Made her debut for South Africa 14 years ago now.
I reckon Moore might fancy going across the line here in a minute. There's no one saving the single in front of square, so if she hits against the spin, there's a run or two, even if she doesn't hit it hard. But hitting against the spin is probably just what Van Niekerk wants her to do. Well, she tried to go fine. The fine leg is up. So altogether, not the greatest over from Van Niekerk. I would be inclined to draw a line under it at that point and go to Villiers, or possibly now at this stage go back to one of the seamers. The two opening bowlers, even if Castle is not going to bowl, the two opening bowlers have got overs in the bank. Kopak could bowl 5, McGregor could bowl 6 from here. Could bowl them out at this stage if you really wanted to, but we're going to persevere with Suren Kumar from the northern end of the ground. Brits Has found herself on strike. Should just be one. Villiers out there at deep mid-wicket, making sure it is. And Moore, 1 off 6, is a bit shaky. Her job is to find the gap and return the strike to Brits. Trying to glide it away between short third and backward point. Been a little bit too cute there. I would just suggest he tries to hit it a bit further forward of square on the offside and get the single out to deep cover. Suren Kumar has come back very well after 2 overs for 18.
Definitely has. Quite awkward, quite skiddy.
Yeah,
keep her up, of course, trapping you in your crease.
It's the low trajectory because she's not super tall. There's the driven single, racing it to Van Niekerk. Oh, and there's an overthrow. It's taken the keeper by surprise on the half volley. Moore is able to come back. Bonus run for her. Just 3 off the over so far from Suren Kumar. That's good at this stage. There's the single that I was talking about earlier. So the Sunrisers have managed to bowl 4 balls. More in that over. The field spreads. Brits has got 1 ball left. Will she go for the big hit or just make sure she retains the strike? Big hit is the answer. Lofted, straight, 6. And it was flat too, it was a skimmer. She stepped out to meet that ball on the half volley as though Suren Kumar was a spinner. She doesn't mind not having the strike at the start of the next over. More than happy to cash in with another 6. So 8 overs to go, 41 gone. 229 for 6 now, Stars. Tasmin Brits holds the key. That was her 5th 6 to go with 4 fours.
Returning at the Beckenham end, number 11, Kate Kopak.
There we go. As half expected, Van Niekerk has decided to end her little cameo with the ball, and Kopak is going to come back. She has 5 overs to go. She can bowl 43, 5, 7 and 9, so she won't bowl her full 10, but she can get 9 off. And I think we might be going with 3 fielders in the ring to Moore, rather than the conventional. Sorry, 3 outside the ring rather than the conventional 4. So Van Niekerk's very keen to keep Moore on strike. And that's the way to do it. Good length ball, nice and accurate, nothing to work with. Keep Moore on strike. Two to long, well, 1 out to long on, that's for sure. There's possibly even 2 out to deep mid-wicket. Our friend Flo Miller. Deep cover. Here's the 3rd fielder out. Almost be tempted to bring one of those 3 in, perhaps the straight fielder. That's gone straight to extra cover again. Am I over-egging it, do you think, Michael McCann? Would you just try and keep her on strike by bringing one of these up?
Yeah, I'd be tempted. I mean, she is 4 off 11. There is an argument to say she's already dotting up without you needing to do that, though.
Racing a single to Van Niekerk, who goes for the direct hit, and they will get another second here as an overthrow. Scriven has cleaned up on the boundary, but you know, maybe in the balance of things, that too is not the end of the world for the Sunrisers, because it means that Moore stays on strike. I wouldn't be too unhappy with that outcome.
Yeah, and also because of the way they've got the field, that's very difficult to back up that throw from Van Niekerk.
Going for that drive again. Extra cover manages to swoop and pick it up on the dive, but parries it. So 3 off the first 4 balls of the 43rd. And now the extra fielder, the 4th fielder, goes out to the boundary, and it's going to be long leg, which suggests that Kopak's approach is going to be straight or midland leg to Brits. Or indeed short round the corner. It's bowled very well to her field there. It's only the second bouncer we've seen. The first one was bowled from Kopak to Chatley in the first over of the game. Pretty effective too, kept Brits to the single. With the ball to go, this is a satisfactorily quiet over as far as the Sunrisers are concerned. And they'll be very happy if they can keep it to a single here. Here comes the chance for a run out. It's going to be, oh, it's a direct hit, yes! Brits has gone. Brits can't believe it. Brits, she cannot believe she's gone there. There's a bit of laughter and kidology with Dani Van Niekerk. She's going to talk to her partner before she goes off the field. Wait a minute, the umpire's finger definitely went up.
Oh, well, I just looking at it would wonder if Van Niekerk broke the bails here accidentally.
We'll see on the replay.
And then mentioned it to
no, that's exactly what happened. She mentioned it to the umpire. The umpire saw the back of Van Niekerk and the wicket being broken, gave it out, but Van Niekerk immediately motioned back to the umpire to say, no, I didn't do that cleanly.
And the bit of kidology was
a good for you. And I know we've been told many times over the last week that there is no such thing as the spirit of cricket. That it would be completely legitimate in this circumstance for the batter to be given out and walk off, and should not be called back under any circumstances. A number of Australian cricket fans have told me this. Nevertheless, Van Niekerk has said, do continue. Brits is going to get a single at the start of the over.
Is the lunch at Beckenham today a big pot of soup that you've just started stirring
Not
in
at all,
preparation for serving?
I thought spirit of cricket was a thing, and it's been made very, very clear that it's a load of old nonsense, and if the umpire gives something out, it's out, and you shouldn't fuss about it. So I'm amazed as you are. I'm as amazed as you are that Van Niekerk called the batter back there.
Head chef Kit Harris alongside me here.
Umpire gave it out, it's out. I thought that's how it all goes. Crazy. Professional cricketers, really.
Oh dear! Oh, this has to be a run out.
Well, it has to be a run out. It is a run out. Except the umpire's not put the finger up at this time. She's an unpredictable sort, isn't she? Umpire Fiona Richards. She seems to have made it back there.
Small made it.
Does surprise me.
That's incredible.
Well, in which case, Brits is to blame because Moore pretty much ran 2 there.
Yeah.
She was most of the way down. Oh, we've just seen the replay, and I feel I'm sticking with my initial appraisal of that dismissal. Yes, he's well short on the replay, I'm afraid. So that's a bit of bad luck as far as the Sunrisers are concerned. I would say, looking at the replay there, Kaylia Moore is about half a metre short of her ground. So that is very bad luck for the Sunrisers. They thought it was a run out. We did from here. We're 100 yards away. But umpire Richards said not out, and that is what matters. Oh, Britt's going for the scoop there. Good idea. Both the fielders behind the bat are up in the ring, but no contact.
It's all happening here. These lively closing overs, with Britt's very much still tracking towards potential ton.
Sunrisers doing a good job, though, of keeping it quiet and maximising the number of balls that they're bowling to Moore. Brits has biffed that one away.
Got to push for two here, you'd have thought.
Moore wants two, there'll be another. Well, you never know if it's a run out in this day and age.
Well, I really felt like Moore there was trying to do the right thing, which is come back for two and keep Brits on strike. I mean, it was Brits of the two that was more hesitant, which I found a touch surprising.
There should be one safely enough here. Well, the run management is going, strike management is going very much in favour of the Sunrisers just at the moment.
Yeah. Just
44 overs gone. 240 for 6, and that 300 looking some way off now. It all rests on Brits staying there and getting the strike, and Moore, well, I'm not sure about staying there, but not getting much of the strike.
Yep. Just to whisk you elsewhere, they're not having much luck in Birmingham. They've taken an early lunch between Western Storm and the Central Sparks. They're still yet to bowl the ball. When they do, it will be the Storm batting because the Sparks won the toss, chose to bowl. They're having better luck on the Isle of Wight, where the Southern Vipers are 207 for 5 in the 43rd over against the Blaze. Georgia Adams, so synonymous with cricket in the Vipers part of the world, 70 not out.
It's a fluent stroke, just the single, and that hasn't happened too often since the 40th over. That is the right start to the over as far as the Stars are concerned. Moore getting off strike, and Brits maximise her strike against Kopak.
And it is the...
Now there's no one anywhere on the leg side saving a single, not even behind. All four boundary riders on the leg side, and that is the onside field. Brits bunts one straight. Villiers fields well enough at long on, just the single.
Well, I was saying as well, the Diamonds are not having the best day with the bat. They have just been bowled out for 167 against the Thunder at York. Lauren Winfield Hill top scoring with 33 opening up. 4 for 16 for Naomi Datani. Liberty Heat taking a couple of wickets as well.
Even with the old ball, Kopak getting one to whistle past the bat. Moore has really struggled here. Got herself to double figures. She is finding it a tough task. And almost be inclined, would you, if you were Brit, to say to her, look, just have a slog. Well, maybe she is having a slog and just not making contact.
Well, she's tried to absolutely launch those last two.
Have a slog.
But that is a long, that she's hitting towards there. That's a long leg side boundary with square leg and deep mid wicket out.
I'd say have a dash at it. Hit it up in the air. Let's get Rihanna in. Sunrisers won't mind, that's for sure.
And again, just been trapped at this end.
Dots are better than wickets, aren't they, for Sunrisers? If she snicks one, there'd almost be a little bit of, well, okay, well, someone else might come in here and hit it around a bit, but the impetus in this innings has suddenly slumped. Full toss. Hasn't got it away though. Van Niekerk decides not to go for the big throw this time. Well, she's hurt her left ankle. She's on the floor. Just having no great stress about it at the moment. She's on her way up now, all is well. And the reason why she didn't try for the run out there and risk the overthrows and two is because the single has enabled Moore to keep the strike. 243 for 6 now, the Stars, after 45 overs.
So we've been talking about strike management. So this pair have been together for 34 balls.
Right.
And Moore has faced 23 of those. So Moore has faced more than 2/3 of the deliveries in the partnership between those two. And from those 23 faced, has scored just 12 runs. It's not ideal for the South East Stars. You've got Brits on 77, who's kind of been stuck in the 70s for a little while because she hasn't faced very much.
And well, we start the next over from McGregor with much the same concern as far as the batting goes. See how the keeper is standing up now. Just to try and keep more pinned there. There at last is the single. Field scatters now. Even the fielders in the ring are right back against the fielding circle. Hoping that Brits may force it to them and just take the one. And, one it is. Proving to be a neat close. They're not quite running out of time. There are still chances, but Brits needs the strike. That will be another single. Straight down the ground.
And I guess the concern, if you're, inclined towards the South East Stars, is that Brits loses her rhythm because of not having much of the strike, and then maybe overcompensates and plays a big shot.
She feels she has to. Gone for the scoop.
Oh.
It's come off. Those fielders are still up, remember. Couple of bounces and 4.
South East Stars 250 in the 46th over.
Yep, that's very effectively done. As long as those fielders behind the bat were up, you've just got to get something fairly thick on it, and away it'll go. Brits on to 82. It's still there, isn't it, this 100? Big drive this time. Is it wide enough? Of long on? No, it isn't, just the single. But finally, the strike farming goes the way of the Stars, and Brits will retain the bowling going into the 47th. 46 gone, 251 for 6. Sunrisers are looking like keeping the Stars below 300, which will be a good result for them.
Yeah, I think they'd be pretty distraught if they got 400 from here. It would take
I said 300, didn't I?
Yeah.
Yeah, 300, not
take
400. Yeah.
No.
Where did that come from?
It would take Brits going on something big to get them 300 from here. If they give you the Stars, you're probably wanting at least 280 from here. Maybe just hoping one over with Brits keeping the strike goes round the park.
Walking down. Got a sort of leading edge there. You see, that's exactly what Michael McCann was talking about in the last over, that Brits is now just a little striving for rhythm unsuccessfully because she hasn't had much of the bowling. When she came in, we saw her walking down the pitch and hitting sixes, whereas there she's just got it back to the bowler. Nailed this one though.
Got to push for 2.
Pushing for 2 against Miller. Big throw from Miller. Here's a chance to run out Brits at the keeper's end. The throw's not quite strong enough.
For South East Stars' 7th wicket.
Well, that is the 50 partnership. It's a very curious 50 partnership in that Brits has had well under half the strike, but has scored well over half the runs. It's been a Brits-dominated endeavour.
Oh, that's whacked, and that's 4. It doesn't matter where Miller and Villiers are there. He's bisected them perfectly. Michael McCann's not going to field that. He's going to make Flo Miller do it herself. It's a bit harsh.
It's a bit further from me than the other one. But that first ball actually came back to something I was going to mention, which is at this stage, with the deep pockets and this big ground, particularly Moore has got to be pushing the 2s that will keep Brits on strike, and has got to be willing to sacrifice herself in terms of getting run out for the good of the team in that endeavour.
On we go, looking for the single this time, not getting it.
Of course, worth saying as well, it's welcome to see all the fantastic changes that have come into women's cricket in England this year. More than 100 professional cricketers in England now as of late April onwards.
Another big shot, another 1 bounce 4. She might have struggled for timing earlier on in the over, but she's back on it now. She's got a decent chunk of the strike. Brits is motoring again. It's accelerated into the 90s.
Yeah, and I think she's positively disinterested in a single to lose it again, unless it is the last ball of the over.
Racing it hard, going to make sure she keeps the strike. And that's very well done. 11 off the over. Stars have finally got something right as we come to the end of the innings. 47 gone. Brits nearing her 100.
South East Stars knowing that started today 4 points behind Sparks in 3rd and 4 points behind the Diamonds. So a win today would likely take them into that top 3. Blaze top of the table with perfect 5 wins from 5 in the games that have been completed, a couple of washouts. Bar a disastrous second half of the season, it's difficult to not see them being one of the 3 teams to head on to the next stage of things. And jostling for position behind them. Second play 3rd in playoff. And first gets a passage right to the final. Little conference going here, led by Van Niekerk, about how to close out these overs.
Well, the obvious thing that's going to happen first up is that Moore is going to try and get the single, isn't she? So they're just trying to work out, the Sunrisers, how best to try and stifle things. Brits is clearly, at this stage, the only batter who's going to take it away from them in the closing overs. Well, Brits is unstoppable now. Seems to have runs at will wherever she wants them. Now she is within reach of a century. It won't get the single this time though. Surin Kumar is there at extra cover. 98, certainly behind square on both sides of the wicket. She can get it over the infield. This one is high and handsome, a couple of bounces, but Villiers is there to sweep up just the two. And she has her 100. That's her first century in professional cricket outside South Africa. Her 11th in one-day cricket, her first 9 for Northwest Women, and she scored another last March when she moved to Southwest Districts. And that is her first professional century in a country other than the place of her birth. She'll just get a single here. She went for the big shot to celebrate. She has a 2020 century as well. That was in Potchefstroom. And it just looked almost inevitable, didn't it, Michael McCann? From the moment she came in, she was on a mission and proved unstoppable.
Yeah, steadily went through the gears as well.
And Moore gets one away at last. Not for 4, but she come back for a 2. There's a long run round for Villiers there on the square leg boundary.
Her first 50 coming off 41 balls. Her second 50 took just 25 balls. She was going bang on 2 a ball. 8 4s and 5 6s across the knock, which has really held together what, to be honest, apart from her, was a bit of a middle order collapse from the South East Stars.
Single this time. Yes, this partnership has turned things round after that stutter. Moore is going to keep the strike going into the penultimate over. She can get off strike quickly enough. I suppose there's a very good chance of 280, which is what you said they'd want, about 44, 45 overs. When the slimmest chance still of 300, but only a very slim one, to get 15 off each of the next 2 overs or so. There's a conflab now going on.
They're going back to
umpire Richard's end.
They're going back to Villiers? No, they're not going back to Villiers. There was a moment there where Villiers looked like she was just marking a run out.
Villiers is a contributor tactically, isn't she? She's part of the senior committee. She's been there and played that. But, Kopak is going to bowl the 49th and finished her work with the ball for the day, her 9th over. It's a wide to start with. Not ideal. 13th wide of the innings. Kopak, I'm afraid, has bowled 5 of them now.
What I can tell you already for certain is this is not going to be an easy run chase for a Sunrisers lineup who have found batting hard to come by in both 50 and 20 over cricket this season.
They don't have the same squad strength batting-wise on paper, do they, as the Stars? Drilled. Villiers. A direct hit! And the umpire,
Yes.
despite being in no position at all to make the decision, has managed to spot it well enough to give Moore out. Run out.
Moore was run out by Danae van Niekerk for 17.
Van Niekerk again getting herself in the fielding card. 3 catches, a wicket, and now a direct hit run out. What a player. And she had the whole wicket to aim at, but she had to nail the throw. Moore has gone for a 29 ball 17,
number 29, Rhianna McDonald-Gay.
which, although it wasn't particularly the tempo that the Stars would have wanted and probably killed off their chances of getting 300, it has helped to put together a partnership that's been successful with Tasmin Brits. Now, you've heard the announcement, I'm sure, that Rhianna McDonald-Gay is the number 9. Her 14th one-day game, 163 runs with a best of 54 and an average of 18, so that's pretty decent figures for a one-day number 9. And the instruction from Brits, I would imagine, would be look for the gaps, look for the singles. Now, Brits will be on strike because the wicket fell with a run out at the bowler's end. So one legal delivery so far in the 49th means that there are 11 balls left. You would have thought Brits would just be going for it here. Van Niekerk wants all her fielders on the leg side to come round a little bit more in front of square. She reckons that Brits is going to be more about slap than about tickle, so she doesn't want anyone too fine behind the bat. And well, it's just a nudge. They're going to think about taking 2 to Miller. They've run the first one quickly, but Miller was very quick off the boundary and has restricted it to a single.
Yeah, that's the game within a game that, of course, has that knock-on effect of denying Brits a strike.
Miller has been light and shade today. She's taken 1 great catch, dropped 2 easier ones. Her ground fielding has been strong. So McDonald-Gay, well, it's a bit of a hiding to nothing coming in this situation. If you fancy your batting credentials, hit and run. Oh, she's going to run herself out here. There's a chance to run him out of mid-wicket. It's a terrible gather from the wicket-keeper, and the
keeper knocked the bails over.
Square leg umpire says that is not out because the keeper's made a hash of this. Well, now he's going to have.
I don't
what's
think this
going
is
on? He's
out.
going to go and have a look to see if umpire Richards had a better sight of it at the bowler's end. He's walking as slowly as umpires like to in this situation when they know a decision is expected of them.
I don't see how they can give this out. For me, the keeper's gloves have knocked the bails off well before the ball had got into the same postcode. But we are a long way away.
So umpire Widdup says that the batter's got to go. So let's have another little look at this on our replay. Of course, if you're watching on the video stream, well, I dare say you are, because you can hear us, but you may not be in front of your screen right now. You may be engaged in something else.
Well, she took your hit and run instructions very literally.
Okay, well, that's the first ball from Brits, so we'll get there in a moment. Anyway, the net result of it all is that McDonald-Gay has been given her marching orders.
The new batter for South East Stars, number 5, Freya Davies.
Now we're through to the lower, well, the tail enders now. Oh well, yeah, it's a direct hit. It's a very simple replay, as simple as you like. It's a direct hit. It missed the gloves completely. The wicketkeeper didn't have anything at all to do with it.
Well, there you go. I need a new prescription.
Well, that was my first instinct, was that the ball had simply hit the stumps and the keeper had attempted to get in the way and succeeded in not getting in the way. But that all looks completely legitimate to me. I'm not sure what the fuss was about. Let's have a little look. Yeah, the wicketkeeper attempted to gather the ball, missed the ball completely, and it hit the stumps flush. So the umpire.
All's well that ends well.
All's well that ends well. So here's Freya Davies. First ball, doesn't take on mid-wicket this time. Esme McGregor was the architect of that run out. We've had 2 direct hit run outs in the last 2 overs. It was very nicely done. But Freya Davies decides that it's not that important to her to get Brits back on strike. that she's simply going to throw her wicket away pointlessly.
I beg your pardon for the eyesight error from my angle. That was how it had looked.
And Davies has got this one away, and they're probably going to get two, actually. She's very quick between the wickets, Freya Davies. She's a strong woman, and that's neatly done. So, two more. And I don't think that Sunrisers will be too troubled. The wickets are tumbling now as we get towards the tail, and Brits once more being deprived of the strike. 2 legal balls left in the over. Oh dear, it's a full toss, but it's gone straight up and straight down and is caught round the corner at deep backward square leg. I think that is Scrivens. Are the umpires now going to call it a no ball? It looked all right for me.
Was Scrivens.
It was Scrivens. And they're not going to call it a no ball, so we were in agreement there. And Freya Davies somewhat dejectedly trudges off. She feels a little hard done by, but I think needlessly. And it's all coming to an end rather quickly now for the South East Stars.
Freya Davies was called by
Yeah,
Grace
Brit's
Scrivens
still
for
there,
bowling
but
off Kate Koppak.
quickly running out of partners.
Although she should have the strike now, because that was in fact the last ball of the over.
South East Stars' final batter, number 19, Danny Gregory.
So here comes Danny Gregory, and I only say this from a point of view of takes one to know one, but she really is a bunny. And having looked back on the replay at the dismissal of Davies, let's just say I can understand why she feels that surely that was a no ball, which is what I think she's saying to her teammates back in the pavilion here at Beckenham, because it was very high, and certainly from the angle that we had on the replay, it looked as though it was that was stomach height, somewhere between stomach and chest. But anyway, it doesn't matter now. The umpire said it was okay, and that's that. And Maddie Villiers is going to bowl the last over. Pace off, bit of spin. Have a hit now, why don't you, Tasman Brits?
And changing ends.
Bowling from the northern end. McGregor is not going to finish from that end. And she's going to be stumped first ball, is she? It's a complete Horlicks of it. The stumping was on, and I'm afraid that Carr has missed the chance.
So wide as well.
Stumped off a wide. Or rather, missed stumping off a wide. Poor old Maddie Villiers. There's another chance that's gone begging. And not her fault at all this time. Well, I tell you what, we'll let her off, because it was so wide actually. It took Carr a very long time to get back, and Horlicks is rather a cruel assessment. She did take the bails off cleanly, but the ball was so wide that it took Brits a long time to get back. She's off the strike now. This is all going rather well for the Sunrisers when you look at the score.
It is a very curious looking scorecard as well. Chatley 71, Stonehouse 51, Brits is ton, and then nobody else has got more than 17.
That's another wide, I'm afraid. Danny Gregory trying to do her job correctly, just to push the ball square of the wicket. He's done it that time. Oh, I don't know why Gregory was waiting there. If this is a direct hit, it's out. It is a direct hit, and it's not out. Curiouser and curiouser. Oh, Gregory was waiting. Brits was coming straight away. That's hard for us to see on the replay because that's at the north end, the far end. Brilliantly done. Brilliantly done. It's going to be 4 as well. All she had to do was to get it up and over the infield. Grewcock kept chase with the ball all the way to the line, but it had enough legs on it. Brits is going to finish with a flourish. Goes for the big hit this time. There'll be a single.
Just had one of her teammates say behind us, I think she wanted to go on the reverse and change her mind. Changed her mind.
I don't think anyone's going to fault Danny Gregory for anything she does here. She fancies a reverse. Go for the reverse. Well, they're hesitant about the single again. Well, may as well go for it. And that brings Brits onto strike. Just having another look at the run out earlier on in the over, and that is definitely not out. And that is a very decent conclusion to the innings. Managed to beat the infield, and really it's been the Tasman Brits show for the second half of the innings, in spite of, in all other senses, a really powerful fight back from the Sunrisers, who, given where they were at the 30 over stage, will be pleased that they managed to keep the Stars to under 300.
Stars finished their 50 overs on 290 for 9.
So all the plaudits then
Danny Gregory,
for
2
Brits.
not out. And with the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy's fastest 100 to her name, Tasman Brit, 108 from 71 balls. 112 runs from 72 balls, including 10 fours and 5 sixes.
So it was in fact a 66 ball century. She didn't end with 108 runs. She ended with 112 runs off 72 balls with 5 sixes. Tasman Brits, that record again. She reached her 100 in 66 balls. That's the fastest in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy. We'll just take you on a little summary through the scorecard. Chatley and Stonehouse open up with 111 as the opening stand. Then there was a stutter, which became 202 for 6, as Grucock took those top 3. And then as the wickets fell at one end, Tasman Brits oversaw the late canter. As I say, 112 off 72 for her, and aside the openers, no one else in the innings making more than Moore's rather pedestrian 17. Pick of the bowlers by a country mile. Grucock with 3 for 51. Catches were dropped. 4 of them, or 4 clear chances, were missed, including Brits being dropped twice on 1 and 44. And there was also a run out, a clear run out on the replay that wasn't given. But in all, Sunrisers will be pleased with their second half. They've prevented a score over 300. 290 for 9. The chase then, well, that's nice and clear. Sunrisers now need to know what they need to do here at Beckenham to clinch victory. And this has, for the first session, been Kit Harris and Michael McCann calling you through the game. We'll be back for the Sunrisers chase in a little while, and we'll look forward to your company then. Welcome back to Beckenham on this fair Tuesday afternoon for the run chase in this Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy game between the South East Stars and the Sunrisers. South East Stars have put up a stiff enough target, that's for sure. 290 for 9. Built on Chatley and Stonehouse's opening partnership of 111. They both got half centuries. And then finished off by Tasmin Britz's 66 ball 100, a record for this tournament. And she finished with 112 from 72 balls with 5 sixes. All 3 of those half centurions were dropped at least once. So although Sunrisers managed to fight back pretty well in the second half of the innings to keep the South East Stars under 300, they do have themselves to blame to some extent for the weight of runs that they're now facing in their target of 291. My name's Kit Harris. With me in due course will be Michael McCann. Sunrisers have got their openers out in the middle now. Grace Scrivens and Cordelia Griffith. And, well, no surprise at all that Freya Davies, released to her disappointment from the England squad, is now back to bestow upon the South East Stars the extra pace and energy that she brings. She has the first ball. On the money straight away, and that's no surprise because throughout the lunch interval she's been out in the middle doing her bowling warm-ups with the assistant coach of the Stars, Darren Stevens, a Kent man. Many of the women under his charge in this team are Kentish themselves. It's only half-hearted appeal. I think that's leg side going leggier. The best way that the Sunrisers can go about this, one would have thought, would be to try and build the platform in the same way that the Stars did. Chatley and Stonehouse did not get off to a rapid start. They played themselves in and then built on it. And that's exactly what Scrivens and Griffith can afford to do. They need to weather the pace of Davis, who, for my money, is the fastest bowler in the game on either side. Genuine fast medium. And one of the quickest around, Michael McCann.
Very good afternoon. You alluded to the platform building. They were 48 without loss after 10. So it wasn't exactly like they were sort of really going after it in the power play at the top. It's a curious innings. Platform set by the openers, but only Brits really capitalised on it.
There we go. That's a nice compact defence from Grace Scrivens. At the earlier end of her cricketing career. This is her 27th one-day game already, 740 runs, high score of 74, so an average just under 30. But she's a stripling. England under-19 captain. As they got to the final of the World Cup. Still shy of her 20th birthday. Tidy opening over though from Davies. And in fact, that's a maiden. We only had one of those in the Stars innings. But that's how you would expect Freya Davies to start off. A huge boost to the Sunrisers to have her back.
From the City end, number 29, Rhiannon McDonald-Gay.
Ariana McDonald-Gay also a seamer. She's going to be bowling to the right-hander, Cordelia Griffith. It's her 57th game. 1,586 runs in this format, a higher score of 155 and an average of 31. And one of the 4 leading lights of the Sunrisers orders. The others being Jodie Grucock, who's certainly made a good start. That's looked very promising. Tani van Niekerk, the outstanding batter. And Amara Carr, the keeper, also more than capable. As it is, it's a very, very disciplined start from Davies and McDonald-Gay. Yet to score a run off the bat, Sunrisers.
I don't think it's unfair to say, though, that they've struggled with the bat this season.
It's not unfair, no, I'm afraid. A bowling attack is very, very useful. The Sunrisers don't seem, on the whole, to be able to match the Stars on the paper.
So they lost all 7 of their Charlotte Edwards Cup games. And the batting unit only got past 140 once. They've had an abandonment and 3 losses and 2 wins in this competition. So that's a wide.
There's the first run.
Albeit they'd have got some confidence from that surprise win against the Vipers when they won by 28 runs. Indeed, they've done the double over the Vipers this season. It's the only team they've beaten.
Still no runs off the bat. But that's all fine. We're not worried about that sort of thing in a Flint Trophy game with 50 overs. The important thing is platform and wickets in hand. Runs will come in due course. Of course, Alice Davidson-Richards will have a bowl. Most likely first change, you'd have thought. Paige Schofield, another possibility with the seam. A 4-woman seam attack. Could even be a 5th if Alexa Stonehouse is used. She may be useful, Stonehouse, because of the left arm option. And then lots of spin to come as well. Bryony Smith will surely want to have a bowl. Danny Gregory will. There's the option of Kalia Moore as well. So the bowling, as I say, it's pretty tight and tidy. The batting is top heavy. So she's not tall, isn't McDonald-Gay, but she is whippy. She sends the ball through at a slightly low trajectory, but she's on the mark. And apart from the couple of wides we had in that second over, she's been very tidy. 2 overs gone. And the Sunrisers are 2 without loss. 289 more to win.
Yeah, good stuff from McDonald-Gay, putting the pressure right on. Had a bit of a breakthrough time of things last summer. There's a great story about her talking about being, in her words, gobsmacked when Jonathan Batty picked her in the 11. In the 100, said coming into the competition of not playing a lot of matches, I was really nervous. I remember I was honestly shaking. We played the late game. In her words, the men's slot of the Oval, the opening. It was a massive crowd. You couldn't hear anyone. An amazing experience, and I loved every minute.
Freya Davies is quite an intimidating prospect to have to bowl, to have to face in this situation. You want to lay a platform, but she's up there with the quicker ones. 64 wickets in this format with a best of 6 for 10, an average of 25. there are runs off the bat, just a little bit over pitched, and it's the first boundary of the innings. Nice balance from Scrivens. Didn't try and overhit it. Just timed it really well. First runs off the bat. First runs off Davies. It was her 8th ball. Well, she might send this next one through a yard quicker, I fancy. Scrivens very confident, even in defending. Dropping the ball into the offside, and I loved the way that she raised her bat. She turned no run into I am Spartacus.
You mentioned Freya Davies having that international experience, 33 wickets across women's ODIs and T20Is, 10 of those in the 50 over format. An economy rate of 4.4.
Just working with the pace, but one of the two fielders out on the boundary is at deep third. Was able to restrict the running to a 2. The other boundary rider, well, I want to say boundary rider, it's not quite boundary rider. It's Danny Gregory. To the left-hander, she's at deep backward square, but she's just a little bit in from the line because that those square boundaries are immense. Well timed. There'll be runs here too. This is a tough chase. If they work as a team, they'll reel it in. It is very, very far out there, and that is decent teamwork. Rihanna McDonald-Gay has just had to bowl an over from one end, doing the leg work and flicking the ball back. And then Lexi Stonehouse getting in the throw with her long levers. So the run's just starting to come, for Scrivens at least.
Yeah, Scrivens has been one of the stars of this Sunrisers side in both formats this season.
And the left-hand, right-hand combination that Sunrisers have and the Stars didn't have can only act in their favour, especially with leg side wides being so marginal in the limited overs game. Griffith demonstrative in her defence. Now she has gone 7 balls without scoring. 3 overs gone, and the Sunrisers are 11 without loss.
Picking up on Freya Davies' international experience, of course it was only 10 days ago she was playing at a packed house at Edgbaston, went wicketless from her 3 overs, you can see 28 as England narrowly lost that contest. Australia winning by 4 wickets with just a ball remaining, and then Davies unfortunate to miss out in the 2nd and 3rd that of course England won. All rolls on to Bristol, Southampton and Taunton for the ODI series, all sellouts after Australia lost that T20 series, their first series loss to anyone in 6 years. And regardless of who ends up winning the Ashes, that is no small achievement from England.
So McDonald-Gay to continue. Scrivens just taking her time to get her house in order at the striker's end. Appealing for it. The umpire, in the most spirit-crushing manner, responds with the outstretched arms. McDonald-Gay, 14 wickets. This is her 14th game in the format. Best of 2 for 25, average of 22.
Part of that England under-19 World Cup squad as well, so definitely not a stretch to say that you've got an England star opening the bowling alongside an England star of the future here.
They'll know each other very well. They'll have netted frequently. And by the look of it, McDonald-Gay's attitude will be, I'm going to angle this across you. You don't seem to like that early in your innings, and truth be told, Scrivens has not moved her feet specially facing this angle. something on it there. Just off your picture, it's a backward point fielder who is particularly springy, bouncy and Tiggerish. I can't tell who it is at backward point, but I'll be able to tell you in a minute. It's just the sort of character you want at backward point, who is always on the balls of her feet.
Of course, Scrivens was skipper for England and 19s at that World Cup and player of the tournament.
Yep. Kalia Moore is the backward point fielder. Still not quite where she intends it. Scrivens is going for the straight drive here, but it's just coming off the face of the bat a little bit. Just playing with an open face a touch.
Yeah, we know this new ball will nip about a little bit, and it's still cloudy as well. Really good tight start. This from the South East Stars. At what point does that pressure start to tell and convert into the need to play a shot that actually isn't necessary but feels induced by the situation?
Now, has that come off something? We're going to get a pre-signal from the umpire. It's just the one, and it has come off bat, at under edge. McDonald getting the better of her England under-19 teammate in that over. 13 without loss after 4. And in answer to your question, Michael, I don't think any time soon. It's youth that might count against Scrivens and Griffith, that they may feel, in the absence of many years of experience, that they need to get on with it, but they are up and around where the Stars were when they batted. Plenty of time to go, and if there are no wickets down after 10 over, they can then reassess. Every over in particular that they eat up from Freya Davies will be welcome as far as their teammates back in the pavilion are concerned. Still struggling for the timing on the drive. Scrivens pushing the ball to the fielders in the offside ring at the moment, rather than piercing the gaps in a flowing sort of manner, and that's I would say that's a contrast compared with, say, Lexi Stonehouse at the start of the Stars innings, who was really fluent on the front foot early on. Bit more timing there, but again, Brits, she must be feeling pretty up out there, given what she's just done with the bat. I spoke to her briefly about her century during the innings break, and I said, "This is your first professional century outside South Africa," and she said, "Look, this is my first anything outside South Africa." Apart from international tours and so on, haven't played domestic cricket anywhere else. It's all a first. Remembering, Michael, when she came out and she was going for her shots in the beginning, I said, we felt you thought as soon as you got out there that you were on. And she said, "I always think I'm on." And that's the attitude of of a professional sportswoman, of course, because obviously you have to think that way.
Did look very fluent though, and then went through the gears. So that's come off the stumps. It's not going to be buzzers though. Alert fielding from Schofield.
But her positive mindset, Brits, was, you know, that stood. I said, I said, oh, you dropped early on, and she said, well, yes, but whenever I get dropped, I always tell myself it's because I've hit it very hard, or I've put, a bit of draw or fade on the shot. So whenever I get dropped, I tell myself they dropped it because of the way I hit it. How's that for positive thinking? And these are the little margins, aren't they, between an amateur player, such as the likes of you and me, and the way we go about our cricket. Oh, I'm not feeling so good today. Oh, I'm feeling quite positive today. And a professional cricketer.
I mean, I would suggest it's more chasm, but the point.
Well, no, in terms of the mentality,
yes,
I mean,
yeah.
the ability.
To be clear,
the ability difference is
before this gets misunderstood.
The ability difference is perfectly obvious, but the mentality.
Yeah, she was another nice bit of bowling from Davies. Was dropped over the rope on one by Miller, where she'd just come in a few yards.
Yep. I asked her about that, and she said, I just reckon I hit that really hard.
She did hit it very hard. I mean, to be fair, it's a long boundary, and it's. I mean, even if she takes the catch,
it was at this level, it was an easy catch. But I didn't say that to. I didn't say that to her.
Yeah.
But then the mindset, that's it, isn't it? That's the mindset. It's like, yeah, I always think I'm on, and and there are the runs to show what you get from thinking positive. Tazball. That's what it is. Tazball.
I had a more light-hearted and brief, but very lovely and positive interaction with Tasman Brits.
What was that?
Simply wandered over after your more detailed chat, and said, "Well batted." A little fist bump. She immediately said, "I love your outfit."
And then she said,
alluding to the.
Are you Michael McCann?
She did not say that. Absolutely did not say that.
Oh, she didn't. No, that's true.
And then we'll come back to it after this ball. It'll be one out to.
Rare loose ball
deep back
from McDonald Gay, and it's only cost her the one.
Yep. I had a little rainbow wristband on, and then my rainbow laces and socks, and she made a point saying, "I love your outfit. I even noticed the socks with a big smile. Love it," which was very sweet. Very kind of her to say that out of nowhere. Very important. The game is for all of us to enjoy, regardless of your identity. Everybody's welcome. It was very sweet of Tasman Brits to say that. She batted beautifully.
And now this will go for a couple. Long chase out there for more.
I think the point behind that message from Brits is, of course, a topic rightly being discussed a lot at the moment with that ICEC. If I can get my letters not
yes,
twisted.
Choose some different letters. Have another go.
You know, is it ICEC? The report that's come out, essentially. But
the diversity report, yeah.
I was reading the 25-page executive summary of that the other day, which is well worth a read. If you're not going to read the full thing, which is pretty hefty at 330 odd pages, but discusses a lot of issues that need talking about in the game.
Well, that I can see why that was a confident appeal. Not easy bowling right arm over to the left-hander. I suppose it pitched outside leg. Yes, and I dare say the lived experience. I mean, the sobering part of the report is the lived experiences section. Yeah. And I dare say, for many a girl and many a woman, there is a distinct colour of familiarity in some of those experiences as far as sexism goes, for a start.
Yep.
McDonald Gay is bowling a not multicoloured socks off in this opening spell. Absolutely terrific over there. Just the 3 from it. 7 off her first 3. Sunrisers hanging in there. 6 overs gone. They're 16 without loss. Griffith not getting nearly as much of the strike as Scrivens, but hasn't been able to make much of the strike that she has had.
Yeah, I think the other reason Tamsin Britt's to set the scene was referring to my full outfit was I had a multicoloured bucket hat on and a very flowery multicoloured shirt. So there's a lot of colour coming at you from all angles.
I was wondering what happened to those curtains.
Setting that up for your little pun.
No, I'm sure what you're wearing is very fashionable.
In somebody's mind.
Oh.
Now, I will come back to... I said this a few overs ago, and I will ask the same question. 16 without loss at 6. There is a point where scoreboard pressure is going to start to tick up on these two. Not in the sense they really need to do anything, but a feeling of being cooped in, of going nowhere.
Well, that's a good shout, isn't it? Little bit of bat on it, perhaps. Very full.
Going down.
A natural movement is into the right-hander, Freya Davies. But Griffith is having a real old battle out there at the moment. Oh, and that's just that's no luck at all, isn't it? That's the first shot she's hit absolutely out of the screws. And a brilliant piece of fielding is done by the stumps at the other end.
Oh dear.
Who'd be a batter?
That was a perfect straight drive, as was shown by where the ball ended up.
Umpire Richards has reset the wicket. There'll be a couple of here. It's wicket-keeper's committed. Chatley had other people to do the work for her, but once she'd got outside the fielding circle, she felt she'd better stick to it.
To be fair, the deep third is quite wide, so there wasn't really anyone in the same district, never mind postcode of the ball.
The deep square, you mean? Trying for that drive again.
Really found one of those pockets, which when you've got a 7-2 field, inevitably you're going to have some of them. In fact, it is now a 6-3.
Davies really bent her back for that one. She's strong. Strong in the shoulders, and although she doesn't run up like an express train, her gather is really effective. It's muscular. She has a good explode into her action. That's how she can generate the pace. Runs here, got it through the gap. A forlorn attempt at a diving stop but cover. It's no good unless you are Cordelia Griffith. At last she has broken free of the shackles that have restrained her in the first 7 overs of this innings. She has her first boundary. 7 overs gone, and the Sunrisers are 22 without loss.
We do have some bad news from elsewhere, unfortunately. They have given up in Birmingham. Abandoned without a ball bowled between the Central Sparks and Western Storm. So that result, for now at least, takes Sparks up into second above the Diamonds. Storm, meanwhile, stay second bottom. Pick up a couple of points from the abandonment. The Northern Diamonds are in some Speaking of a potential low-scoring thriller against the Thunder, Diamonds posted 167, but the Thunder are in some strife themselves. They are 59 for 3 after 13 overs.
This McDonald-Gay battle with Scrivens continues. So I am absolutely delighted by the tennis grounds person behind the hedge, who's decided to use a diesel-powered strimmer at this precise moment, which is, I can tell you, it's as much an affront to the nostrils as it is to the microphone.
Just to take you to the one ground left to tick off in the Isle of Wight. New close. It is unfortunately raining, which has somewhat delayed the resumption. The Southern Vipers posted 259 for 7. Georgia Adams finishing 1 hit short of 100, 94 not out.
Scrivens again trying to get that drive away, but she has found it a big challenge with the angle across her. I might turn the effects microphone off for a moment, just to try and spare you following the game. Extra bit of noise. She's finally got one away, and this is going to be 4 runs, I believe. McDonald-Gay has not strayed too much to leg, to finally has given Scrivens a scoring opportunity. The leg glance is well executed.
Yeah, has got a deep backward square leg, but particularly with these big boundaries, it's difficult to really get a long way round to cut something off. Got a long way to travel.
When Davies has a rest, which I imagine will be imminently, maybe one more over for her. I wonder where Stars will go. Will they keep going with seam up? I'm afraid there's another wide. Now McDonald-Gay is just, in this over, she slid out of her groove of angling the ball across Scrivens. Started to try and bowl a bit too straight. Or if you like, is bowling a very good line to what would be Cordelia Griffith if you weren't at the non-strikers end. And that's a very good straight drive. It's beaten the 2 straight fielders too, and it's the second boundary 4 in the over for Scrivens, who at last, after much tussling, is getting on top of Rowan and McDonald-Gay, and has now accelerated to 20. I fancy we might give McDonald-Gay a rest at the end of this over as well. He's bowled very effectively. Well, perhaps has just lost her line. Might give her a moment to rest the weary frame. Concludes over number 8. The Sunrisers are making good progress. 32 without loss. I won't patronise you by telling you what the run rate is, but after negotiating some early difficulties presented to them by Freya Davies, who is going to carry on into a 5th over, Scrivens at least has got it together well. Griffith showing signs of just coming out of her shell.
Yeah, they've just managed to find a few bits of pressure releases.
Perhaps we might go Schofield next, a bit quicker than Davidson Richards. Ah, that's interesting field setting. I wonder if you can quite see that on your screen. No, you can't. David's just out of your picture to the left. You may occasionally see Schofield just wandering into shot. She's at a shortish, straightish extra cover.
Wearing number 7.
The number 7 on her back, and Smith and Davies may well feel that Griffith is checking her shots a bit outside off stump. First ball of the over she did, but this one is misdirected and it's going to be 4. Worked off the hip. Richards signals 4. And that was not part of the plan, Freya Davies, but Cordelia Griffith has now got a couple away, and after a scratchy start is starting to look a bit more together at the crease.
Yeah, an experienced bowler like Freya Davies will know that she can't bowl there with no fine leg, though.
That's the right place to bowl. And really had to get Griffith reaching for it. She isn't tall, Griffith, and Freya Davies certainly is. If she gets it just back of a length, it can be a tricky sort of length for Griffith. The wind's picked up and the clouds have greyed a little. Very full on the drive. And oh, she's a good fielder. Very good fielder indeed, Kelia Moore. Swoops to her left and deep mid-off and keeps it to a single. Still swinging, hooping back in or across the batter if you're the left-handed Scrivens. Davies is still getting it to move. I think that would still encourage me for the change bowlers to be seamers.
Yeah.
I appreciate that Davies and Richards is not super fast, but she can get it to swing around as well.
You can't see it on that shot, but there's some pretty foreboding sort of clouds. Forecast says no rain, but certainly a lot of cloud around.
She's missed her line again there. It's the left-hand, right-hand combination. Plus, as a quick bowler, she'd be tiring a little bit now, Freya Davies. And I think I would say to her at that point, OK, let's give you a blow and use you for a couple of spells later on when you're back up to top speed and you've had a rest. I think I've committed myself, have I now, to replacing both of the opening bowlers, and it does look to be what's going to happen, but
you sound like you're playing sort of a real life version of cricket captain for those that know the game, where you can sort of manage your players in your squad as you wish. You've installed yourself as the general manager of the South East.
Who is it going to be? Kelia Moore?
It is, yep.
Okay, so it shows how much I know about grey clouds and swing. We're going straight to off spin.
She's only bowled 4 overs in this competition this season. Hasn't picked up a wicket and has gone for 24.
6 in her career. Best of 2 for 13 and an average of 25. So the very beginning of a good set of career figures. She is little height-wise. The trajectory will not be easy. And the first ball is pretty much on the money.
Yes, it's unsurprisingly, due to what you mentioned, skidding on. Awkwardly so.
Nice loop on that one. Still in the power play, but there's a sweeper on either side of the wicket, so that's only ever going to be a single. She must suffer a bit from the sun, because she's got so much zinc cream. Resembles a Phantom of the Opera. I know a few people who could get burned in these conditions as well. You can't be too careful is the watchword, isn't it, Sunwise? That is a very good line and length early on.
Yeah, although I'm not quite sure how you get burnt today. I mean, can't see the sun at all.
Those as get burnt.
You sounded like you were about to reel off some kind of 17th century tombstone, Fraser.
A bit more length this time, and unlucky, really, for Griffith that she's found extra cover, because he's absolutely laced it at Schofield. That extra cover all along the ground. Sculfield's wringing her right hand, as if she is coming on to bowl the next over, that's the last thing she needs. A little shorter this time. But no great sign of spin off the surface. But a very nice drift away from the right-hander. She's got a great loop to her action. A miss-hit.
Oh, and a misfield.
And a misfield. There's not going to be any run there until Gregory, of all people. You're used to seeing her on television fielding on the 45 degrees round the corner there. She's not a, she's no slouch. So that concludes the 10 overs. The power play is done.
They're 8 behind where the Stars were at this point. Just having a look at the permutations really, because at the start of today you're halfway through the competition. You've got to get in the top 3 to be in contention to win the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy after the league phase. So 19 points gets you 3rd at this point. There is just a little bit of rain starting to come down. So broadly speaking, you probably need something like 38 points from the 14 league games to get yourself into that top 3. So I make it on that basis, were the Sunrisers to lose this, then they'd probably need to win 6 of their last 7 games to qualify for the top 3. If the South East Stars were to lose this, I make it that from their last 6 games, they would probably need 5 wins to make it into that top 3. So this is a really important game for both of these teams. Whoever loses it has got a real uphill task to qualify. Now, unfortunately, as this ball happens, and he's nudged away to short mid-wicket, the wind has suddenly whipped up. The ground staff are doing that thing they do that's very foreboding. They are stood right by the boundary edge with the covers ready to run on, and the rain's just getting a little heavier. People are getting the brollies out.
The Met Office radar, Michael, suggests we are going to get a bit of a splash between now and 4 o'clock or so.
Oh dear.
If we were really unlucky, the radar suggests we might lose an hour, but we
Oh dear.
I think we'll be looking at a finish, but we might have Messrs Duckworth, Lewis and Stern getting their
Yes, there was meant to be
up.
some rain in this part of the world this morning, and it never quite happened. So I wonder whether that what we're about to get is that. That'll be one. People starting to sort of set up cover in one form or another, anticipating what might be to come. We did mention the clouds look foreboding. For now, Alexa Stonehouse is continuing. She'll feel pretty confident after getting that maiden half century earlier on in the day. With ball in hand. Not fun conditions to bat in this at all.
No.
It's windy, it's swirling, there's cloud cover, there's a little bit of rain. You kind of know in the back of your mind there's a chance you could be coming off at any moment. There's a lot going on to sort of distract you.
Stonehouse has got a ton of speed. 7 wickets in her career, best of 3 for 27, average of 35. But she has got speed.
And that's always exciting for a young bowler, because there's so much to then, of course, work with in terms of what's there. This whippy action. That's a nice looking drive, good tumbling stop from mid-off, going to her right, Alice Davidson-Richards. That's the end of the 11th, 44 without loss. Current run rate bang on 4. They need 6.33, but imagine a few people will be reaching for that DLS grid as well.
Well, if DLS does come into it, we should say now that the drizzle has stopped for the moment. The band of rain that the Met Office is predicting will come over Beckenham is sort of 3:15 to 4:15, so a little way off. Wickets in hand will be key in a run rate equation.
Well, of course, as we know from that third T20 in the Ashes as well. And there is the perception that if you've got wickets to throw at it, then batting second in a DLS rain-affected game does favour you.
Yes.
That shortened target. Of course, Alice Capsey going positively ballistic to help getting them over the line, win them the T20 series and make it 6-4 in the multi-point format system. As the new over starts from Moore.
Well, I'm enjoying watching Moore. I think she's got a lovely loop on her. A lot of off spinners round.
Not that you were bowling, huh?
Well, no, certainly. I still would have had a seamer on in these conditions.
No, I think
no doubt at all.
I totally agree. I'm just pulling your leg. Yeah.
There's
a lot to work with. The low skiddy trajectory, the ability to flight one up. One out to deep cover. You know, rain delays close when the coaching staff hurriedly getting the equipment in, starting of course with the bowling machine and a few blankets being worn by the substitute stars players not in the playing 11 today, the likes of Phoebe Franklin, Claudie Cooper, Bethan Miles, Jemima Spence and Emma Jones.
Well, there's one who isn't playing who is worth mentioning when we talk about great off-spinners. A star of the future, in my view, Darcy Carter is on the bench for the Stars. And I know I always, whenever I'm commentating, I always tend to get a bit overexcited about off-spinners, but Darcy Carter has an off-spin action straight out of a really good textbook. Just beautiful to watch. Everything is moving in the right direction.
Nicely judged quick single.
She's 18 years old. She's from Bexley. She's only played one game in this tournament and in this format so far, but she's going to be a fantastic off-spinner.
Yeah, another one to throw in very similar category to that. Who's broken through this season is Olivia Bell at Thunder. Scottish international in Lancashire offie, who's broken into the Thunder side and been taking wickets aplenty.
But it's the action. I've never seen an off-spin action as perfect as Darcy Carter's. She played against the Cricket Writers Club a couple of years ago and went through us. Like no one could touch it. Fantastic. So I hope the only thing is I believe she's Scottish qualified. So I can't call her an England star for future.
Well, there you go. It might be Darcy Carter and Liv Bell in tandem then. 12 overs gone, 46 without loss. You mentioned earlier on the Scotland, Netherlands, Thailand tries. Of course, Scotland and Netherlands will be in the Women's World Cup Europe qualifiers Division 1 in September. Joined by Italy and France, who qualified out of the Division 2 tournament last month, which was in Jersey. This new over starts from Stonehouse, so rain continues to fizzle down here.
Are there any women associate cricketers from that European qualification circuit playing in the women's franchise game in England at the moment? The Scots aside?
Good question. 3 hit, no ball.
Stair Callis isn't she, from Netherlands?
Yeah. Was opening the batting earlier on today up north. As that's Scooped away from the free hit. Oh, that is deftly done. Cleverly done. It's shots like that why people are so excited about Grace Scrivens. What a way to bring up the 50 partnership for the first wicket. And whatever Chatley and Stonehouse might have done earlier on, the Sunrisers trying to return in kind.
The drizzles come back. The thing about a free hit is, in order to play the scoop effectively, your best starting position is to get yourself front onto the bowler immediately and put the bat in front of you like a ramp. And of course, if it's a free hit, you can do that with total impunity. Oh, those raindrops just getting a bit fatter now. And I think we may be on the brink of an interruption.
Yeah, this is the classic thing as an opening bat where you just have to try and, you know, garden down the pitch, take your time over each ball in the hope that you don't lose your wicket in this situation. That's well played.
Oh, I can see what umpire Richards wants to do here, which is to see out the over, but she's just looked across at colleague.
I've got a feeling we're coming off here.
They're walking quickly towards each other now. When umpires never ever move quickly towards each other, except when there's an opportunity to bring the players off. But this is legit. They're going to have a long chat about it just to make sure that the pitch gets as wet as possible, and they are coming off.
Yeah, they're coming off. Yep, not too surprising really.
So start your watches. 15:02 as the point of the interval, as far as I make it anyway. An interruption begins. Keep your eye on this YouTube channel because we will come off air during this rain interruption. As I say, we could be looking at up to an hour, but not much more than an hour, I think. So we'll be back in due course when the rain interruption ceases. So stick here, we'll keep it nice and quiet so you can get on with whatever you were doing until we come back. Please also follow the game on Twitter if you have it, because you'll get some updates there. If you keep an eye on the Southeast Stars channel, as the hosts, that seems your best option. SE Stars Cricket. SE Stars Cricket. You may well get some updates about inspections and Duckworth Lewis interruptions and timings there as well. But with the Sunrisers on 52 without loss from 12.5 overs, still needing 235 to win, just over a run and over. Everything's nicely poised here at Beckenham, but I'm afraid we will have to bid you so long for a little while. When it stops raining, we'll be back, and we look forward to your company then.
Open on the first floor of the main building, serving tea, coffee.
Welcome back to Beckenham. Briefest, drizzliest of showers has passed over now, and I can tell you that in this Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy group game, umpires Widdop and Richards are back in the centre, and the South East Stars women are gathering on the outfield in a little huddle.
Pleased to say we lost no overs during that short break, so Sunrisers resuming on 52 for no wicket after 12.3 overs, requiring a
And we haven't lost any overs.
From 37.
So it's still a 50 over contest, and the equation exactly.
Well, they can hear that, of course, because they just said it on the microphone. So
we just confirm it for them.
As you will have heard, no overs are lost, and that's because every Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy game in the group stage has half an hour of extra time built into it, so you don't have to start chopping overs off until you exceed your 30 minutes. So we have come back on at 15:26, so that means 24 overs of our extra time have been used up.
You mean 24 minutes?
24 minutes, yes, that's right. Sorry, it's not 24 overs.
I mean, going back to your earlier point,
I can't guarantee that there will be no further interruptions, so we better bank those 24 minutes and wait and see what happens. But as things stand at the moment, the equation is 239 more of 37.5 overs. And Lexi Stonehouse, left arm seamer, has just been getting her second over underway.
You said that about the PA. We do, as commentators, though, quite often find ourselves saying what is the obvious or confirming the obvious.
I prefer to let the PA finish broadcasting very loudly into our effects microphone and then just check, just reconfirm it. People have two things to listen to at the same time. It might go crazy. So half of the 13th over left to go. Scrivens on 29. Left-hander to left-hander. We resume. Well, you forgive any bowler who's spent 25 minutes bowling their previous over from being a little bit woolly. Slightly a bit of a short one. Scrivens is underway again.
But fair to say we're optimistic enough. I mean, with a meteorologist like yourself next to me, you're probably as well placed as anyone to confirm that we're not really expecting this to come down to some full DLS style shootout. This is Stonehouse once more. We're hoping we can keep the DLS charts largely away for the day.
Climatologist, but yes, we'll finish.
The weatherman.
We'll finish. There is the Met Office rain radar suggests that there is one more little band of rain. If we get to 4:15 without a splash, then we'll be all right for the rest of the day.
Forced away for one through deep cover. Yeah, a little delay like that definitely suits the bowling side more than the batting side. As a batter, you've been out there for 10 or so overs, you're starting to settle into a groove, and then you've got to do it all again after a 20-minute disruption. It's not optimal.
The life of a batter is so desperately miserable. You guys have the game so squarely stacked in your favour in every conceivable way. We've already decided years ago that you're incapable of hitting any ball outside your leg stump whatsoever. So if you miss one, that's a why. And now we're expected to bleed and weep salt tears for the fact that
Get the violin out.
You've just been forced to have a 20-minute rest you didn't want. Oh, the hardship.
Right, here's the leg spin continuing. So, nice looking square drive for one. Can you tell that there's an off spinner who is, I think you'd put it politely, a lower order batter to my right, and a very poor club cricket opening batter speaking to you now. And the difference of perspectives. Scrivens now facing up. Talented teenager. It's a Nice looking shot. She'll get nothing for it though. Scrivens, who's been a massive part of the 2 games the Sunrisers have won this season, not just in this competition, but indeed in all formats after a miserable winless T20 campaign. Again, won't get something there. I did mention it not long before that rain break. This is a really key game for these 2 teams. Realistically, whoever loses faces a bit of an uphill climb to make the top 3. Again, Scrivens with a nice looking shot that picks out the fielder for naught. Whoever wins this, you know, you're not quite into some kind of need snookers or that kind of thing. It is a 14 game campaign, but you wouldn't be able to afford many more slip-ups in truth. Nice bit of rotation from Scrivens.
Yeah, they'll work their way back in with a few singles to the deep fielders, and I don't think it will take Sunrisers too long to feel that they're back in the saddle.
Nicely bowled there from Moore. I was mentioning before that rain break, there's a lot of exciting bits to work with for Moore there in terms of a pace, a flight, a turn of variations. And of course, being quite short, is able to skid the ball through 2 as well. 14 overs gone. And Moore's bowled a very tidy 3 overs so far. As part of the first change brigade with Stonehouse. Moore's conceded just 6 from her 3. Current run rate bang on 4.
Entering the attack at the Beckenham end, number 7, Paige Schofield.
Paige Schofield to bowl from the Beckenham end.
Well, nice call. Right weather conditions for her. A bit of seam is what we want.
She's been very economical without necessarily picking up wickets. And she starts right on the button there. She's gone for just a tickle over 4 and over in this competition this season. And has bowled the 3rd most overs of any Stars bowler in it. But it's only picked up 3 wickets at an average of 42.
She's a stock bowler, is what she is. She's a contributor. She's not going to run through the order, but she's going to be effective. The workhorse.
Yeah.
72 matches. She's taken 46 wickets. So, you know, you can tell she's not someone who's going to bowl you 10 overs in every game. Best of 3 for 16 and an average of 25. So, I think workhorse.
Tidy, yeah.
Yeah, fits it well.
Very handy, of course, in terms of balancing a side and all round.
Yeah,
like
absolutely.
that.
Proper all-rounder. Well, I said 2/10 away from parity between batting and bowling average. Her bowling average is very slightly higher than her batting average. But
again, just 1 to the deep set sweepers. It is a big ground. Will be pockets of possibilities of 2s if these 2 can find them. These 2, the 2nd and 3rd highest run scorers in this Sunrisers lineup this season in 50 over cricket. And that does tell you something about the decent starts they've often got, but it does also tell you a little bit about how the middle order has not functioned as they might like. Rotated away for 1 by Scrivens, who got 67 in that very impressive first win against the Vipers, which they managed to double up last week. And it's those 2 wins against the Vipers that have kept the Sunrisers in with an outside chance of qualification, despite what is a pretty unfavourable net run rate as well that's counted against them. Rangers just started to come down again. Direct hit, but was always making it there, Scrivens. That's the end of another over. Tidy first one from Schofield.
information, the number beneath the first innings total section of the scoreboard now is the Duckworth-Lewis Stern par score for the...
Michael McCann is going to have to go for a bit of a run. You never switch your microphone off, do you, before you put your headset down? It's very naughty. Because the wind is blowing all our papers all over the place. We're in quite an exposed position out here in a little marquee close to the outfield. But not as exposed as the poor players, and I've got a feeling they might... I'm not going to be too far off coming off the field as the rain gets heavy again. It's a testament to how well Moore is bowling, and she has, just for that ball, a short leg underneath Griffith's
We're coming off
shoulder.
here any second. This is absolutely what you don't want as Scrivens. She's going to face a ball here from Moore in the steady to increasing rain.
Yep.
No, she won't. She won't. Off we go again. So, time to note when we've come off. We came back on at 26, and 10 minutes later, off we go again. And assuming this delay is more than 6 minutes long, which in all likelihood it will be, we will start eating away into overs.
We will.
Losing time in the game now.
We will lose we will lose an over, get this, for every 3.8 minutes of play lost. So if you do find yourself getting even remotely bored during this next second rain break, you can fill every waking second with calculations and permutations to see what the DLS might be, and if you get there before we do, well done you.
I can tell you off the top of my head that's coming out at about 16 an hour, pretty much spot on.
So stick with us at Beckenham, because we are confident that this will be rain risk free by about 4:15, and we will have a finish on here, although it now looks very much like a Duckworth-Lewis Stern one. So keep your YouTube on, we'll switch our volume off, and we will burst back into life as soon as we have any news. You can keep up to date with what's happening on Twitter at SE Stars Cricket for the South East Stars, our host of today's game. But for the time being, it's rain, a quick break, and we'll be back when it dries up, and we'll look forward to your company then. Welcome back to Beckenham, where the second rain break has stopped. I'm not promising that it's the last. As I say, rain radar suggests that we get to 4:15 and there's no more rain. There should be a bit of a clear patch. Now, the umpires are on the outfield while all the Stars players have taken up position. The umpires are chatting to Brian E. Smith about something, and the wicketkeeper and bowler are having to put their own stumps in and bails on, which strikes me as a subversion of the normal and proper way of things. The umpires are still lingering, looking at their booklets and bits and bobs. I dare say they're having to do a Duckworth-Lewis-Stern
And I dare
calculation.
say you've got to feel for the batters again, because they've got to do it all over again here. They've got to come out and restart after the rain break. As we were discussing earlier, I know this is something we agree on. It's not, it's not fun for them.
No,
They've got into a rhythm and a groove.
Terrible.
And then they're off for 15, 20 minutes.
Oh, awful game. Awful game for the batters. The whole thing is stacked against them. This we know. Now the umpires are going with Smith. Now Smith is looking a little bit quizzical. She has both her palms raised as she walks along next to the umpires, as if to say, come on, what's going on? What?
Short rain break, we lost 2 overs.
We lost 2 overs?
Which means that Sunrise's revised total or target is 282 from 48 overs.
Okay.
I expect you heard that, but if you strained for it, it was a revised target of 282 from 48 overs, so we lost 2 in that little break.
So they've effectively been given 2 overs wicketless for 9 runs, is what's just happened.
Yes, in a manner of speaking. I don't think that slides the pendulum of advantage too far one way or the other.
16th over with Sunrisers on 61 without loss. Aaliyah Moore.
So, Moore, who I did feel sorry for because for a moment it looked as though she was going to be expected to try and bowl finger spin with a very wet ball, has got 5 balls left in her 4th over.
That's a nice start from Moore on the button.
I've really enjoyed watching her bowl. She keeps it nice and simple. She's got a lovely whippy, elastic action. Her follow through is absolutely terrific. He rips the pocket.
Rips
if
the
you
pocket.
know what that means.
For those of us who don't.
So, you see she's bowling towards you. Watch her bowling arm and how it follows through. The bowling arm follows through. What you're encouraged to do as a finger spinner is almost to try and grab your left pocket, if you're a right armer, your left pocket with the bowling arm as it follows through to get a
to drive
on your
through
action.
the...
Yeah. So, well, those figures. She's been terrific. Dealing almost exclusively in singles in her four overs so far.
Yeah, it's been very parsimonious. Is once again there. She's gone for just 8.
It's very hard to get under the ball to drive over the top because she's diminutive in stature.
Well, there's going to be a bit of a chase here for deep backward square. It's got a long way to come round. Pretty comfortable 2, but no real prospect of 3.
Donald Gay is doing the hoovering up on that occasion. Now, if we do get a 3rd rain break, I think it will be a brief one, because now over towards the west, towards the Crystal Palace television transmitter, suddenly looks as though...
So once again, the revised target for Sunrisers, 282 of 48 overs. And with them on 64 without loss after 16 overs, they require another 218 at 6.81 runs per over.
Just in case you missed it the first time, a reminder, 282 required from 48. Has been said 4 times now. And we go back to Scholefield to plug away from the southern end.
with her very economical tidy seamers. That is a leg by, so that won't hurt her figures.
So what much brighter over towards the west is what I was going to say. No blue sky, but white cloud rather than grey.
These two looking to sort of match how Chatley and Stonehouse set the innings up first time around. Quick single, and it's a well-judged quick single. It's the quick single of an opening combination that know each other's games very well, know each other's running styles very well. As set out earlier, both these teams in that sort of mid-table pack, and whoever loses this has got a real uphill struggle to make the top three. Nice looking shot for naught. Does feel difficult to see the Blaze missing out on finals day, having already won 5 and a couple of no results so far. Everybody else has lost at least a couple of games in the tournament to date. Oh, that's come off a leading edge. What a bit of luck that it drops in the gap. And she wanted the single, and quite rightly so, Scrivens, and Griffith didn't seem remotely interested in the prospect of it. So, well, sometimes 22 yards can seem quite a long way on a cricket pitch, and it certainly did there between those two.
She was the chillest person out there, Griffith, at the non-striker's end, just sat on her bat while Scrivens walked up and down her part of the pitch several times.
And that time they will get one. There's some contrasting perspectives on whether there was one there.
Yes.
Where did you
Oh, I was with Griffith. Don't bother.
I'm going to take and tease the fielders with another well-judged quick single here.
If there's a risk at this stage, if it's a 50-50, we might make it. Then just don't bother. Stick with the certainties. They're in a nice position here. The Sunrisers. They've built a good platform. They don't have the depth in batting that the Stars have. But if they keep on going this sensibly, they won't need to push it all the way to the lower order.
There's a bit of a squeeze being applied here though. Schofield has gone for just 7 off her 2, and Moore has conceded only 10 from her 4.
Yeah, but she's proving very, very challenging. She's not beating the bat. She's not threatening the stumps all the time. She's just proving very difficult to get away. Until then, and it's been threaded through almost the eye of a needle. 2 divers, one at extra cover, one at wide mid-off. Both of them beaten. And at last, someone is able to get something away off the bowling of Moore. It's Griffith.
Goes back and just nibbles that away, knows that there's nobody behind square on the offside, so this will be 2 more runs. That was the first boundary in 52 balls since 8.2, since the second ball of the 9th over when Griffith hit Davies for 4. So had a long, long spell, as well as obviously the 2 rain breaks. Just sort of 10 overs without a boundary.
But then you look at the score, 72 without loss in the 18th, and you don't think, oh, we need to get on with it here.
Oh, yeah.
Because it's just a testament to how well they've run.
Yeah, and of course the classic power play done, field goes out, singles everywhere. I won't get a single there though to Stonehouse. More whisking away through another over, just trying to pull it back a bit after that first ball.
Curious creature next to Stonehouse. Fields, throws, bowls left-handed, but is a right-handed batter. You quite often see left-handed batters bowling and throwing right-handed. It's not quite so common to see it the other way around.
Shot walloped down the ground. Could be 6. It is 6. Griffith opening her shoulders, having had a few overs to look at the leg spin of Moore. Decides now she's going to take it on. It's a really good over from the Sunrisers, just when they needed it.
And that was a skimmer. That 6 never went above sight screen height. Got to the pitch of it. Nice and flat all the way. As you say, Griffith just starting to hit her straps now. And for the first time in this innings, she's nudged ahead of Scrivens. 18 overs gone, 80 on the board.
Does also look like right now we've got, in theory anyway, the closest game of the day. And nearing a result at York, Thunder need just 35 more runs from last 16 overs to beat the Diamonds with 7 wickets in hand. Is Schofield continuing? Cut away! Oh, just in front of backward point, who got in a strange kind of position, wasn't quite sure whether to go for the catch or the stop. In the end, it bursts through and goes away for 4. So, little run of boundaries here for the Sunrisers. 3 boundaries in 7 balls.
They've just seized the moment, haven't they? To press on the gas a little.
That's a nice looking drive through extra cover. It's a good tumbling stop as well in front of us from Alice Davidson-Richards.
Yeah, you feel that the decision's been made, don't you, in the middle, in the last couple of overs between Scrivens and Griffith. Okay, let's squeeze the accelerator a bit here.
Of course, sometimes it can be a decision, and sometimes it can just be that they've seen the right balls to decide to go after, and it sort of happens organically.
Just
almost.
clicks.
Yeah. Speaking of clicking, I mentioned the Thunder getting close to victory. It's a big partnership between Naomi Datani and certain Deandra Dottin that's taking them into that comfortable position. As this partnership continues to go, and I mentioned that it looks like we've in theory got the closest game right now, because the Blaze are making light work of 260 to win against the Southern Vipers in trying to keep their unbeaten record going. They're 117 for 1. Nice cut shot, guided off the back foot, using the pace of Schofield against her, and that will go for 4. That's a delightful touch shot. Really cleverly done. And suddenly, boundaries are plenty. 4 boundaries in 10 balls.
He's just a great touch player, isn't she, Cordelia Griffith? Never seems to be butchering the bowling. There seem to be 9 fielders when she gets into this sort of mood. She's so fluent, always finds the gaps. Even in defence, she's really positive.
Yeah, both these two starting to find a bit of a nice flow to their innings here. So that's the end of the 19th. Managed to put together a good couple of overs back to back, which is handy. So the Moore over, Moore had only gone for 10 off 4, then conceded 12, all off the bat of Griffith. And then that one from Schofield has gone for 9, so 21 coming off the last 2. Just to finish that update from the Isle of Wight, the Blaze are 119 for 1 in the 23rd over. They've just lost Bryce for 52, Kelly's 55 not out, but they're in a very good position to go and finish off that chase and continue to surge ahead at the top of the table.
I fancy there'll be a bowling change from the southern end after this over from Moore. Whoops!
Oh, that's hit the helmet, so that'll be 5 penalty runs. As well as they've run 1, 2.
Well, the ball's dead at the point of the penalty runs. Now the umpires, well, it seemed pretty straightforward. The ball went straight onto the helmet. 5 penalty runs. The umpires are going to have a discussion about it, and they're looking up the rule book. Of course they are. Pieces of paper come out.
Bryony Smith has just moved the helmet 5 yards or so further back.
Yeah, you couldn't quite see it on your picture, but when you saw the ball suddenly pop back into your screen in the air, that was the ball rebounding off the helmet. It went straight up. The umpires are still discussing it. They've got a little set of papers out that they're looking through here, making notes. Plenty of discussion.
Just waiting for confirmation.
Umpire Richards now returning to square leg, and okay, well, there's going to be a little bit of a delay here. Well, umpire Simon Widdup is on the walkie-talkie.
I wonder whether
to the match referee.
They've confirmed the 5 penalty runs.
Right,
That's a signal.
Not quite sure why that was as involved as it turned out to be. But the scorers have updated everything now, and we're ready to continue with play. Seemed quite straightforward to me, Mike. I'm not sure what all that was about.
Yeah, I'm not totally sure either. Just thinking out loud, is it them discussing about what happens with the ball? I don't know, to be honest. Shorter and just flicked away. No run there to Stonehouse, particularly as a left-hander.
Yeah, the batters hadn't crossed at the point the ball hit the helmet. The ball becomes dead when it hits the helmet. You don't need to worry about if it's byes or runs like you used to. Do you remember those days where the runs were credited?
Were they?
They were.
That's ridiculous. Can you imagine getting exactly 100 and 5 of them have hit a helmet?
I have hit a 6, which started as a 1 past the bowler.
And it hit the helmet?
Helmet had been left behind the bowler by mistake. The wicketkeeper had forgotten it.
That is bizarre. That's going to be... Well, Judge quickly ran single to cover.
Before penalty runs became their own category, the 5 were added to the batter who hit it, or the byes if the batter had missed it, and so forth. Now they have their own category, so it is nice and simple. Although I fancy that in your score graphic it's taking a little time for the scorekeepers to work out where the appropriate buttons are to add that.
When was that changing? Because pretty much all my time watching cricket, I'm sure I remember it always just being penalty runs extra and separate.
Well, I think that was 2000 Code of Laws revision.
Oh, okay, well there you go. Okay.
Change of bowling at the
I was 6 at the time.
Number 4, Bryony Smith.
All the captains coming on to bowl her off breaks. So we're going to have finger spin from both ends. Bryony Smith, a seasoned campaigner. 67 wickets, best of 5 for 33, average of 23. Accuracy is the name of the game here. Scoreboard is still catching up at the moment, but they'll be with you by the end of the over, I should think.
It's been their second highest wicket taker in this competition this season, and their third most economical bowler behind Alice Capsey and Paige Schofield. Bowling to a field there. Davidson Richards picked out at long on. Very similar to the first innings so far. Taking out the rain, of course.
Yeah, absolutely. Just the same sort of platform. 100 partnership in the offing. Chatley made it into the 70s, but Stonehouse didn't go on with it. A partnership of 160, however, if that's possible, that could be decisive.
Yeah, they put on 1-1-1 for that first wicket, but then if your name wasn't Dasmin Brits, then the rest of the innings wasn't quite what they might have wanted. If one other batter could have got going in that middle order, they were looking at about 320-ish.
The scoring graphic that you see is a little bit behind. They're still unpicking the stitching on the 20th over. We're now into the 21st. I think that is the 100 partnership, unless I'm very much mistaken. So an opening century stand in each innings of the games. The Stars lost their first wicket at 111. Smith as accurate as ever. She doesn't spin the ball lots and lots. She just drifts it in onto a length. But it can be very hard to get the bowling away when it's like that. That concludes the 21st over. I think it's 101 without loss, though. As the score catches up, you can see that the graphics are hastening towards the end of the 21st. 99, okay, 99 without loss. And more to continue. It's brightening a little here, overhead. He plays a very confident forward defensive Grace Scrivens. She shows a full maker's name on that bat to the bowler. Goes for the cut, and that is the 100 partnership. It's taken...
Sunrisers 100 in the 23rd over.
I think it's possible, yes, the score line that you're looking at now, I think they had wondering whether they were attributing the runs in the 21st over to Schofield or to Smith, but it is more bowling at the moment, and it's the 22nd over, so we're having a little bit of a confusion here and there.
Are you a touch surprised they've kept her on?
Not in the league, more?
Yeah.
Oh no, not at all. I mean, he's been very effective.
Undeniably, but having gone for 12, there is a risk element to it.
They want to, I think that's okay. They're happy with them taking on more the way she's bowling. Required rate is now pushing up towards 7, and that's largely of Moore's doing because she's going at less than 4.
Fair point.
A little bit of rain, but I think this is the last knockings of it, and looking at the sky, I fancy that this is not going to be a break. I think it'll be a tiny bit of drizzle and then we're all done. The umpires seem to concur, so far at least.
I hope your optimism carries us through.
101 without loss, the Sunrisers, after 22 overs. More, 7 overs for 26. And both of these batters keeping a pace, even though Griffith hasn't faced nearly so many balls as Scrivens. They're both in step with each other.
Yeah, and then Grewcock waiting in the wings. She's had a great Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy so far. Their top run scorer by a distance, just under 200 runs. With 350s, has only been out 4 times. And a very steady strike rate of 61.
Smith is going to bowl round the wicket to the left-handed Scrivens. I wonder if she'll get any turn away from the bat. Scrivens does love to be on the drive, but is not a booming driver. In fact, that was a bump ball back to Smith. She's more a pusher than a big driver. That time, she's just waiting to be bowled at the moment, and Scrivens now against Moore and against Smith. Shouldn't just wait deep in the crease, but should look to use her feet to come down. That's a classic example. The ball was length or just back of a length, and Scrivens just hanging back waiting. What we saw from Chatley in particular when faced with spin was that she was happy to come down the pitch after it. Going for the scoop, big appeal. Umpire Richards is unmoved. Possibly a little bit leg side-ish. Possibly going over the top. Both these batters pressing towards half centuries. The Stars have just exercised a little control in the last 2 or 3 overs, and you see that run rate required has now nudged above 7. So we're just tiptoeing towards the juncture when something has to be done about that.
Yep. Point where Scrivens and Griffith might feel like it's go time. It's been Griffith who's been injecting more in recent times, you'd have to say, and we've alluded to the strike rate difference between the two.
So 23 overs gone, 103 without loss. She's just at a different level, isn't she? Tasmin Brits had thrown in that return, and she's got an arm and a half compared to everyone else. Sweeps on, and this should be full of reward. The outfield slowed down a lot with the drizzle that it had, but it's hit hard enough by Griffith for 4 runs. So she now is on the cusp of another half century. She's passed, or reached 50, 11 times in one-day cricket, and a further 7 in 2020. She's been watchful. At some point she's got to decide, I think, once she's got to 50 perhaps, that she's the one who's got to go, while Scrivens anchors. There's another dot ball. She nearly took it in the face as the throw came in from Schofield.
Scrivens, of course, already has 50 this season in 50 over cricket. And 67 against the Vipers. Griffith very much does not, of course.
Half a squeak for a catch, but it bounced in the end well short. And that is
Cordelia Griffith's 50 from 64 deliveries, including 5 fours and 1 6.
5 fours and a 6, 64 deliveries, and the 12th one-day half-century for Cordelia Griffith. She's just starting to creep into the ascendancy as far as these two batters are concerned. 24 overs gone, the Sunrisers 109 without loss. And I wonder whether now would be a good moment
And at the halfway
for her
point
to get
of
on
the
with it.
revised allocation of 48 overs, Sunrisers 109 without loss, requiring a further 173 at 7.21 runs per over.
Run rate required just sneaks up a little bit.
And of course we're at the halfway stage because of those 2 overs being chopped off for 9 runs because of the little bit of rain.
48 over innings here. Smith to continue. You've got to capitalise when the full tusk comes along, and it has come along, and Griffith makes no mistake and wastes no time. A bad ball, a rare bad ball from Smith, and Griffith leaps on it.
Yeah, she had a couple of 50s in the T20 block of fixtures recently. 53 against the Sparks and then 65 in the game against the Vipers at Hove. It's brought that form back into 50 over cricket.
Big lunge forward, still staying on her mark, Griffith. Like Scrivens, no inclination at the moment to come dancing down. Another full toss. Ah, that's very well half stopped.
Freya Davies.
Freya Davies round the corner. She didn't get half a hand on that as she did. That would have been 4 more.
Yeah, that's a definite +3. Right, sort of coming back. The umpires, as you alluded to a couple of hours ago, desperate to keep them out there, but
yeah, I don't think there is rain now. It's a bit stiffer than drizzle, but it's so bright all around. I really think this is a wait and over and it's gone situation. Sweepers on both sides of the wicket now. The only place where the boundary is definitely on, if you loft the ball over the top, is, well, I was going to say is straight, but now long off and long on have gone back. So for Griffith, the place to weigh him over the top is square on the offside. Is that a wide? She's quick on the draw, umpire Richards. I'll give her that. Before you even look back to her to see if it's a wide, she's already doing her very best Scarecrow impersonation. Two straight fielders on the line, so that will always be a single.
it's just starting to get a little heavier. We've been talking about Scrivens' England credentials as well. Of course, has recently made not just 1 but 2 50s against the Australia A team for England A. She might be about to make another 50 here, but not this ball. Made 58 against them at Leicester, then scores of 1 and 4 at Loughborough, and 87 at Guildford across 4 50 over games.
So we're through to 25 overs. A rather better over that time for Sunrisers, just keeping the run rate required in check around 7.
And in fact, in that last game, most of the bowling attack for England A were the South East Stars. Serena McDonald-Gay, Alice Davidson-Richards, Bryony Smith and Paige Schofield.
Puff of dust that time. I think that's because Griffith got a bit of surface as well as a bit of ball in that drive. They've built the platform, these two, they've set the stage, now they have to perform. Good tip and run.
Make it sort of sound like a theatre production that they're doing all in one. They've sold the tickets, built the stage.
It's been made clear.
They've learnt their lines.
It's been made clear. It's all about entertainment. Oh, quicker one, and it turned out to be a full toss, didn't it? And Griffith couldn't capitalise because she was hurried on it. If she'd known that was going to be a full toss, that would have been disappearing over towards Crystal Palace. For using her feet at last, but no timing. Well, the first time you dance down, you can't really be expected to hit it out of the meat of the bat, but that was the right thing to do. Moore is going to have to vary her pace a little if Griffith's going to do that. Waits again, sweeps. Gregory in the Danny Gregory trademark position of short fine leg. Touch and run again. Barely a word exchanged, I dare say. Scrivens knew that Griffith was going to do that. But a tidy over from Moore, just 3 singles from it. He's conceded 36 from her 9 overs. That's a really good performance. I feel sorry that she hasn't got a wicket so far. She's only got 1 over left in which to right that wrong, but she has been the pick of the bowlers. Been fantastic so far. Now, with the outfield a little damp, and the ball perhaps a little greasy, are we going to continue with
Entering
Smith?
the attack at the Beckenham end, number 24, Alice Davison-Richards.
A little bit of wobble bowling here is just right, I should think.
Second highest wicket taker for the Stars in the tournament with 7 at a very tidy average of 20, just a touch expensive, economy rate of 5.7.
Yep, no one in the Stars 11 has more wickets than she does in this format either. 86, best of 4 for 18 and an average of 25. She's not super quick, Davidson-Richards, but she can wobble the ball about through the air and can be tough to get away. We start with the single. Wind picking up again. I expect you can hear that on our microphone, but the drizzle that we had in the last over has now stopped, so well done to the umpires for staying out there. That ought, according to the rain radar, that ought to be the last threat of an interruption for the day. The dot ball percentage is too high, Michael. That's my feeling at the moment.
Yep. And that required rate is just creeping. Worryingly, if you're a Sunrisers supporter, in one direction.
Yes, it's that number. That number after the oblique that you need to be heartened by, the 0 wickets. She's managed to get something onto that one. Too little though, because the fielder on the boundary behind square on the onside is very fine. A slightly meatier click of the bat would have sent that to long leg rather than fine leg. Might have got 4.
And there is again going to come a point here where one of these two might feel like they need to play the big shot. We saw Griffith sort of burst into colour a few overs ago with those shots off Moore, particularly the 6.
It's very nicely timed, but not for the first time. Good bit of fielding in the infield. That's your young Kalia Moore. Extra cover. Does she risk going over the top straight, because long off and long on have come up into the ring? Oh, a loopy bouncer, and that's been no-balled, and reasonably enough too. Overhead height is a no-ball, but not a free hit. That's the one exception when you're dealing with no-balls. A bouncer over head height isn't a free hit, everything else is. Shorter again. She's bowling well to her field, Davidson-Richards, because she has the field set for the short ball. Deep square, long leg, and the straight fielder's up in the ring. Anything over pitched could go. Now Scrivens. She's worked hard for these 49 runs.
She's been stuck short of the milestone for a little while.
And she'll be stuck a ball longer at least. She was very fluent until that first rain interruption, but she's not quite come off since then.
Now that being said, does she actually know she's on end of the over? Does she actually know she's on 49 here? We've got a digital scoreboard away to our left. We can't actually see it. I'm not certain. That's got individual scores on it. Worth bringing you up to date as well. There has been a result at York, and it's a significant result. As Bryony Smith comes on from the City end. They do have individual scores on the digital scoreboard. The Thunder have won by 6 wickets with 11 and a bit overs remaining, 11.2 overs remaining against the Northern Diamonds. Nice little late cut off Smith to the left of Stonehouse. No one really clicked with the bat for the Northern Diamonds. Lauren Winfield Hill top score with 33. Naomi Datani took 4 for 16. Liberty Heap chipped in with a couple of wickets. Laura Jackson and Fee Morris took 1 each. And then replying the chase, Naomi Datani having taken 4 wickets with the ball. Batted very well too. Cut straight at point. Very dicey looking single. A direct hit would have definitely been gone. Instead, they just about scamper through, and that brings up a 50 for Grace Scriven. She hit 2 recently for the England A team against the Australia A side in 50-over matches, and he's back doing it for the Sunrisers as well. Her second Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy half-century of the campaign, one that's laid a very nice foundation for the visitors.
And her 7th half-century in total in this format of the game. Can she go on and address her highest score in 50-over cricket, which is 74?
Get 1 there. That being said, she got 87 against Australia A, or does that not? No. Doesn't qualify. Oh, okay. For England, so the England A Australia A games are considered other.
They are other.
Okay. I would have thought a game of that standard might not be.
They get a decision before the game.
Ah, okay. Who decides that then? I'd be well placed to do. You of all people would know, be working for Wisden.
The two boards decide, but
okay.
If it's going to be an official List A game, there are certain undertakings they have to make.
Flipped away.
One of those undertakings is you can't play 12 aside.
Oh, okay.
So if someone gets a hamstring injury, you can't bring on someone else to bat instead of them.
Yeah.
You can't have 13 players used, 11 bat, 11 field.
Yeah.
Well, in almost every tour warm-up game, the boards prefer to have flexibility.
Well, they are going to take a quick single here. And Scriven's had what appeared to be the danger end, but Griffith was left scuttling to make her ground and just about did. End of that over, 28 gone.
The one exception to that rule being Ireland's warm-up game before the men, I should say, Ireland's men warm-up game before they played the test match at Lord's, where they played Essex. And they did want that to be a first-class game.
Okay.
And that was particularly curious because they played all the proper first-class rules about substitutes and so on, 11 aside, but they did give a number of their players to the Essex team.
Okay.
Because they wanted, of course, they wanted their whole squad to get a game. But it did mean that Robin Dass's century at Essex did go down as his first-class century.
Oh, God, sorry, yes. Well, that's nice. It's Davidson Richards.
She's under strict instructions, isn't she, Alice Davidson Richards, not to bowl the ball too close up to the bat. She has a field set for the short ball, deep cover point, long leg, deep square, and a deep third for the right-hander. That tells you all you need to know. Cross-batted shots are allowed, but they don't want her to hit hard drives. Otherwise, mid-off, mid-on, Smith and Davies will be having words. And I tell you what, Michael McCann, if I'm to be administered stern words by any pair of fielders, I shouldn't like to tussle with Smith and Davies. Very short, and it's gone high. It won't be caught. Deep third races round. even 150 yards away, you can see by the two braids that that's Gregory. Few more recognisable players in the women's game, I would have thought, at a distance. Danny Gregory is always two braided. So it was a great diving stop at point, really good diving stop. In truth, that was MacDonald Gay. In truth, if she'd left it, it probably would have been the single.
And it's also about the intent.
Well, it is, and
feeling under pressure.
It's indicative of the spring in the step that the Stars now have as this run rate continues to spiral. I'm worried that I'm about to make an extremely dated reference about chasing a stiff target in the late 200s and getting a huge opening partnership while the run rate spirals. You've got no chance on this one. You don't go back this far. When England men were playing the 1979 World Cup final against West Indies, they needed
very relevant to this.
They needed a score quite similar to this, and the openers were Jeff Boycott and Mike Brearley, and they started off with an opening stand very similar to this. That's deftly done, isn't it? That is deftly done. It may only be a single.
There are many things that I could say to this, but I'm going to go for the fact that Grace Scrivens was born in November 2003.
Well, yes, this is long before, but this it is the classic example of you keep wickets in hand, but you do need to get on with the scoring.
Yep.
I think England needed 7 and over by the time the first wicket fell, and that was it. And you look at the difference there on your screen between the run rate being scored and the run rate required, and there is now substantial daylight between the two. And as well as Griffith and Scrivens are batting, Scrivens has got herself into a bit of a rut. And it's going to put pressure on the lower order.
Just to finish giving you that update on a game that was actually happening in this century,
Yep.
indeed today, and that actually has direct relevance to this game in terms of the league
Oh,
table.
harsh.
Ditani hit 46 for the Thunder, and Deandra Dottin, the universe boss as she self-brands, met nicely on the full toss. Hit a lovely 54 not out off 86 on a day where scoring looked very difficult at York, and it was her partnership with Ditani of 98 for the 4th wicket that broke the back of the chase. A couple of wickets for Katie Levitt. Chloe Trine and Lizzie Scott took 1 each. So what does that mean? Well, it's a first win for the Thunder in this format this season.
Using her feet at last. Unfortunately, it will only be the single, but I think that's the right sort of intent.
So it takes the Thunder above the Sunrisers and Western Storm, up from 8th bottom up into 6th instead. Northern Diamonds stay 3rd, but it means if the South East Stars can win this game, that will probably be enough to take them above the Northern Diamonds into that coveted 3rd spot. Remember, 3rd faces 2nd after the 14 league games for the right to meet 1st in the final.
I should think Skipper Smith is enjoying getting into this spell now. No one's got a wicket.
8 and over.
Not her, not anyone, but this is a fun time to bowl off spin. And the opposition are up against it in terms of the run rate. And yes, good point, Michael. That was the over where the required rate went above 8. And well, it's a strange old situation, this, because HMS Sunriser is still making steam. It's making steam, but slowly, and it is sinking.
I think it's harsh to say it's sinking at the moment.
Oh, it's taking on. Well, it's taking on water.
Taking
there,
on
look,
water,
yeah.
taking on water, maybe.
First 4 bulkheads have been overtopped. It's sinking by the head.
Getting into very detailed ship-based.
I watched a Titanic programme the other day.
Right. Just turned away for 1 off the bowling of Davidson Richards. It's been a very disciplined team bowling performance. So Davidson Richards' first 2 overs have gone for just 7. It's very noticeable just looking at the card at the end of that over. The most expensive bowler has been Stonehouse, who went for 12 off 2. And nobody else has gone for a run a ball or more. Little slower ball. LBW appeals. Nothing given. Scrivens calls Griffith through. Urges her to forget about worrying about losing a wicket and get herself down to the non-striker's end. It's good alertness from Scrivens. As we alluded to, has just got a little bit stuck in recent times. Nice looking cut shot out to Brits, who zings it in. Expense of just 1. Tasman Brits, who smashed 100 off 66 balls earlier on. And frankly, to win this, they're going to need someone, if not possibly 2 players, to play an innings at not far off that kind of tempo here for them, the Sunrisers. Short, flashed away. Nice shot, had a bit of a tennis vibe about it in terms of the way that bottom hand came through. Or hockey as well. Raina McDonald-Gay, someone who played England age group hockey, which limited their appearances for the Stars last season. Burst onto the scene with the ball, took 6 wickets for England A against India in a warm-up game. Got the likes of Shafali Verma, Harmanpreet Kaur and Deepti Sharma out. McDonald-Gay opened the bowling today for the South East Stars. In the field now, we'll probably see her back later on. Might have another under-19 England duel with Grace Scrivens, who's at the non-strikers, as Griffith doesn't really time that. We really are heading towards that point where you feel like something's got to give here. That required run rate is up to 8.3. Teams talk about batting 30 overs, setting up a T20 game, that kind of thing. Well, that's well and truly set up at this point. That's a very good bouncer from Davidson Richards. And that's the end of the over. Remember, of course, not a full 50 over game. They've lost a couple of overs for rain, which the Sunrisers were effectively given 9 runs, of course, without losing a wicket. 48 over contest. Do get in touch on Twitter as well. Kit Harris alongside me on @CricketKit. Yours truly, Michael McCann, on @ThisIsMcCann. MCCANN. This is McCann. Do let us know where you're watching from, your thoughts on the game so far, women's cricket in general. What a summer it's been, of course. Steps down the track, meets that on the half volley. Scrivens gets a decent chunk of it and gets it down the ground for 4. A much needed boundary for Scrivens. They really need to push on here, the Sunrisers. And certainly showing intent to do that there. Drops a bat on that one, Scrivens, but straight at point. Make that boundary earlier in the over. Her first boundary in 10 overs or so, but she's got to go now. Scrivens bowled. The pressure was told. We've talked about that required run rate just climbing up and up and up. And finally, having had to wait a long time for it, the South East Stars get their breakthrough. The captain, Bryony Smith. Scrivens trying to get clever on the reverse. Ended up in a little bit of a tangle.
Finally, that first wicket partnership has been separated. 143 for one. But great credit to Grace Scrivens. It's been an excellent knock. It's her second half century in the competition this season. Of course, got those two in recent games for England A against Australia A2. Just seen her, she's walked off thump, one hand into the other in frustration and disappointment. .59 off 96 she goes for. Now we expected Grewcock to bat at 3, but Dani van Niekerk has sent herself in at 3, and I think that is entirely related to the required run rate here. I'm expecting to see some fireworks here if Van Niekerk stays in for any period of time. She's going to go out there and go for it, I'd imagine. Do not go anywhere, folks. You won't want to miss this. First ball's burst through the gloves of keeper. All eyes on the umpire. It's a wide. Chapley not quite able to take it. Wasn't an easy one, in fairness. Off spinner down the leg side. Remember a full round of fixtures on Saturday as well, coming up. In this block of Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy fixtures before the 100. Sunrisers got the Western Storm against the Southern Vipers. The Blaze against the South East Stars. At Headingley, it's the Northern Diamonds in action against the Central Sparks. And the Sunrisers face the Thunder. Goes on the reverse, Van Niekerk gets all of it, but it's straight at Stonehouse. That's unlucky, either side that's probably full. Then another round of fixtures on Saturday the 22nd of July. Northern Diamonds face the Southern Vipers, the Thunder play the Blaze. The South East Stars are back here at Beckenham to face the Western Storm. And the Central Sparks face the Sunrisers at New Road, and then the last game before that break for the 100 is the Western Storm against the Sunrisers at Cheltenham on Monday the 24th of July. We get back going again on the 5th of September with 4 more full rounds of fixtures, in fact, beg your pardon, until we get to that playoff. Second versus third, the winner faces first. As Davidson Richards continues, this is turned away in the hope of 2. They hesitated before going for the second. Van Niekerk could be run out, just about makes it. Well, if they'd have gone immediately, there was definitely 2 there, but the hesitation so nearly cost them. So nearly, but not quite. That's in the true style of any cricket commentary. Driven for 1. My co-commentator returns with copious refreshment. Just 2 games left today after Storm versus the Sparks was out without a ball bowled, and Thunder got their first win in beating the Northern Diamonds. The Blaze going very well in that run chase against the Southern Vipers. Davidson Richards bowling really nicely and tidily to her field here. Required run rate up to 8.5. Van Niekerk isn't going to hang about. She hasn't put herself up at 3 ahead of Grewcock for no reason. And we know that she is capable of the spectacular. It's just getting a touch cold here.
It's become T20, hasn't it? You look at those.
But
An
this
equation.
is the thing. It's been T20 for a little while.
Yeah,
They just haven't been able to get away.
Since there were 20 overs left, I would say, on the whole. But, there were 10 wickets in hand at that point. But well, in this situation, Van Niekerk's the one you want, isn't she? She's if you're a Sunrisers supporter, she's the one you want to see there, and I dare say if you're a Stars supporter, she's the one that you want to get rid of. You'll breathe a lot easier once that's the case. She'll have to marshal Griffith too. Oh, and she got a bum steer there. Just looked for a moment as though she was going for it, and Griffith nearly got fooled.
Yeah, there has been already 3 different confusions over the running between these two, which isn't the best of signs. I've still got Maddie Villiers in the hutch as well as Grucock. Grucock scored a lot of runs in this competition this season, but her strike rate is notable. 61 per 100 balls, which is not on the quicker end. It's not uncontroversial to say, and that is probably part of the reason why Van Niekerk has said, well, you're commonly very solid and stable for us at 3, but actually this situation needs me to go in and try and biff it around, which is what Van Niekerk will attempt to do. Easier said than done. For now it's Griffith facing up. That's a very fine sweep, but again, that's not going to do them too much good. Flighted up, met on the low full toss. Nice looking shot from Griffith, but that's great ground fielding out there by Raina McDonald-Gay. 150's up, but slightly belatedly so.
You can't forget about that kind of detail, can't you? It's
yeah.
It's literally about the bottom line if you're looking at the screen.
Yeah, required run rate heading towards 9, but that will help it. That will help it a lot. It's a boundary desperately needed, the first in a good little while.
Just got it past Brits as well. Brits is such a good fielder, and she kept low. Just for a moment, it looked as though she was on that at cover. Just zipped past her, and as soon as it was past her, uphill towards the east, it looked like 4 all the way. And now, what was a slight admission of defeat on that one, as Brits is now sent out to sweep as a penance.
Oh, on the reverse, Van Niekerk has got a very good chunk of that. It will just about be kept in at the expense of a couple. She's a player capable of explosive. I think it's fair to say the Sunrisers have not seen the best of her this season. In 7 knocks coming into today, a high score of 20. It's not really got going. Only one of those in this competition. That's when she made 8 against the Vipers last time out. She'll trot through for 1 there.
Now, who comes in at 4? What do you think would be the best option here? Are you going to send in?
Well, you're looking at Grucock or Villiers, but I would expect, given the game situation, it might be Villiers. Grucock may well drop from 3 down to 5. Villiers is probably the naturally quicker scorer of the two.
Yep.
Grucock's had a fantastic tournament, but as I alluded to, that strike rate of 61. As another over passes by.
Yeah, it's time to go now.
It's 9 that's needed, 9 and over.
There's going to have to be a boundary every over from here, and that, given that there aren't 4 balls generally on offer from this tidy attack, there's going to have to be some judicious risk-taking to create 4s where 4s may not otherwise exist. Looks like we're going to persevere with Davidson Richards. Still the field set for the short ball with mid on, mid off up in the ring. There is the short ball. Ah, that's not supposed to happen. It was pulled around the corner nice and fine, but actually too fine for the long leg fielder to run round.
Well, that's the boundary they needed.
That's the boundary straight off first ball of the over.
But to go back to your very well made point, the other thing is there's no real short boundary here at all.
Yeah.
Any side of the ground.
Yep.
Slow ball, cleverly bowled. Griffith was very early on that. It is a criticism you hear in both women's and men's cricket. People often make that these days, you know, it's all in favour of the bats. The bats are so much better than they were. The boundaries are so much shorter, etc. Definitely not here at Beckenham today. You've got to properly hit one out of the middle and nail it in a gap to get 4 or 6.
Any form of the game, any level. This is a big ground today.
Blocked, no run.
With shorter boundaries by far as straight.
Yeah. But even then, you're not miss-hitting it to get 6.
They're not short, but if you want
Shorter.
to clear the line, that's your best bet. In fact, we have not seen any 6 hit with a cross-batted shot, have we? Really square of the wicket.
Brits was getting out the driver on the golf
straight,
course.
yeah.
Another slow ball was early and just checked it nicely. He managed to hold it back, Griffith, and timed it well enough that she'll almost get 4, but not quite. That is a fantastic bit of work out there from Bryony Smith. And they scamper through for 3 instead.
It's quick over the ground, Smith.
That's pretty good cricket all round.
I thought that was 4. I didn't think Smith was going to catch it up. Oh, and it's being signalled 4. Umpire Richards has signalled 4 and Smith doesn't like it. Not one bit. And, well, we won't see it on the replay because we have fixed cameras, but we have a very good view of that.
That was fine to me.
Yep, that was absolutely fine. And I don't know whose word Umpire Richards has taken that off. She's just looked at it
herself
and decided it was 4. But that's a harsh call. That's a harsh call. Still, it helps to make the game interesting. Oh dear! Now I think Alice Davidson Richards might be about to explode. She's just had a wide called for a ball that Griffith has ducked under.
Ooh.
And I would say at the most was probably chest high.
Bit of luck going against the Sunrisers here. And that's speaking as 2 complete neutrals up here in the commentary
we are
box.
neutrals. Mine, oh yes, okay, it was down leg side a bit, we see on the replay, but you know, then again, Sunrisers also got their bit of luck because there was a clear run out by about ½ a metre that umpire Richards said was in, so it evens itself out in the long run. Worked for Brits around the corner. They're racing the 2. Haven't they done well to get back for that? It is a long way out there, but Brits has got a bit of a bullet arm, and even she, having worked so hard to get round the corner and do the sweeping up, wasn't able to get it in quickly enough. Now what with the wide, there's an extra ball in the over, which will be this one. Griffith has had a new lease of life since Van Niekerk came out and started geeing her up. That's another good cross-batted shot. Will it be 4 more? It will. 3 boundaries in the over. The over ends as it began. 2 short, 2 leg side. And it was really fetched by Griffith, who moves to 88. And that, I fancy, is the last we'll see of Davidson Richards for the time being. 13 overs to go and 109 to win. A tall order. But these last couple of overs, Sunrisers have shown that they could do it. So, a further chat-et at the northern end of the ground.
City end, number 29, Rhiannon McDonald-Gay.
So McDonald-Gay is going to come back. She did a very good job in her first few overs earlier in this innings in angling the ball across the left-handed Scrivens. And she bowled 4 overs for 17. It was only the 4th over that was a bit woolly. Scrivens got the better of her at that point. Van Niekerk will take a ball or two just to inspect the situation. Where might there be fours? Well, she's got 2 sweepers square on the leg side. One backward a square, one forward a square. And a long on who could be in business here. But no, 1 bounce, 4 runs, 2 straight of the long on fielder who was a touch wide. There's the boundary for the over. Had 3 in the last over and now we've already had 1 in this second ball. The other boundary rider is at deep point, Brits. So Van Niekerk into double figures. Still looks a good game.
And she won't die wandering, you know that.
These two can get it down to 70-60 between them and leave the middle order some dashing to do.
Just has to block that one back.
That's a nice effective Yorker, isn't it?
You don't throw yourself up to 3 as the captain just to...
Well, she's taking on the bowling, but at the same time, McDonald Gay has got brains and an imagination. Well, she won't just get stuck into the groove of bowling the same ball in the same place to a player of Van Niekerk's quality. Subtle variations. Another full one though. Van Niekerk's got everything behind that. Again it's too straight for the mid-on to be in business. And again it's a couple of bounces and 4. So, pressure to you, Miss McDonald Gay. Seems to me like Van Niekerk has enjoyed the extra pace on the ball.
Yeah, and worth reminding you again, or maybe if you're relatively new to women's cricket, you're watching one of the greats here in Dani Van Niekerk. This is someone with a women's ODI 100 as well as 9 50s and 10 women's T20 international 50s as well, so ideal for this situation. And she smoked that one inside out for a very wide mid-off or an extra cover. That is an absolutely brilliant piece of batting.
He's followed up brute force down the ground with exquisite grace and timing. That was pretty.
And you know it's dangerous because the South East Stars are having a bit of a conference here.
Yep.
Schofield and Bryony Smith and Tasmin Brits. Brits, of course, who will know Van Niekerk so well from so much time playing together for South Africa, about quite what they're going to do here.
Yeah, it would be quite a coup. And the Sunrisers to do a number on the Stars here. Certainly the underdogs going into this game and on form.
Oh, that's even better, possibly. That is smoked. Dani Van Niekerk is on one here. She stepped out at 3 with plenty of purpose and intent. And she has got right after Raina McDonald-Gay there.
Check out the footwork. There's barely any. Just a half step into it. On the up through the covers. So 4 fours in the over 16. One of the overs that brings it 2 overs like that.
Well, the last 3 overs have gone for 40.
Well,
that really is a change of gears from where they were.
Well, it is, this is fascinating. I'm incredibly interested.
And now the leg spinner's coming on.
The leg spinner's coming on. Daddy Gregory. She is the Hoover. That sucks up all the lower order. Wicket after wicket after wicket. Bring her on. 4 down, 5 down. She'll finish them off, Dani Gregory. But bringing a leg spinner on, a wrist spinner, with 12 overs to go. 7 and over needed. That's a gambit, isn't it?
And those 3 big overs have just taken that run rate that was approaching double figures and slapped it back to 8. As the wind tries to...
The weather gods did not like you saying the word 8.
For some reason. Here's Gregory.
That's going to be okay. We give her that. Always a bit of a always a bit of a risk. I remember saying this when Grucock bowled her first over. You're going to get a wide or two down the leg side from your leg spinner in the first over or two.
But she's been their top wicket taker this season in 50 over cricket. That would be 1 to short fine.
Yeah.
Not only that, but reasonable amount of control exerted. She's gone at 5.2 and over, which for a leg spinner is very tidy.
Switched on. For my money, she's a second wrist spinner in the English list behind Glenn. But it's unusual to see her in a Flint Trophy game come on for her first over so deep in the innings.
Short, picked up nicely by Van Niekerk, who was onto the length so quickly. 4 through square leg. And Dane Van Niekerk has hit 5 of the last 7 balls that she's faced for 4. She's on 1. You don't want to miss this. Suddenly that required run rate is going the other direction. Going down almost ball by ball at the moment. Van Niekerk just looks up for a second to the heavens in frustration because she's picked out Bryony Smith there. Have to settle for 1 here to Davidson Richards. Dilemma here for Smith, who was taking the sort of calculated gamble of throwing the ball to Gregory. That is the 8th bowling option that she's used. So she's got almost free rein with where she goes. Moore, of course, only has 1 over left. But it's got a bit of everything in there to return to. You would imagine Freya Davies is going to bowl out. That would be a real surprise if she didn't. So that's 5 overs right there. You couldn't... if the Stars lost this game and Davies had overs in the bank, they would ask them questions then, wouldn't you? Yeah. They're going to want 2 here. It's a long boundary. It's a big chase in for Schofield, and they've just about paced it perfectly. Although if Schofield had hit, it might have been made to eat my words there. She didn't. Van Niekerk just about gets home. End of the 37th over, 198 for 1. So 37 gone. You've got 11 left. Davies will bowl 5, so you need to find 6 between everybody else.
Yeah. So Davies is going to she's going to come on to bowl 40, unless you want to get rid of her earlier on. But if Davies is going to bowl her last 5 overs, and you're going to make sure she gets them.
So you need to get 6 overs from
Paige Schofield.
No surprise, no surprise.
The Gregory experiment was a 1 over.
Well, no, because Gregory's at...
Oh, pardon me. Sorry.
If you want Davies to bowl out, the latest she can come on to bowl is number 40. And this is number 38.
Even in a 48 over game?
Yeah. 42, 4, 6, 8.
Okay. Yep.
Which would mean that this is a 1 over spell for Schofield, which seems unlikely. So perhaps she'll bowl at the other end.
Well, she bowled first time from the
southern end. Yeah, that's it. I would have thought if it's more likely that Schofield will bowl a few overs at this end. So, which means that Davies would come on to bowl the next over at the southern end, replacing Gregory.
Van Niekerk has absolutely smashed that down the ground, sort of baseball style. Right now, the job of Schofield is to try and stop the Dane Van Niekerk machine. Yep. She has 28 off 19, and 24 of those have come in boundaries. Very much stand and deliver stuff. Shorter, and that's gone in a gap at mid-wicket. That's a big chase for the 2 sweepers between them. A pretty comfortable 2.
Sunrisers 200 in the 38th over.
Well, it seems like only a moment ago I said we won't bother about acknowledging the 150.
Well, it's funny you say that.
It is it?
Because you have a guess how many overs that 150 to 200 took as There's going to be more runs here. There'll only be one though. Van Niekerk's picked out deep square.
About 4.5, isn't it?
So, yeah, so they got to 150 on 33.2. And they've just reached 200 on 37.3. So it has taken them 4 overs in 2 balls. 50 runs off 26. How about that for a bit of acceleration? Griffith trying to power towards 100. Won't get anything there though.
So this is the trouble you have facing Schofield, is if she bowls a half volley, you're in business and it goes right back over her head. She doesn't have any particular pace, but if she gets it on her length, she can be nagging and parsimonious exactly like that. You see, you haven't got too much to work with.
It's good aggressive running though from Van Niekerk to the danger end. Means they do get 1 at least. End of that over. 38 gone then. Looks like we've got a close finish on our hands here.
So this isn't going to be Davies, this is going to be Danny Gregory, which is fair enough.
38 overs bowled, 10 remaining. Sunrisers 202 for 1, requiring another 80 runs from 60
And it's a pretty simple equation. 8 and over needed off the last 10. And my goodness me, if the Sunrisers were offered that 5 overs or so ago, they'd have taken it, and taken it with some surprise that was what was left.
With 9 wickets in hand, they would have, yes.
Yeah.
5 down,
Yeah,
it might have been.
Yeah.
Yes, it did game on.
Oh, it's a full toss that Gregory's got away with a bit there. Dot ball to Griffith's name. He's played an excellent knock up the top, and he's just trying to convert the nervous 90s into a ton.
That's
LBW appeals, and given! Griffith has to go in the nervous 90s. Out for 92 off 112. What a brilliant knock it's been. But Gregory, with her leg spin trickery, gets the breakthrough. 202 for 2.
Well, the braided wonder has done it again. Griffith looked reluctant to go, and I wasn't sure whether that was the reluctance of a woman who's got sawn off 8 short of 100 and is such a promising match position, or from the way she lifted her bat, as these top order batters sometimes do. I don't know if you do that, Michael. Lifted her bat, looked at it as if to say, I hit that. Well, only she would know, because it was completely straight. And if it wasn't hitting the bat at all, and that is stone dead in front of middle and leg. And, well, the decision to give Danny Gregory a second over has paid an impressive dividend.
Batter for Sunrisers, number 26,
It's a big, valuable wicket. Griffith has to go comfortably, her best performance in 50 or indeed 20 over cricket this season. A really good knot. It's given her side a fighting chance, but the middle order are going to have to be the engine room and carry this home now.
Well, they've got to work with Van Niekerk, haven't they? That's the secret.
Yep. And that is exactly what we should be doing. Just give Danny Van Niekerk the strike.
So Villiers, 56th game, 771 runs, a best of 70 and an average of 15. But those are not colossally glamorous figures for a batter coming in at number 4. But as you say, Michael, it's about the strike rate at this time.
Yeah, strike rate comfortably above that of the 18-year-old Jodie Grewcock, and that's why Villiers has come in first. And that's to take nothing away from Grewcock, who's had an excellent tournament as a very solid number 3, which is extremely useful to a team. One of the rare scenarios in which one might think to change that is where you've had such a long opening partnership and you are well behind the required rate. That's a nice looking extra cover drive for none. Maddie Villiers, of course, has played a plenty for England, 17 T20 internationals. picking up 14 wickets with her offies. Of course, very much down the order in terms of batting side of things. She's only actually played 4 innings in T20Is, not out in a couple, scoring 13 runs off 12 balls faced.
Right then, 39 overs gone. And decisions for Smith now. Freya Davies has got 5 overs left, and if she's going to bowl all 10, she has to bowl now from the northern end, but it looks like it's not going to happen. It's going to be Schofield.
Yep, she's at short third, nowhere near bowling.
Because I don't want to take Gregory off because she's just taken the wicket, and Schofield was good before. So Smith's attitude is clearly, if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
It's understandable, but you have someone who only 10 days ago was playing for England in Ashes T20.
Yeah.
You would think that, you know, and bar the first spell as a caveat being, you know, all kinds of a mess, which 5 overs, 2 maidens, 21 without loss in the power play certainly is not.
Well, you don't want to lose a game with your best bowler not fully used.
Yes.
But understandable that Smith is sticking with the 2 bowlers who've proven effective in the last couple of overs. Schofield has done nothing that would warrant being relieved of the ball, and in fact continues to deal almost exclusively in singles. Gregory went for 2 off the last over. Davies or no Davies, you'd probably need a crowbar to get the ball out of Danny Gregory's hand. Next over. Still singles. Van Niekerk's striking at 150, but she's not getting enough of the strike. And the best way to get enough of the strike is to start turning down singles, and we're not really in that situation, are we? That's hit hard. He's only had to get it past the 2 fielders in the ring on the offside, and it was baseball slugging that time. Nothing particularly gorgeous about that shot from Van Niekerk, but it was certainly effective. We need one of those and over still.
That was out to right centre for a single or a double, depending on where the fielder in the deep was with the glove.
What have you got, Schofield? Oh, she's got an under edge there, has she? Is that scooped through? Again, going for the big drive. Yeah, a run has been, as it were, not signalled. So, Van Niekerk will retain the strike. She's now aware of what she has to do. 9 off the over, which is absolutely what's required from Schofield. I wonder if she'll carry on. Danny Gregory certainly will. Gregory will be buoyed by the dismissal of Griffith, and she and the Stars will know that it only takes the wicket of Van Niekerk and suddenly those floodgates could open. 69 off 48. Full toss. And it's almost as if Van Niekerk has gone for the premeditated bunt. It's deep mid-wicket there. 1 off a full toss isn't all that. 3 fielders deep on the leg side and a long off. Villiers. It clipped up in the air and gone. She was going for the cover drive. She's got a great big thick edge on it, and the bearded wonder now has a bearded. No, that's someone else.
That's Bill Frindle.
Enormous apologies. I'm so sorry, Danny Gregory. The braided wonder is what I meant to say. Has done it again. 2 wickets in 2 overs. She's looking like a late entry match winner at this stage. So the Villiers plan has not worked. Too much was asked of her, really. I'm not sure Van Niekerk's position at this point in the game is bunting ones.
Incoming batter, number 9, Jodie Grucock.
So Jodie Grucock in her 12th match. She's had a very good start with the bat, 249 runs in this format, best of 78, averaging 41. But you say, Michael McCann, that the batters' strike rates just slide off as we go down the order from here.
Well, so Grucock is comfortably their top run scorer in the competition, and normally has batted at 3 in the competition this season. But while she'd scored just short of 200 runs and been out only 4 times, very impressive, 350s, her strike rate is 61 per 100 balls, and that is why Van Niekerk promoted herself at 3 ahead of her.
Yep.
And Villiers' far superior strike rate is also why she understandably came in ahead of her. So this is a tough task for the 18-year-old, because she's been a very solid innings builder at number 3, but now she has to come out at number 5 in what is far more of a T20 style situation, with the match on the line and 8.5 and over needed.
And Smith just ratcheting up the pressure here because he's only got 2 fielders out. Grucock. All of the offside for the left-hander up on the ring.
I think that's intelligent captaincy. I don't mind a bit of controlled aggression like that from Smith. It makes a lot of sense.
Grucock has got to get weaving straight away. Right, she's going to get the single, that's her job. Running the first one hard. 67 from 44.
Still needs a lot here from Van Niekerk.
Yep, Sunrisers need a big over. And of course now, the field will disappear with almost centrifugal force. 2 square on the leg side boundary, 2 on the straight boundary, full toss, and it's another bunt. They take the first one hard, but Alice Davidson Richards was out there on the straight boundary, so it's just another single. And Niekerk returning the strike to Grucock. Caught at mid-wicket, easy as you like. She absolutely nailed the shot. The ball was a bit shorter, but of all the fielders she could have picked out on the leg side, well, in truth there were only 2 in the ring. And now Grucock has gone. Van Niekerk needs to stick a hand up and take this game by the scruff of the neck. Smith, the captain herself, was the one who did the damage and took the catch. And Gregory, 3 for 14 off 3 overs. She's going to hoover out. I'm telling you, she's going to run through them.
That gamble has richly paid off here. Van Niekerk just needs someone that can stay with her. If nothing else, turn the strike over.
Yeah, that's, well, she needs to start going for a couple of big shots and over. Now, Van Niekerk, it's no good bunting these ones out to deep mid-wicket. Rotating the strike to her partner is not going to work at this stage. She's got to do it. 41 overs gone, 216 for 4.
And she's now joined by Mara Carr, who in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy so far this season has 56 runs at an average of 14 and a strike rate of 54.
Right,
which are not numbers that would provide a huge amount of optimism if you're the batting side in this situation.
Hugely experienced batter. Mara Carr. She's at non-striker's end for the time being, which is where Sunrisers needed to be for most of this over. You notice that Smith has now decided to come back on. Starting with the sweep, it's gone square and is well fielded out on the boundary. And oh, it's a slow running, is she again? Could have been running the first one a bit faster, a bit harder. Van Niekerk cedes the strike. So Carr, 107th game in this format. 1,757 runs, best of 105, an average of 19. It's just that strike rate, as you say, Michael McCann. That's scoring runs, no problem. But hitting big shots, not necessarily Carr's A game. She's got this sweep away very well. It's going to require some chasing out at long leg. Successful chasing. And Carr showing that sort of intensity in running that Van Niekerk hasn't, dare I say, to the last 5 overs. Turns it into 2.
Should say we're not the only ground with a close finish. The Blaze are finding it tough to keep that unbeaten record going.
There's another one.
Won't be caught.
No, lands safely.
So the Blaze need 21 to win of 4 overs. You might think simple enough, but they only have 4 wickets in hand in the chase. They've had a bit of a mini collapse.
Okay. 3 big balls to conclude this over. Again, just deciding on one, not pushing the fielder, taking the single. Smith has done a good job so far in this over, keeping Van Niekerk to 2 singles from the 2 balls she's faced.
We're back towards 10.
There's that sweep again. There should be 2 more. They push it hard. Carr is absolutely determined, but Van Niekerk says no. I think on that occasion Van Niekerk was right.
Yeah,
it
that was a run out.
And there's 1 ball left in the over. 61. 6 overs and 1 ball. I take a single here and the equation will be easy. Toe ended, no single. God, didn't know where it was. Say Van Niekerk didn't know either, I think, the way she looked around. So Van Niekerk will not have the strike at the start of the next over. 61 to win from 6 overs.
So that is 10s.
And he scored 5 off that over. What's it? No, 6 off the over. It's not what it's about, unfortunately. I need more than that. No boundary in that over either, nor was there in the previous over from Gregory.
Right now, the gamble of holding back Freya Davies is paying off.
Yep, hasn't been needed so far. At this rate, it won't even be mentioned again. It's there for the sweep. But out there on the boundary is Brits. Keeps it to 1. Well, Van Niekerk's got to go big at some point during this over from Gregory, which is just what Gregory wants her to do. That not-out decision probably keeps Sunrisers in the game, I would say. Just going over the top of leg stump, was it a little leg side-ish? There's the shot straight down the ground, I wonder. Over cow corner there might be 6. Tell you what, I've just seen the replay of the LBW, and it was a good shout from Gregory. It was a good shout. I might have been encouraged to send that upstairs. It was threatening around about the top of Midland leg. There is no upstairs to send anything in this game. However, got it away round the corner, and there it is. Another wicket for the Braided Wonder, and that probably is the moment that seals the game. Van Niekerk had to go for something big, and it was the sweep ultimately. There was a catch around the corner, and if Danny Gregory gets her way, she could end up with 6 or 7 wickets here, because I think that's probably the tin lid.
She couldn't believe it, Danny Van Niekerk. She held the pose, stayed on one knee for a long time after the catch was taken, just feeling like she absolutely nailed that, and she did.
Yep.
Even straight at the fielder, that took some catching, such was the ferocity behind the ball. But she has to keep off, having promoted herself up to number 3. She has to go for a very nicely flowing 44 off 34. But you fear it's not quite enough, bar sensational performance in the middle order. Out comes Flo Miller, the 19-year-old at number 7. And you're asking for a heck of a lot from here for the Sunrisers to chase this.
Well, she's only batted once in her 4 games in one-day cricket. She scored 8. She has licence to throw caution to the wind or nudge the ball into the leg side for a single.
Yeah, made 8 against the Vipers at Chelmsford. Did make 20 against them in a T20 meeting at Hove last month. Made the same score of 20 against the Thunder in Manchester in May too.
And that sweep has come off. They're stuttering, it should be a run out, it is a run out. Oh dear, Flo Miller only just come out to the middle. She got her single and she was pretty keen on calling the striker through for the single on the sweep. She seemed to detect that Amara Carr was uncertain, so she hesitated. It was her call. She was running to danger end. Amara Carr has played more than 100 games, so perhaps she had that in her mind, that she was the less experienced player. She faltered and foundered. So the wheels are coming off very quickly now. I should think this is close to everything finished for the Sunrisers. It would take a miracle for here. Not because of the equation. With set batters it could be done, but there's not a lot of batting left to go for the big hits to pull this off.
Yep.
So Suren Kumar comes out. She's batted once in the competition. It's only second game, remember. She scored 25, so she can certainly bat. But in this situation, one wonders just how many Gregory can get. And you can bet your boots one thing, is that Freya Davies will not now be coming on from the north end, because Skipper Smith, much like all us spinning captains, is going to make darn sure that she's going to bowl.
I believe you have a phrase as captain's privilege.
Get a few cheapies at the end of the innings. You'd want to be bowling, wouldn't you, in this situation?
Graham Swan used to call it rabbit pie.
Well, rabbit's harsh.
Yes.
At this stage.
Is.
I'm not convinced.
That was Graham Swan's phrase, not mine.
Everyone becomes a rabbit, in a way, when they're needing nearly 12 and over. Last ball from Gregory this over. Oh, well, half a chance. Half a chance for a wicket there. Just got a leading edge. Dropped safely into the gap between cover point and extra cover.
Now, the braided, is that your nickname?
Yes.
I can't say I'd heard that one before, but
yes.
I mean, it makes sense, yeah.
It's a legend. Well, she's I mean, you know, if she ever, went back to club cricket, she'd just take hatfuls of wickets. You'd bring her on 4 or 5 wickets down, she'd finish them off every time. But if things go a certain way, you're going to see, you could see quite a good record spell here from Gregory. In fact, is that already her personal best? 4 for 12. Okay, so she's going to need to take a 5th wicket to have career best figures. Of course it will be Smith from the north end, and there should be just the one here. Carr is so sprightly, she always wants the 2. But Fielder had the ball in too quickly, so now Suren Kumar takes her guard, and the whole of the offside comes in, inviting the hit. Just the 2 fielders out now on the leg side square of the wicket. Got the sweep away, round the corner, Gregory. She's always there or thereabouts, Danny Gregory. She's got a good arm, she gets the ball away quickly. But the sweep wasn't timed very well, so it meant there was time to set off with the run before the ball got to her. Dainty little scoop. Gregory's in action again, and it's just a single. feel its last knockings here. The Sunrisers. They laid such a good foundation, but in spite of that big partnership, always the run rate was getting away from them. It won't be 4 here. That long boundary and a bit of late exercise for Brits, just to keep her honest and keep the calves warm after a day's labours.
Worth saying as well, we have a result elsewhere.
We'll have it at the end of the over then. Now that's very high, dropped safely, and the bounce.
No.
Yeah, the bounce has beaten the fielder out there at deep backward square.
Kalia Moore,
Who hasn't got her last over. I would be demanding it if I were her now. You see how many wickets I've got? None. I bowled us into this position.
she did bowl very tidily, 36 off 9 when...
Bring her back in, fill her boots, get a wicket. Come on, skipper, you've had your bowl. Well, Suren Kumar showing that she's as classy in defence as she is on the delicate sweep. But another tidy over from Smith. Now she's bowled 9, so she can't possibly bowl out. Someone will have to come on, won't they? Because she'll bowl 46 and someone else will have to bowl 48. So 50 required from the last 4 overs.
So in the Isle of Wight, the Blaze have kept their unbeaten run going. They've won by 4 wickets against the Southern Vipers, who put up 259 for 7. Georgia Adams top scoring with 94 not out. De Klerk and Gordon taking 3 wickets each. My Boucher hit 40. But the Blaze managed to chase it down with 10 balls to spare. Card full of contributions, 50s for the 2 openers, Kelly and Bryce.
This is a good sweep, but Brits is out there. Field well set for the sweep. A long leg and a backward square leg on the single.
So what that means for the table is the Blaze now have 6 wins and 2 no results. So they are sitting pretty and indeed extending their advantage at the top of the table in total command. They are 10 points clear of the Central Sparks, who are second. Meanwhile, the Vipers are very much in the middle of the pack, with 13 points from 8 in 5th.
Danny Gregory has never taken a 5-wicket haul as a women's professional cricketer in either of the formats she's played. And oh, it could have been a stumping. I think that was a fluff. I think that was a fluff, just as I say it.
Kira Chatley.
I really wanted to get these 5. It's always good to see a record or 2 in the game. And well, if she can't get it from her own doing, that's on her. But we can't be letting her down in the field, can we? Another sweep. That's really well played. More exercise for Brits. Suren Kumar. Well, if she bats up the order in a longer form, she looks like she's got a very nice technique, very compact, made together. She's on a bit of a hiding to nothing now because what could she possibly do? But she seems a very organised player. I think her time may come. Now that's very high and 2 square for any fielder to be interested. Really well played. Lovely lofted sweep. Gregory won't appreciate that very much, especially after the missed stumping earlier in the over. But a late blow.
Now I make it that shot does have some significance because that shot has denied South East Stars the bonus point,
Right.
being 1.25 times better a run rate than the Sunrisers. So that means that no matter what happens from here, assuming they're going to win the game, they'll pick up 4 points, but they will not be able to get 5.
Are you convinced of this?
Pretty convinced. Yeah.
Okay, that is very useful to know. That's a big big moment, bonus point wise. Just the single this will be. So, no dice, Danny Gregory, in that over. Good over for the Sunrisers, not in context, but in isolation.
Yep.
9 runs from it.
That being said, the 4 that they'll pick up will take them above the Northern Diamonds after their slightly surprising loss to the Thunder, so they'll go up into 3rd. And the Sunrisers will be 2nd bottom, albeit with a game in hand, if not 2 games in hand on a few sides around them, but it will leave them needing realistically 5 wins, if not 6 wins from their last 7 games to qualify.
Well, Davies bowled so well earlier in the innings, didn't get a wicket. She deserves coming back for a couple. Looks like she'll bowl numbers 46 and 48. With a chance to get a wicket, which would be a decent way to finish off her day. But, single to begin with. You say well done Kira Chapley now, who is standing up to Davies. No real need to do that particularly. But I'll be impressed to see her take a stumping off Davies, that's for sure.
Well, it would be reminiscent of the Ellie Frelkeld Tara Norris stumping that's been doing the rounds on social media. Stumping to a bouncer.
The short one. Standing
up. That is quite something.
Right, Suren Kumar is ready for her first taste of Davies. Ah, she played it well. I don't expect Freya Davies to be flying at this stage, given that she's been pounding around for 30 overs in the field without having to bowl. And just a couple of tidy overs will be sufficient. No need to stretch every sinew. She'll be dead pleased if she can get something in the wickets column before the end of the day. Oh, is that a chance? Was that a chance? I think it might have been, you know. I think that came straight off the edge. Chatley, who was standing up, by the way, it would have gone straight into her hands if she'd been standing back. It went into her gloves.
I think it's hurt her as well. She's in a bit of discomfort here. Her left hand.
Yeah.
Just by the reaction. Hopefully nothing too serious.
Did that hit her? Did that bump up and hit her in the grill?
Yeah, she wants. It's getting the 12 to run on with water. I'm not sure if it's something slightly more serious medically. Whether she's going to need a little bit more than that.
It's hit her in the grill. I mean, is there anything in this situation to be gained from standing up to a bowler of Davies's pace? I mean, appreciate it looks very brave and it's, you know, there's bravado about it, but there are games yet to be played. She's the first choice wicketkeeper in the team. The game is effectively won, maybe not mathematically, but effectively won. Is that necessary? In fact, now the physio has gone out for a little bit of treatment, and Chatley rather sheepishly has taken off the helmet and retreated back to a conventional position. I guess in the same way that I said earlier that Freya Davies won't be stretching every sinew, you know, she doesn't want to overexert herself in these final 2 overs and risk a twinge. Same applies to the keeper. Just keep a clean sheet for the last 4 overs. No great heroics are necessary. She's back in the conventional position now, perhaps faintly chastened by the experience. Down on one knee. I love watching Mara Carr bat. She's exactly what a wicketkeeper always used to be. Impish. Impish. Keen to improvise. Impish. Like an imp. Don't tell me you have to look up the short ones as well as the long ones. It's only got 3 letters. Will she try it a third time? She's just going for the straight pull down the ground. There were 2 overs to go after this. Tell you what, if I were Danny Gregory, I'd be counting the balls here and making sure that in a minute I'm come striding in to take my last over with a chance of a 5. But just make sure that skipper Smith can get any ideas. Ah, that's well placed in the air and short of the leg side sweeper. Didn't give it the full whack, that one. Davies looks a bit rueful as she collects her cap from the umpire. And a purposeful stride from Gregory over towards the southern end. She'll want her 5 for here. As I say, never got one. Smith is having a look at the ball. Now you've got to be careful here, Miss Gregory, because she's been withdrawn. Is it Alice Davis and Richards now? Have a word, Danny.
Yeah, 4 for 26 off 5 overs.
Got a chance for a 5 here. Well, there's no mercy.
Returning at the Beckenham end, number 24, Alice Davidson Richards.
There's no mercy.
None for 29 off her first 5 for Davidson Richards, who returns.
I appreciate I am a friend o' spinners, but that seems needlessly harsh. Anyway, she's got her 4 first. She's bowled very well. She was the principal architect of destroying the hopes of the Sunrisers. Carr and Suren Kumar just engaging in batting practice at the moment. Filthy long hop from Davidson Richards, who the impression you get from that ball was that she wasn't altogether expecting to be invited to bowl.
Yeah, I was personally expecting to see Gregory continue.
Slightly slower ball this time. I reckon she rolled the fingers over it that time. As for Davies, so for Davidson Richards, no point in breaking sweat too much here. Get through and over and see if you can get yourself a wicket. But remember, another game is round the corner. Very short again. In fairness, that's how she was told to bowl in her first spell. She's continuing in that vein.
Yeah, this will be an important win as well, because they've lost their last 3 50 over games coming into today, the South East Stars, after winning 3 of their first 4.
Massive hit, straight up in the air. Is it going all the way? It is, you know. Just for a moment, it looked as though long leg might be in business. But leg side ball, and Carr has hit that out of the screws. That wasn't impish, that was the work of a colossus. Big old boundary out there as well. Davies and Richards will now be thinking, oh, this is great, this is. I'm supposed to get a chance to have a wicket and I've just been hit for 6. I thought my day's work was over. She might send this one down a bit quicker. She goes for her slower ball again. He's a smart cookie, Alice Davidson Richards. Many a bowler would wing it down, that ball, out of venge more than forethought.
30 off 7, just closing towards the impossible.
Still an innings from Carr that reminds everyone that she can bat. Short again, drilled. This will be 4 runs through extra cover. As soon as she beat the infield, you knew that was hit cleanly enough. So Davidson Richards has come back on for a guest over and he's gone for 11. And well, Danny Gregory and I will share similar thoughts about what should have happened there.
26 to win off the last. And unlike 26. And it is Carr's best score in the competition this season.
So the last over to be bowled. 26 required from it. figurative, I think. But, Sunrisers have done very well to keep this to a relatively narrow margin. For a long time, they built their opening partnership, run upon run, but all the while, the required run rate was getting away from them. And while Van Niekerk was there, it looked as though they had a chance of overhauling Stars total. Now it doesn't. That's very high. This should be out. Held. And held by the captain at mid-off. The Water Girls think about running on, but are discouraged from doing so because there's only 5 balls left. And Freya Davies.
Alan Surin Kumar was caught by Bryony Smith off the bowling of Freya Davies for 12. Correction, for 9.
So 9 runs to Surin Kumar. She perished in the end, but Freya Davies fans will be pleased that she's got herself a wicket. She put in good efforts earlier on, bowling quick, and now belated she's been rewarded.
That's McGregor.
For Sunrisers, number 11, Kate Kopak.
So Kate Kopak going to get 5 balls to hit.
I beg your pardon.
59th match for her, 495 runs in the format, a top score of 56, an average of 14. But really, she has one mission here, which is don't mess up your average, Katie. You don't want to get out in this situation with 5 balls to go. Run it around. She goes for the hit to leg. Should be a couple here. No, just the single. The ball was squarer than I thought.
4 6s for the tie.
4 6s for the tie. Well, you never know what Carr has got. I'm not sure it's 4 6s.
Would be quite the story if she did.
That's a nice fine sweep. Well, this time there is a fine leg. He never does anything boring, Omara Carr. She's fun to watch batting. But, just the single for her.
28 off 20. If it wasn't for coming in such a difficult scenario, this would be a little gem of an innings, to be honest.
I'm afraid it does all come down to the early run rate. They really should have got on a bit quicker between overs 15 and 25. That's a good shot. Down the ground. 1 bounce and...
not even so much 15 and 25 as 15 and 31 when that first wicket fell. Just couldn't quite get that acceleration.
Carr's nailed this one. It won't be caught, but it does go straight out. 2 bounces to deep backward square. So I believe that's 2 to come, is it? No, one to come. 1 to come, and that concludes Omara Carr's work for the day, unless Kopak instructs her to run here. Well, she didn't wait to be instructed. She wanted the run. She's coming back for 2. She doesn't care if she's run out. You see, that is Omara Carr all over. Completely selfless. She's just there to score runs. She's not interested in preserving her wicket at all in this situation. Utterly selfless. Her innings is in vain, though. Kopak gets a little red inker. We are all done. The Stars have prevailed. The Sunrisers, for much of the game, looked as though they were keeping in touch. They were really good in the back end of the Stars innings. They bowled with pluck. It looked like the Stars might get 300 plus, but the Sunrisers fought back and held them down. And then this big opening partnership. Big opening partnership worth 143 between Scrivens 59 and Griffith 92. And then when Scrivens went, there was so much for the rest to do. The run rate required was over 8 by that point. And the innings fell away, much as it did for the Sunrisers when they batted earlier today. Van Niekerk was the key, 44 off 34. She went off like a rocket, but the South East Stars found ways to keep her to singles and to keep her quiet, and a lot of that was done by Gregory, who really did put the Mockers on the chase. She was introduced late. It was a big risk. There were only 12 overs remaining when she came on. 4 for 26 for Danny Gregory, by some distance the most effective bowlers, but we must also draw attention to Moore, whose 9 overs for 36 were instrumental in slowing down the Sunrisers' efforts. So Michael, remind us where that leaves us with the table in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint.
Yeah, so it's a big win for the South East Stars. They don't get the bonus point, but it does take them up to 3rd, I make it, edging above the Northern Diamonds on net run rate. The Sunrisers stay 7th with 11 points from 7, and realistically, to reach the top 3 from here, they're probably going to need to win 5 or 6 of their last 7 games, so very much an uphill struggle in that regard. But as for the South East Stars, they're right in that mix. Remember, 14 league games, double round robin, and 14 matches once they're all complete. 3rd place 2nd, and the winner of that faces 1st. Both teams next in action on Saturday when the Thunder are playing against the Sunrisers. It's the Western Storm versus the Southern Vipers. It's the Blaze against the South East Stars. And then at Headingley, it's the Northern Diamonds versus the Central Sparks.
Thank you, Michael. Well, it's 7 minutes to 6 here in the UK. Rain more or less stayed away. It cost us a couple of overs, which meant that the final margin of victory for the Stars was on Duckworth Lewis by 19 runs. And we've enjoyed your company throughout the day. We certainly had great cricket in the first innings with that 66-ball century from Tasmin Britt, the fastest scored in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy. Fantastic batting from both pairs of openers, and then that neat little spell of 4 wickets for Danny Gregory at the end, just to put the tin lid on the victory for the Stars. We've enjoyed having you with us. And until Saturday, when we'll be back live and online, this is Kit Harris with Michael McCann, bidding you a very good evening. Bye-bye.